I drove field cuts through my neighborhood.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Fearlessly Authentic. I'm your host, Lucky, or LB, and guess what? You guys know. You know who you're here for. We got Mr. Ricky Rants with us.
What's up? How you doing?
We're doing good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Thank you.
Yeah. Freaking world's crazy.
Every day you think you've heard it all, and then something shocks you, and you shouldn't be shocked anymore because you've heard it all, but they get you, and you're like, what the hell is going on?
It's crazy. It's crazy. It's like there's just no expression for it that really totally can sum it up. Besides they improved on 1984. That's a good book. They fucking improved on that shit. They did better. They did a better job.
Yeah, that was supposed to be a cautionary tale, but that ended up just being the blueprint. That was like 1.0, and now we've moved on to 3.0.
Yeah. And we have Steve with
Thanks.
us too. Steve, at least come and show your face. You just always have some disembodied voice,
Hey. What a great musician he is.
Oh, thanks so much.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we love being able to do that. To be able to have Steve do the show and do the music. Well, we get to do the crazy shit on this end of it. Oh my god! And the bird wants to be an asshole.
Sounded like a monkey almost. Wow.
His name is Peaches. He's like I'm just really excited that Ricky Rants is on tonight too.
Yeah, the cockatoo is ranting with me. All right.
Yes.
You're taking my job, you bird, you. What are we talking about tonight? There's so much.
Oh my god, I don't know. We didn't even pick a topic because I was just I'm usually I just kind of something will spark it, right? I'll be like, all right, well, let's talk about this tonight. And today I'm just there is just so much there is so much. It's so overwhelming. And I feel like I got information tidbits here and there, but we really do live in a fucking cartoon. We really do. This is.
It's really hard to
yeah. Well,
the one thing that's not going to get you booted off of YouTube immediately if you start bitching about it. There's a lot of finesse and nuance in it.
Well, I got another strike, so I can't stream for another 10 days anyways. Every time I open my mouth, they boot me. So I'm going to be on my better behavior tonight. I can't say best because that's not going to happen.
Just do it. Yeah, and I'm so fucking over this shit. I'm just so over it. I'm just this stupid fucking bullshit. I'm so over it.
They're like, your YouTube stream must be reading CNN headlines. That's the only thing you can stream about. You literally can't say anything else, or you are a terrorist, or providing misinformation to the masses, or whatever the crazy thing they come up with next. I've heard there's always a new thing. Every time you think you've heard it all, YouTube has a Rolodex of reasons to boot you. It's just
cycling back to Russian. You're a Russian operative. You're a Russian.
Now you're Russian state affiliated media or whatever. Get out of here. Would you stop? Stop it. Shut up.
Even if you don't make any money on the fucking YouTubes, you know what I mean? I don't make anything on FedTube. We are still. I mean, the show is very, very young. It's I think 3 months that we've been doing that I've been doing the show, and they came after me after my second was it my first show or my second show? They came at me cross platform and found me on Twitter and told me that they removed all the people that they removed from me. Yeah. They came and I have evidence. They stalked me cross-platform right away after doing an intro to what I wanted to talk about.
They have so much money to be able to just do these kind of things to like nobodies like us.
I know, like I am a poor woman just trying to to reach the voices and provide something, so a place for people to come where they can actually like have critical freaking conversation and real and not have an echo chamber. Like,
yeah,
I don't agree with Steve 100%. Imagine that. I mean,
Right.
I'm not going to agree with everybody on 100%. I don't want to. That would be fucking boring.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, that's their goal, though. That's the goal of social media, big tech altogether, really. Google, YouTube, social media, all that is to keep, using these algorithms to pack people into these group thinks. And that way they can propagandize the hell out of them. So mass media, like mainstream media, they're in on it, right? And the only way all of these big groups get their their money from the government or whatever, because they all got like bailed out during COVID, right? With the CARES Act, they got free money, and they get these big contracts too. They're also like,
well, come on, we got that stimulus.
right? Yeah,
My dad never even got it. Like, he never got his. Yeah.
No, but they're all in cahoots, right? And they all have contracts with the United States government, which is crazy. This is
insane.
So they're all in cahoots, like packing us into like little corners of the internet, and no one like critically thinks anymore because they just repeat what the other people are saying, and no one knows where the information is actually coming from, but it's being fed to them, and they don't realize that. It's like crazy at this point. And I keep watching these people do it. I'm like, I am not participating. I go onto Facebook just to like say something crazy that like no one understands, and then I leave.
Don't go on there. Yeah, they don't know what you're talking about. Like, right? I feel like I couldn't have a conversation with so many people that I like are in my used to know category. Like the people that I don't talk to anymore because their brains are just stuck in this continuous cycle. Like I don't have the energy to even, I don't, I'm here when they want, like, if they want information, I am here. I will help them. I will teach them. I understand it's overwhelming, but I can't. It's like dealing with somebody who's in the loop of addiction. You know what I mean? They are in that addiction. So I'm like, you can't coddle them because it's just going to make it worse. So I feel like it's like that,
Yeah, I go over to Facebook for like first time in like a week or two. Cause I go there like I go on there. I usually go on there
to torture myself a little bit.
Yeah, I usually go on there to run like groups because I like do like Medicare for All activism stuff, and that's what I do most of my do mostly on Facebook. But sometimes I'll go onto my own like feed, and then I'll see like all these people that like weren't political like the week before. All of a sudden they'll be like have Ukrainian flags like plastered all over their profile picture.
Okay,
and they'll be saying all this.
I have a question about that after. Okay, the flag.
They'll be saying all this stuff about Ukraine. I'm like, wait a second, you weren't even political last week. You were showing all you had was baby pictures and pictures of your dog, and now you have these strong opinions about Ukraine. Do you even
now
know
the dog has Ukrainian bandana on, Ricky? Okay,
it's just like. I follow the thing, or what? Have you seen that picture that's circulating? Like I follow the thing, the thing.
Yes, the creepy looking thing too. Oh God. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I follow the current thing or whatever. It's so creepy and weird and gray. Yeah. Okay, so my question is, when we were watching the State of the Union address, and I saw that they all had them. The fancy little freaking pins and all the little, Ukraine stuff. Where is the fucking warehouse of Virtue Signal? I want to know, is it like through a closet, like, like Narnia? Because I swear they pulled that shit out of there real quick with our supply chain being so down.
Mm-hmm.
Woo!
Mm-hmm. That's a good question, right?
Wouldn't it be fun?
Wouldn't it be funny if it was made?
They all coordinate so fast.
I don't. It's like they had them on standby, right?
Yes.
Well,
I want to know where the fucking warehouse is.
I do think like a lot of our reality is like pre-written, right? Like they know these things are going to happen before they happen. Like pushing Putin to do stuff like that was definitely planned. They're like, oh, the COVID plot's crumbling. Let's switch gears to war. Great, awesome. Where's Fauci? He just disappeared. He was on TV nonstop for 2 years and he just disappeared like that. That shows you they are literally pivoting like this.
Did he get fired or something? Like,
No.
or was that just a meme? Because there was a thing that I don't know. It was a thing like, you know, like sometimes you just see something as you coming across the internet, and I saw a picture of him like with like a box for the elevator, and I was like, "Is that for real?"
Nah.
And even if someone told me it was real, would I believe it? I don't know.
I don't think he got fired because he has been a good mouthpiece for like 40 years. You know, he has been a good.
He knows how to do it.
He's a pro. He made a lot of people believe things that he had zero evidence for. Well, if you put the thing on the thing and the thing does the thing will do the thing. And everyone's like, oh my God, this guy's brilliant. Daddy Fauci, Grandpa Fauci. Yeah. And I'm like, what are you talking about?
How do they do it? Like, how do they get the narrative so, like, it's so insane, like that they can just make the world go, okay, like seriously. Oh, I mean, we're fucked.
If you have millions of dollars to make things look fancy on TV, everyone believes it. All you have to have is, a lot of money. You know,
Kind of a prerequisite at this point.
Right.
They're just calling him face, but spelled with a P.
Pokemon.
What up? What up? What
And
up,
we have
Steve?
Elle in here too.
Hey, Elle.
And Jack Sith.
Hey, Jack.
And
Hey, Rob.
Little.
Hey, Miguel. Hey, Beck. Hey, Vegan. Hey, Lil.
I found Waldo, guys. I found him. Oh, wait, no, that way. No, that way. I gotta point that way. It's so awkward. It's not natural.
No, I know.
So what do you think about all this this lovely censorship that's happening? Like what do you, I mean, like eventually we're just gonna have, instead of we're gonna have talking points, we're gonna just have like the approved points that we can make, like no, I mean, like it's gonna get narrower.
I mean, do we have any business criticizing North Korea at this point? Do we have any business criticizing North Korea? We are all going to be watching like North Korean TV soon, but like the white imperialist version. We basically are, but it's gonna be like that. Like all of our leaders are gonna have like those weird bowl cuts, and it's gonna get weird. It's gonna get crazy. They literally like kick everyone off. They're like pulling entire channels left and right now. It was like a little bit here and there in 2020, a little bit here and there in 2021, but like 2022, they're like, you're reporting on war and you're not like from $1 billion conglomerate. See ya. You're not allowed to report on war. How dare you? Like what?
Yeah,
that's
you don't get paid by us.
Right.
Only the people we pay. And so, okay, so that right there. All right. So there's this thing, and I don't know how you feel about this, guys. We don't talk about anything ahead of time. This is all like how it plays out. So what is your feeling on The Hill and their YouTube situation? I guess they got pulled down and all of that. I'm curious because I have some strong viewpoints on this that most people don't just like align with me on. So
yeah, let's go. Let's go. First of all, who funds The Hill?
Fucking thank you. Thank you.
Who funds The Hill? Am I right?
always ask that.
Because all right, when something bad is happening, like mass censorship, right? You can't just like censor all the poor people and then have all the rich people do the thing, right? You can't do that because then all the poor people are like, oh no,
another victim,
they're coming for the poors. So all you have to do is create a few like these like alternative media sources that are completely funded by billionaires. It's just like, oh, it's just like CNN, but we gave them like a little bit less of a budget, right? It's exactly what The Hill is, right? It's like CNN Light, MSNBC Light, whatever you want to call it, right? It's like the light version. It's a little more progressive. It's a little more, stick it to the man.
Oh, it's just almost there. We're gonna give them credit because they're almost there.
Right. So when they get pulled off, it looks like, oh my God, look at that alternative news source, that really professional, well-funded, credible alternative news source. But really, it's controlled opposition. Like they're not going anywhere. They'll be back, because they're part of the machine.
I was saying exactly that earlier in the chat room.
Yeah, like the Hill is the AOC of news sources. Controlled opposition.
So I feel the same way, and I feel like if you're getting paid by that dark money, then you are part of that dark money, and you are no better than anybody else. And if your standard is a standard of measurability that you're sitting next to, I don't know, Ryan Grimm, and that's the bar. That's the bar. You do better than him. Oh my fucking God. Oh
Ryan
my
Grimm.
God. That is not a bar of excellence.
Dude, I think he blocked me on Twitter. He sucks. I don't like Ryan Grimm at all. Yeah, the Hill's gone down. The Hill is
they're done. They never were. They are like, they're just like the Bernie thing. It's all fake. It's all false, and we have to call it out.
Yeah.
And yes, absolutely, the Intercept. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
A
because
lot
Ryan
like the
Grimm works for the
Intercept.
Intercept too.
He
And
does.
so we need to call that out, and we need to make sure that we are holding that to account as well. So if somebody decides, oh, I'm going to go work for the Hill because they have some credibility now
Mhm.
within the left sphere, like, oh my God, they were taken down too. Yeah, because they ride that very outer edge.
They're like, our ratings suck. Maybe if we like get fake cancel, we'll get some more viewers because Ryan Grimm is a bore. Who wants to watch Ryan Grimm's face? How does he still have a gig? He is a bore. God, he's a bore. Like, what is
He
he?
could put me to sleep. Like, he's in the wrong profession. He needs to be like an ASMR or something. Can you imagine? Like,
Or like an Undertaker. Like,
yeah.
yeah, like, yeah, I don't know. Like, the Hill is totally just, mainstream light, and I could care less.
Well, I'm glad we cleared that up, you guys, because people were bugging out earlier in Savvy's chat, like
Mona.
I said exactly that, basically.
Yeah, well, and also, Kim Iverson works for the Hill, and she's getting credit. People do not like me saying that. She works for the Hill. She sought out that job. She gets the dark money, the same as Ryan Grimm.
Yeah, I don't
didn't choose that for her. She chose that for her.
I mean, yeah, Kim is hit or miss. She's one of those people that like don't hate, but will never be a huge like. We're not going to be like allies in any real fight. If I can get her to promote my shit, I'm gonna take it because she's got a following. But besides that,
But let's be real though, she shouldn't be on there saying that I get to say whatever I want on the Hill, and then also at the same time say they'll keep me until I speak too much truth. Well, which one is it? Do you get to speak all your truth, or do you not get to speak all your truth? Because you have spoken both of those things about the Hill. So which is it?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what my point is like, don't misrepresent yourself either then, honey. You need to make sure that it's consistency all the way around, and people don't like that, and it makes them uncomfortable. But if we make excuses for the people that we do believe are good in the sphere of telling the truth, or if we do believe, that they are an ally, or we want them to be, we need to hold them to that same account so they're not comfortable enough to fuck us over.
I agree.
I mean, like, don't make them comfortable with that decision.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Kim is very interesting. She's an odd one. Like the Hill is kind of a sort of a trap, right? It catches all those people trying to leave the Democratic Party, and it kind of catches them and kind of brings them back to the party, right? Because we're like, oh, there is a different point of view in the Democratic Party. No, there's not. I guess the Rising is supposed to have a conservative on there too, so it's like this is where
We're kind of just funneling the people over into that net though, and catching them over there before they come and they actually get real truth. Right. You know what I mean? Like it's like I don't want to see our sisters and brothers getting caught in that net.
I absolutely agree with you, and she's like the perfect one too, because they let her actually go in on some of the COVID stuff, which like none of the professional
But how far in is it? You know what I mean? Like, it's just far in enough that we give her credit to say that she's going that far in. It's the same thing. You know what I mean? It's not. And I see I can find the positivity in it that, you know, at least she's reaching people and she's but where are all the other independent people? Why aren't people like the Convo Couch on the Hill then?
Right.
Why aren't all these people on there? If she has all the freedom to do what she wants, why are these people not on the left sphere? Why are they not being promoted and put on that show?
Because they'll drop some truth bombs. They'll drop some truth bombs.
But I thought she was allowed to speak all the truth, and that's why it's okay. She's on that network.
Only to a certain extent.
It is very circular, and that's what I'm saying is that needs to be called out, and we need to not just like, you know, oh, no, within our sphere, within our bubble. No, we need to make sure that we are consistent, and people. That's where I started getting a lot of pushback from people, and it's like, no, I'm not trying to put her down. I didn't choose for her to go and become part of mainstream media. She did. She sought that job out. She sought out the job, and she said that on camera, that she sought out a job on mainstream media.
That's true. She wants to get paid. You know, she wants to get paid. She wants to be that kind of that edgy mainstream.
But don't lie about
person.
it, though.
Right?
Don't be false and tell me that you can.
She's not completely transparent about her position. There's no way she is, and we know that. One reason we know that. Look at her Andrew Yang forward party nonsense. That's when you're like, wait a second. You're like, I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I'm like, but I'm gonna hang out with
people to vote Republican now, though. That's what she's telling people to do.
But she's like chilling with Andrew Yang, who's definitely not a Republican. Like, what the hell who are you? Like, find an identity. Like, who are you, Kim Iverson? Which is actually.
I don't want people to get screwed again and get hurt and keep going through this cycle. So I'm trying to like just make people aware. Maybe she doesn't realize the slippery slope she's on, guys. I don't know. I don't know her personally, but you know what? I had fucking faith in people like fucking Bernie and other motherfuckers that have completely fucking fucked us over. I don't want to keep repeating it.
I agree.
So let's have a real conversation about it. That's what I think. Instead of defending, automatically going into that like guttural, like defense mode that we would normally have, right? Like, it's like, no, I don't, you know, like if somebody said something about Ricky that I would, you know what I mean? No, Ricky, I like Ricky, you know what I mean? Like, I want to protect Ricky's my friend, but if you weren't doing something that was truthful, wouldn't you want, I mean, I personally want to be called out if I'm doing something that's like not, you know, consistent or is not, you know, if I'm slipping, I don't think I would slip in that direction, you know?
Yeah.
But
I mean,
I would want someone to tell me.
Yeah, if you look at her Twitter, like she has a lot of people calling her out. It's not like she doesn't have those people that are there. And sometimes she'll push back on them too. So I don't
push back on me a little bit. Everyone, I don't really do Twitter too much, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if she's kind of all over the place because she thinks it's the best way that she can cash in. I don't know. I don't want to.
I don't know. I don't want to assume what her motives are.
I don't want to assume, but it kind of feels like that sometimes. Like she's kind of like this political shapeshifter to kind of like, you know,
walking the fence.
Get a little over here, get a little over here. That's a good paycheck. That's a good paycheck, and I don't have any real allegiances, so you can't like really attack me. Like it's kind of one of those things where she kind of like walks the line. Like she's good at it. I will say she's whatever she's doing, whatever it is, because I don't even know what it is.
It's elusive. She's being very elusive in where she really stands. She'll drop a little bit of, oh yeah, well I might just vote Republican over here, and then she drops a little bit of something else over here, and you're like, wait, and then hope that the people don't call you out for saying two different conflicting things,
right? And then you have the forward party nonsense, which isn't really a party. So what she's really doing is she's acting like she's kind of an independent, but it's really Republican and Democrat. She's never like, oh, what is the Green Party doing today? What is the People's Party doing today? I'm not saying that any of these parties are better than any other party, but like she never goes there. She seems like a libertarian even, and she doesn't even talk about the Libertarian Party, does she? Yeah. Like That's funny that she acts like, oh, Forward Party and Andrew Yang, and he's not really a real Democrat, and but maybe I'll vote for Republican. What she's doing is kind of like doing this in betweener between the two party system. It is a kind of a I don't know, man.
It seems
it
a
seems
little shady to me. I
that's
can tell
exact
you.
word I was going to use. It's kind of
I
shady.
can tell you, I'm like, fuck that. I don't want anything to do with either. We have a one state party and that's all. And I don't want anything to do with that unless unless the voting system can be completely tore down and fixed and everyone, you know what I mean? Like we can't vote out corruption. Hello. It hasn't worked. Look at our track record. Our fucking track record shows us we suck. We cannot keep doing the same thing.
Yeah. I agree, but like, who knows? Like, things are so, like, when you see mass censorship like this, how can you go to an election? Like, how can you go to to vote in an election and say, yeah, my vote's definitely going to count in this? They erased me off of YouTube for having political opinions, and now I'm going to the voting booth, and my opinion, my vote definitely counts, doesn't it? Like, I don't know. Like, how can you be confident that we have any kind of election integrity when they are erasing a political opinion left and right? Does anyone put that together? Because I think about that all the time. I'm like, because the left will not question the last election at all. They're like, oh, Trump is trying to stage a coup. Okay, but y'all remember back in 2000, most of y'all, whoever's old enough to remember, y'all knew that election was thrown. They botched that thrown election, right? And they were a little sloppy on that. We know Bush was inserted. We know Daddy Bush before him set him up to be president. Like, that's kind of obvious, guys. He was the president for 9/11. Sorry, but that's what happened, guys. And if you don't know your history, well, good luck to you. But he was inserted for that time period, right? George W. Bush. So who's to say that Biden wasn't the perfect one? Because what we're seeing is neoliberalism kind of turning into like this weird fascist nonsense across the planet, and Biden fits right in with the Trudeaus and the Macrons and all these characters. He fits right. He's a different time period. He's old school, but like he kind of fits right in with the agenda, the World Economic Forum agenda. Even though he's not tight with that club, he still has been to their convention or whatever, and that's his agenda. Like, he doesn't listen to poor people. He doesn't care. So who's to say that he wasn't inserted? It feels like he was the one, because I feel like Trump wasn't following the script all the time.
No, they were telling him one. I mean, like, now in hindsight, I'm like, goddamn motherfucker. God damn it. How do I agree with Trump so much? Like, that just feels wrong. And it feels wrong because what we were being told and what he was being told were two different things, and it was very conflicting. So it was like he was out there actually telling us fucking shit that was goddamn true.
Some of it, yeah.
And like I was fooled by a lot of it, and I am fucking like, holy shit, man. Yeah. I get it, and that's why I'm like, I call these people out, and I want them to do better, and I want this, and the reason why I call them out is because I want them to see. I don't want them to be comfortable in the space that they are in. If they are part of the problem, if they're parroting mainstream fucking talking points, if they're not speaking the real truth, then they are part of the problem, and they are just watered down propagandists, and whether they realize it or not. And we cannot let them be comfortable in that, because once they're uncomfortable in that and they realize I don't have support for this, then maybe they'll wake up and we say, hey, fucking come on, welcome. This is very inclusive. We just need you to, like, it's like when somebody comes out of addiction, and they're able to come into recovery. It's a different thing, and there will be relapses. And we have to think about it in that same way, because it literally takes a stranglehold on you. It is like a disease. It is not. It
all the symptoms of it as an addiction. Like, literally have the same symptoms. Yeah, our country is addicted to an abusive relationship.
Yeah, we are addicted, though. We're addicted to these devices, and these devices are addicted to pumping information into our heads. And like, there is AI, like, already churning, already thinking faster than we're thinking, right? And already in spitting out what we want to see. That's why, like, no one, when people have political opinions now, it's not their own opinion. It's what the algorithm has already come up with for them before they've even thought to before they've even had the time to critically think. So people are having opinions before they've even thought about it. And that's what the algorithms on social media
It's
do.
influenced. It's like influenced opinion. Like it's like you are 10 clicks away from finally realizing the opinion that they've been building up upon you all this time, and now that is your opinion because you've caught up to that.
Right.
And then by then you're already 10 away from the net. You know what I mean? Like it's just
I mean, you have social media, you have mainstream media, and you have the intelligence community who's writing a lot of these scripts, all working together behind the scenes. That is a lot of power. I mean, the intelligence community has more power than the White House. Let's be honest. So think about that. They're all working to influence your thought. I mean, the intelligence community was doing mind control experiments like decades ago. So they've mastered subliminal messaging and all this, and you have big tech involved, right? And Google and YouTube and all this. So they've got the AI going, and then you have the social media platforms that deliver it. It's a delivery system. It's wild. And it's so seamless at this point that people don't realize how sophisticated it is. They think, oh, I just type in a box, I do. It's so much more complicated than that. It's so sophisticated, right? And
we have a knock. I'm gonna bring in Elle real quick.
Yes,
there's Elle Latham. Have you guys met on this kind of on a stream yet?
Not on a stream. I've seen Elle on one of your streams, I think.
Yeah, Elle's been on mine. She's all over the place. Amazing researcher. You guys.
She's a dynamo. Don't call her anything.
Elle looks an awful lot like Dr. Fauci. I don't know.
I know, right?
I'm his ghost.
Fauci's ghost. That's amazing.
I'm preaching about Ukraine and the war and tuberculosis now. Like this is legit.
Rub your knuckles for burn pits. Rub your knuckles for burn pits.
Yes, he's legit. Yeah. He's actually talking about tuberculosis being a thing because of the war in Ukraine. Like I literally shared that. I'll share it here in the private chat for you because I wanted y'all to see that. And then you never saw it, but here it is.
Well, war does some horrible things. I don't know.
It's from the Daily Telegraph.
They're just like gonna throw whatever the hell they want, and like
because he needed to get more attention again because they hadn't talked about him enough in the media. He was like, "Oh, the COVID thing is over." Well, not. Well, then we'll go to tuberculosis. Then we'll just do that.
We have to shift over because the narrative is not so strong. We'll push the fourth boop boop, but we won't talk. Yeah. We won't talk about the science behind it. We're just going to move over here to tuberculosis. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Oh, that the science is safe and effective.
This is the article that Elle was talking about.
War in Ukraine could lead to devastating tuberculosis problem, warns Anthony Fauci. Yeah, great. Send the CDC over.
Look at that evil. Look at the evil. Like,
wait, was this a recent photo or is this like a stock image from before? Is he still around? Has he made an appearance lately? Do we know that he's actually alive?
I know.
Is the Queen still alive? Remember how she kind of like?
Oh, she's probably dead now.
Yeah, I'm sure she's dead.
Yeah, right. Like the Queen kind of disappeared, and they're like, she's living the rest of her life in this estate over here. She's not living in the castle anymore. I'm like, oh,
we sent her out to pasture.
Yeah, isn't she? Yeah, she's just grazing, isn't she? Okay. Yeah, I'm wondering if the Queen's gone. She might be. She's pretty old. So, anything good in this article that we need to dig out?
No, just like the headline is enough. Like, let's bring up another disease because we're not talking about disease enough.
Right. He threw in HIV too, right? He always.
And then here we go, right here. Yep, with the HIV.
Oh my God.
With the TB, we got a TB and HIV. We're just gonna pull out everyone, apparently.
Yeah, everyone got HIV from lockdowns. I'm sure that happened, guys. How are people getting this? How are people getting these positives, huh? What changed in the last 2 years that that give us the first major spike in HIV in decades. Weird. I'm not going there because I'm not gonna get you a strike. I'm gonna try not to at least. So we're walking a fine line when we're talking this stuff.
I know. I know. And like, oh my God, it's just so fucking.
Oh, it's horrible.
They're still trying to keep it alive, the narrative, the COVID narrative. They're like, there's new variants, and you get the fourth dose, for the 65-year-olds and blah
Look,
blah
there's
blah.
a virtue signal flag.
Yep.
Oh yeah, you can't leave it. It's a UK paper. They're pretty much all in lockstep, as they say. So
right.
Walking around in China, and 13 cities are shut down because there was 5,000.
I'm glad I didn't have to see his face, and hear him talk about this. Like, it's just talking about what he said and not showing me any stupid interviews.
Can you guys hear Steve on the other mic? Okay.
I do. No, he's a little low actually.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was just like screaming at you across the room. I didn't know he was on. Turns.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Oh,
there
you're
he
perfect
is.
now. Oh.
Hey.
There's the voice.
He looked at me like from around the computer. I'm like, what?
I'm like, I don't think
know,
they
maybe
can
can't
hear me.
you.
Though.
I heard you as if you were like across a room.
Yeah.
And like it was in her mic only.
That's what it was. It was her mic.
Yeah.
Aimed at
It
her
wasn't turned
across
up.
the room.
He does
So,
the
yeah.
controls, not me. It's not.
I just spaced it. I'm kind of a stoner. But you know what? Before I forget, in China, they locked down like 13 cities, over 5,000 cases of a certain kind of Rona, whatever you call it, and that was today. So it could be round 2. So keep your eyes open, kids.
I mean, if they want it to happen, it'll happen. These people are crazy. The Deltacron or whatever name they come up with. The Autobots.
Yeah, Deltacron. That's the new one.
The Dutycron.
Yeah, like, okay.
It is so disgusting. I'm so sick of it. Like,
it's sad how many people fall for it too. Like, do you have no reasoning with it?
Like Jesse Ventura. Yeah, like Mona's like, wait, really? Yeah. Jesse Ventura was all about like mandates and all of that. I was like,
can we talk about him? What is going on with him?
He lost.
He's canceled,
bro. He seemed
just like everyone else.
Dude,
like he together
what
kind
was
of
the
cat,
point?
but always a little bit psycho.
Like
he's borderline kind of psycho. Like he'd let
like,
you in a little bit. Like, yeah, I don't know. It might turn into like a Mad Max movie or something if Jesse was in charge. But it seems like it'd be all right. And then he started talking about mandates and shit.
Then we lost. Like I was like, "Fuck, man! I voted for him. Like I wrote him in."
He used to have a conspiracy theory show on TV before you got canceled for actually theorizing anything. Like scientists aren't even allowed to theorize anymore. That's how
there
bad
was even that clip.
Exactly.
He talked to someone about the vaccine initiative, like back in the day, like that they were going to do this shit, like this whole scam.
Yeah, that shows how broken we are.
That doctor, she's kind of crazy, but like she was right at the same time. Like they flew in some doctor to this like hangar or something, some military looking space, and she like met with him in like this secluded location in some kind of military hangar or something.
I totally remember that show.
And he was like, "What's the story, doctor?" And this woman's like, Jesse, this is what's happening. They're gonna have this flu-like thing. They're gonna plan out this whole flu-like thing, and then there's gonna be mandatory vaccination. Like the whole plot of the last 2 years, this woman explained on a show in like 2009. You can still find it on like in the corners of the internet.
Dude, how many
on
references?
TV.
How many reference points are there from like say 2008 until now? To like all the clues about every single thing that just happened in the last 2 years was already like spilled. Like they've been planning this for so long that everybody who could find out about it did find out about it, wrote about it, were fucking stories for a second, and everybody forgot.
Yep. Like that's why they stretched it out, because I think they were
Yes.
going to do it earlier, and they kind of stretched it out. So because you wait a year or two, people completely forget, right? Like,
Yeah.
like
They did fact checks
Yeah.
for it, by the
like
way.
like George W. Bush like started like wars based off of complete lies after 9/11, and now like Michelle Obama's like hugging him and he's painting, and everyone thinks he's a cute
Yep.
grandpa.
Yeah.
It's like he's the biggest war
So
criminal maybe we've ever
Fucking
had.
gross.
Isn't that sweet? Yeah.
It's like that's how memory just in America, especially. It's really bad. It's
It's
really really
staggering.
bad.
Staggeringly dumb.
But going back to your point, yeah, this is kind of my specialty. I've been studying this ridiculously nonstop, like an idiot, for the past year, and I've gone back and I found all the points in the last. Actually, it really, really kicked off. If you really want to be specific, post 9/11,
Yeah.
right around the anthraxy time, that is when this sort of new cabal came together. And all the same players from the anthrax scare. A
Yep.
lot of them are here. Johns Hopkins,
Sure.
anthrax here.
We love you.
Emergent Biosolutions, who actually produce those anthrax vaccines, they did a lot of the production for these vaccines.
Uh-huh.
Oh, weird.
Weird.
Cadlick was the guy that was pushing for all of these emergency vaccinations
Yeah.
back in 2001, and he's still around today. Like all of those goons from 2001 are here making decisions now. And Fauci has been around since the AIDS crisis. So
Yeah. He's been trying to pass out the AIDS card to everyone since then.
dude,
I think he's nearly done it. A couple more
Dude.
boosters and
dude, he loves
Fuck.
all of this. He's
Yeah.
not only working on these, he's working on the universal flu.
Right.
Boop boop.
tuberculosis
Tuberculosis.
vaccine.
We're fucked.
HIV and HIV.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been working on an HIV vaccine for 30 years.
Yeah. I'm sure it'll be great when it comes out. It'll be top.
What about all those babies? Like, have you
Um,
the images of the babies that the kids that died because he shot them
Oh
up with
my
the
God,
HIV
so many.
vaccine in the 80s
Yeah.
in New York? It is insane. And of course, these children, you know what children they were? They were the ones that didn't have parents. They were the orphans. So what's going
Mhm.
to happen with all those children at the border? What happened to those kids?
Yeah.
They're
Mhm.
just gone. Like all those children are just gone. Like
Sounds
nobody's
like they
talking
got-
about them.
They got cushy gigs at the hospital.
Putin cured COVID. Apparently that's what happens. Is he
And now
cured?
there'll be more.
Yeah.
There'll
Yeah,
be
I'd say it.
Ukrainian children next.
Right.
That'll be next.
Exactly.
But what about all the kids at the border? Where are these children? We stopped hearing about them.
We stopped talking about them. So that's alarming.
They don't exist anymore because we stopped caring.
I have a question about the
Oh,
current
I mean,
state
like-
of affairs. Like, you can go on the Twitter or the Facebook or the TikTok and actually see life is very normal in a lot of places in the Ukraine right now. Like,
Yeah.
not touched by war whatsoever.
Yeah.
What is
It's
up with
really
that?
fucking weird.
I saw a whole thread about this from this dude on Twitter.
Very strange.
Steve
And he seems
Steve
to
Slow
be
News
there.
Day was playing a video on it just a little while
Yeah.
ago.
Jonathan
Yeah.
O'Donnell and Steve were playing video that was shot right in Kyiv
Yeah, we're
earlier today. And
Yeah.
like, what the fuck?
Yeah. I
Very
mean, there's been a
Nothing
lot
he
of
says it seems.
no. There's a lot of fake videos too. It's really hard to determine whether it's a real video or a fake video,
Yeah.
and if it is a real video, who's actually attacking what or who.
Right.
It's
That's what I'm
It's
saying.
really
and they were
hard to tell.
showing
at
it
this
set up
point.
a film. Like it's like it's a film.
Yeah.
Like
They literally had like a movie set.
Yeah.
And
Yep, they do this now. Yep.
and shooting, stuff.
Wag the dog.
Wag the dog all day, man. That's what I'm saying. Is like that's all it looks like. Like, what the fuck, really? So you got to have a movie set angle. Like Hollywood has to be represented in this corner of the war.
Yep.
Otherwise, Raytheon's image will be less than. Or I don't understand exactly the tie-in there, but there's some kind of fucking weird shit going on as well.
Change
Some
the
of it-
story, change the lead.
Yes.
Some of it reminds me a little bit of like the beginning of the COVID scam and alleged. And when they were showing like empty tents and stuff, and like
Yeah.
there were a lot of videos that were claiming things like with
Yeah.
some circumstantial evidence that they went all the way to the hoax narrative. Like they were already like, okay, it doesn't exist, nobody's dead, blah blah blah. That's what they were doing. So
Yeah.
this kind of reminds me of that, in that it's like, okay, taking all of this information and being like, okay, well, nobody's dead, blah blah blah, on some, in some posts that I've seen. But
Yeah.
overall, like, it's hard to be on that side versus the other because you just don't have enough information
Right.
to come to that conclusion.
That's what I mean.
So,
That's why it's so weird.
yeah.
You don't have enough information to really fucking judge it. You know what I mean? Unless you know people who live there or know people on the ground or whatever. It's like it's nearly
because I don't think
impossible
they
to
mind
gauge.
breaking a few eggs to make an omelet. They never have. I mean, Yemen, hello.
Yeah.
I mean, Syria, hello.
I mean, people are always suffering and dying.
Iraq.
Yep, always.
Currently.
You know,
Yes.
yeah. You know, a lot of the COVID deaths weren't even COVID deaths. They're like, oh, we're not letting you like leave your home and get food or whatever for
Yeah.
certain people. Like they tortured these people the past 2 years.
Yeah, and they're doing it again in
Addiction
in
is
China.
addiction is off the charts, and mental illness is off the charts, and
Yep.
people are violent.
Mm-hmm.
People have been more violent lately. I've noticed that. Like
Mhm.
that's part of the problem. Like it's not even COVID. Like some of this stuff is how we've been treating people.
Right.
And it's
Mhm.
Some of
crazy.
that energy is well spent though, because it like bolsters innovation. I'll give you an example. I was watching this news report earlier, and somebody had like taken the floor panel out of their minivan and put like a 55-gallon drum inside their minivan and with the tinted windows and stuff, and a long hose and a pipe, and they lift up the cover, like pull into a gas station over their friggin' tank where the tanker fills up, and fucking start siphoning their gas right out of the fucking ground. They did it like 4 different times before they got caught. Like hundreds and hundreds of
Wow.
gallons.
Yeah, there's like gas.
fuck?
There's gas. Like theft, like
Brilliant.
happening.
That was like
all
Hogan's
over
Heroes
now.
type shit, man. That was
Yeah,
freaking really
Yeah, I
cool.
wonder why. Like I think barrels of oil dropped to under $100, so it's not even outrageously expensive. The
Right.
actual the product itself,
Yep.
but like they're selling gas for $5, $6, $7 a gallon. You're like,
Uh-huh.
oh yeah, yeah, let's all blame Putin. Yeah, let's blame
Putin's
Putin. Like,
Damn it,
what?
Flatty.
Idiots.
Yeah.
But
That was
CNN said
brilliant.
it, so it must be true, right? Reuters fact checked it, so it must be true, right? Like it's
Fact check. Putin is a monster.
Putin,
You know what's
Putin,
funny?
Putin.
Oh, Mad Marxist has a question for Ricky after.
Am I familiar with George Eliasson research on Ukraine/Biden? If not, look him up on Twitter. He's on YouTube too. I might have read something by George. I read some of these things, and I don't always remember who writes them. But yeah, I mean, he's got a long history. Obviously, his son's no-show job, but also like Biden bribed Ukraine for $1 billion loan. Like he changed the leadership over there.
The
with
money
$1
is all
billion loan.
fake. Like it's all fake. It's all fucking printed. It's not backed by anything. You know what I mean? It's so ridiculous. It's like they're just shifting around numbers everywhere.
It is
Like-
backed. It is backed by the most powerful military in the world.
That's right.
The U.S. dollar is
Allegedly.
the world currency because we have the most ridiculously
Our currency is being a bully and being
overfunded
murderers.
fucking military. Right.
We're
Literally,
fucking
like
murdering
you're
bullies.
this
The
is
U.S. government is.
this is real because if you don't believe that, we'll kill you. Like literally.
We'll make it not real. We'll make it not real. You say it's not real. Guess what? You're not real too.
That's
Boom.
We'll make
See
you
ya.
not real, okay?
We'll make
So
you
that's-
not real.
That's the only thing keeping the U.S. dollar afloat until we move into
petrodollar.
until we move into the digital currency, which is they're trying to fast track that, aren't they? They're like, yeah, get this vaccine QR code. It's really for your health, bitch. I'm not stupid.
It's all about your health. Always.
Yeah, I need a QR code to live. What the? Am I beep boop beep boop?
Hey,
Am I a
man.
robot? What are you talking about?
I heard Joe Biden's QR code is going to cure cancer, bro. Come on.
Yeah, I heard
Yeah,
my mayor
what a
here.
weirdo,
The
right?
moonshot.
Like he's running as a presidential candidate, and he's saying, "I'm going to cure cancer. I'm the president." What?
Yeah, ARPA
That's what
H.
they promise your legacy to be, huh? You're going to cure cancer because first they have to create it in everybody, even more than it is now, because everyone's gotten used to cancer. Everyone knows everyone gets cancer now, but no one examines why do we get cancer? Can
Nope.
anything in this country, in this world, be preventative instead of like a reactionary thing? Can we have some aid that is for living aid and not just lethal aid? Can we please? These are basic things.
Hey, Lucky,
Yes,
could you wrench Susan? She's not wrenched yet.
I think I did. Didn't I?
I don't think it happened.
Yeah, there are cures for cancer out there. They just get squashed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and then
'Cause
they
big-
killed the dude allegedly.
Yeah, there's multiple cures for cancer, I think.
For
and
sure.
There are natural cures for cancer, but
Oh,
we don't
yeah,
have.
Exactly.
We don't.
I was gonna
Mushrooms.
say.
Mushrooms are one of the cures for cancer. Turkey tail
Yeah.
mushrooms have been
Yeah.
found in certain, studies and stuff like that with people.
Cannabis.
I
Yeah.
can't. I can't guarantee
Whole
or
plant
friggin' tell you to
extracts.
do anything, because I am not a doctor or a medical any kind of fungiologist. I don't know those things.
Right.
Neither is
have-
Bill Gates, and
I'm
yet he
happy to
doesn't
share
have any problem
info.
saying anything. Go on,
Huh?
Steve.
I'm sorry. I was saying I would happily share info with anybody who'd like to know about what seems to be cancer curing qualities of cannabis and whole plant extract. There's a lot of resources on that.
I got a video pulled about how the the cannabinoids and COVID. Yeah, I had a video pulled by YouTube because
But that's true, man. Cannabis is legit.
Yeah.
Cannabis is 100% legit. That's why I put weed in my White Claw. I got the cure for cancer. No, but seriously,
why-
there are multiple.
they don't know what
natural-
you're talking about, Ricky.
Oh yeah, we talked about this backstage before the
Yeah.
show in our digital green room.
Ricky
Shout out to
has
my
that-
friend Lena if you're watching. My friend Lena brought these White Claws over when we were hanging out one night, and we had this is a leftover. And she also another night she brought over this this like little. It's what the kids are doing, guys. It's what the kids are doing. There's like a little dropper of like strawberry banana flavored weed juicy thing, and you can drop it in like a drink that you're drinking.
It's
So
like
not only
it used to be acid back in the day.
Used
That was in a liquid
or
dropper.
tincture, the
Yeah.
glycerin tincture, kind of cannabis tinctures. That's the way to go, man. Fucking juice.
yeah,
Oh,
this is
yeah.
this is not the
Sure.
electric Kool-Aid acid test,
Sure.
but
A little less
it's the
intense.
next best thing.
It's a little more. You can do it, and still go to work the next day.
That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
That's
You're
right.
not still stuck in a loop or anything.
You're not seeing Fauci everywhere you turn. Yeah, it's
No
great.
Demon Fauci when you wake up.
I
and
know, right?
You don't have tuberculosis. It's fine.
Where did he get tuberculosis after all this? Oh,
I don't
man.
even know. Like he just, like we're just gonna bring this one up. This is he put all the diseases
These
in a
are
freaking
all
hat.
very, very.
Oh yeah, here we go.
serious
Here, Steve
diseases.
makes all this art, and there we go.
Very serious diseases. They all should get cures.
Oh no,
Oh my God, isn't it awful?
we need to go
Oh.
over to the Ukraine and give them the tetanus shots. They might step on some shrapnel and get the tetanus, so we need to stick them.
Oh, jeez, the tetanus. Ah,
Yeah, the tetanus.
Oh, you get that in your foot. Oh, forget
Oh.
it. It's dangerous. You
Stay
could
up
get-
to date on
you could
those.
catch tuberculosis.
Fuck that, man. They made me anti-vaccine. Like I wasn't all anti-vaccine. I was really kind of stupid. Now, you made me anti-vaccine, motherfuckers.
Yeah,
You
just-
did it.
Just
They deserve it.
information-
Thank you.
Information in general will do that with vaccines. Most people, if they're paying attention.
If they're paying, I mean, yeah,
At
it's
all.
it's a
At all.
slippery. It's a really weird world. It's a very complicated topic, but this one should they're gonna lose people, and they should lose people. This
Yep.
was a
Mhm.
reckless rollout, wildly reckless, and they tried to sell it like it was very normal. We're
Yeah.
gonna just try new technology on I don't know billions of people, literally
Just
billions of
everyone,
people.
just everyone you know. It'll be
Everyone
fine.
take this thing. It might change something in your body. I don't want to get too.
You
into
might
the
die,
detail-
but no, you'll probably be fine. But if you do die, it's not our fault, and you can't sue us. So don't
and you
worry
won't
about
know
Exactly.
for how many years?
right. Well, you're gonna get a strike.
We aren't even gonna wait a year to.
it. Well,
to
that
put
was
it out.
that was like obviously satirical and
This show is gonna get a strike. I'm trying to be so good
appropriate
today.
language.
I'm trying to be
Allegedly.
so
I-
good.
Fair.
Allegedly,
We're
we have to
not
say allegedly.
manifesting it. We're not going to manifest it. It's all satire, and
We're just
I-
a bunch of zany kids.
we I can't, like, I don't have the ability to freaking hold it back, and like I couldn't go on the hill. I could never go on the hill,
Yeah,
no matter
you
how
would get a strike
fancy
right
you
across
fucking
your
tried to
pretty
make me and
face.
polish me up. You can't. That's just not who I am. I'm
Are you-
not. I'm not.
Kim Iverson would put you in a headlock.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I don't think so.
Are you gonna die on that hill?
I think
Are you gonna die on that hill?
That's not my hill to die on.
Not mine. Ryan.
Oh
Oh,
God!
wow.
Can you imagine? You could not pay me enough to sit next to that man or have to deal with him. Oh my God!
Say man
Or the
again
other one.
with 2 syllables.
Wait,
please.
wait. What did I say?
You said man, but it had 2 syllables.
Man.
Yeah, MANN.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't fuck. I would. Oh, I would lose my shit on national television.
That's like national internet. What are you talking about? The
I know,
hill?
right? I'm
Are
like,
they on-
wait a minute here.
Are they on local TV anywhere?
I don't know.
I don't do TV anymore.
Is that a thing anymore? I
We don't
even
have
know.
cable. We have no idea.
I know.
It's been a good long
I
I
time.
have an antenna, but that's it.
I've gotten like
Right.
glimpses of people when they have cable and stuff, or like, before all this happened, you'd be at like a place where they'd have like, the tire store or something. They have a stupid TV or doctor's office. And like, I would see the commercials and I'm like, oh my God, this is so bad. This is so bad. No, this is awful. This is absolutely atrocious. I mean, how the fuck do we have all this goddamn Easter candy in the fucking stores when our fucking whole supply chain is down? But we the glyphosate arrived. The glyphosate is here.
We got plenty of chocolate with glyphosate. We made it in Iowa. It's delicious.
I don't fucking understand. None of it makes sense, Ricky. I'm trying to make sense of this world.
Nothing actually makes sense. I feel like they're really orchestrating a lot of what we think is actual news. It's like,
Yeah.
it's really bad.
I
'Cause
get why people put their head in the fucking sand and say, nope, I'm fucking done. I'm just going to follow the narrative
Just wake me
because
up for
it's
work.
easier. It's
Concentrate
easier for them to
anymore.
just do eat, sleep, work, eat, sleep, work. You know what I mean? They're I know what I have to do. I don't have to worry about all
It's
those
easy
things.
until it's not, though.
Exactly. But that's what
Until it
that's
comes
what-
for you, because it eventually comes for everyone,
That's
whatever
Yeah.
it is.
But that's the
But-
issue.
but
If you
they're comfortable ignoring it until then.
right, but if you shelve these things your whole life, and then when you're like, you're having like a midlife crisis because you're like, wait, everything's been a lie the whole time, and I've been ignoring it the whole time, and then you literally can't have a conversation with that kind of person because they're like, no, they're
irrational. Yeah.
they're completely irrational, and that's what I'm seeing with a lot of people that I've known like since college. Like they were pretty cool and open-minded. In college, everyone's cool and open-minded. It's college.
Sure.
Like that's what you do in college. You're just like, whatever. Let's
Whatever,
let's
bro.
get drunk and jump off of a roof of something. Like
Yes.
you just do dumb. Like you're
Wait,
just.
were we supposed to stop doing dumb things?
But like in college,
People
you're
are apt to do
whatever.
it then, though.
But like now, these people take themselves really seriously. But all they do is like repeat propaganda. I'm like, wait
Yes.
a second. You were so much cooler in college. You were so much cooler in college. What has
That is
happened
the-
to you?
That is the brutal reality
Bring
of,
the drugs
of
back.
becoming an adult and recognizing the people around you that are still stuck in their little fear porn fucking bubbles and never going to come out of them. They're just like not as well adjusted as they appeared even 10 years ago or whatever. It's fucking crazy.
I agree. And some of them have like kids and stuff, and I know
Yeah.
they're worked to death, and they have to do the family thing, and they got aging parents and
Yep.
people that are so busy they don't know what's going on because they have too many things to juggle. That's a great excuse at least, right?
Right.
But there are people that I know that are like, my age who don't have much going on, and they still are just like trapped. I'm like,
Yeah.
wait a second, you have a lot of time on your hands to figure out how the world works.
Right.
You just don't want to do it, or you just are you think
You know what
CNN
it is? I had a friend. I came by the other day, and I asked him. We have a friend that is in jail, and I said, hey, have you talked to him? Because they've been in there for I don't know what, at least the last year or so, and now they're close by, like very close to their house, like they could visit them. My friend works as a he delivers mail. It wouldn't be hard to deliver, to get a letter to this person, right? Like super, how easy access could it be? I mean, like literally you could drive the letter there almost, even though they would make it go through the mail, but you work in that field. So, have you heard from him? And he's like, I look at this letter on the counter every day. Now, see, and this is why I've been friends with this person for 20 years. Because I say, have you heard from him? And this is the answer. No, I look at the last letter from that person every day on the counter, and I look at it, and it bothers me as a person that I don't pick up and write them back. But at the same time, it doesn't bother me enough for me to do something about it. How fucked up! Like,
Whoa.
Apathy's a motherfucker.
that is the kind of relationships that I have with people in my real life. Like, then that's why I have like less now than I did. But yeah, like it bothers him as a person. It doesn't bother him enough to actually do something about it to change it. And that's where we're at. People are comfortable with the niche of where they are, that stranglehold of holding on to where they are, because it's like, oh, I want to hold on to this comfort as long as I can, and that's why I think we need to break this cycle, and we need to start intentional communities where hopefully we could grow our food. We could have our own society outside of this society that is falling. Like, I don't think that we are going to have the United States as a country years to come.
Yeah,
I don't. I think that this system is collapsing. We're failed. We are. We're not healthy at all in this country. And the only way that we're going to be able to do that is either to mass flee. I mean, do we really want to just leave? I don't. Or we decide to stand our ground and say, we're not doing that anymore. And we're prepared to be a little bit less comfortable and start our own communities and do our own thing. And we can be successful, but we have to put it in. We have to go all in. We have to have enough of us that commit, that are really ready to go all in, and that will do this, and that will start an intentional community. And imagine what we could do. Imagine what we could do.
Lucky, I love you guys. Thank you so much for letting me on for a little while, and get back to it. And I'll see you in the chat. Thank you so much. Bye.
Oh,
thanks, Jill.
Well, good to have you on. We love you.
Thank you. Love you too. Bye.
To respond to that, I mean, the parallel communities thing, obviously, that in a perfect world, that would be the direction we head. But this isn't 1492. We can't, I'm gonna go sail to India and end up in Florida or whatever. Like, we can't. we don't just land places and start a new world.
No,
like,
we don't.
It's so hard now, because what this new thing is, this new thing that they're rolling out is like the technocratic security surveillance state, police state, whatever thing. It's the panopticon, as people call it, right? We're living in this, and it's quickly approaching, like quickly approaching. So we're living in this ultra surveillance state like no one's ever seen or experienced before in their entire life. You can't just go start a community. Like, they're gonna find you. They're gonna hunt you down. They're literally gonna hunt you down if you go try to do this, because it's going to be fringe at first, and they're gonna squash it before it becomes popular. So what we have to do is get everyone to just say no. That's the only thing I see working. We just have to reject their bullshit, and we have to just keep complaining, keep being Karens on the internet, and say no government bullshit, no military bullshit, no intelligence, but none of it. We just reject the system outright. And if everyone's rejecting the system outright, they're going to have issues. And that's the only way that this works. Because we can't just go off and be like, yeah, we're going to, start our own Rajneeshi cults with all the Harvard engineers and have tantric sex in the forest. And it sounds great. It sounds fantastic. We can plant we can plant food where there's not barium and aluminum falling from the sky. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Great. Yeah. It sounds beautiful to just go and create a community, but they've got the whole planet on lock.
No, I know they do. I think the idea, though, is
I think we need to do both, though.
Is that if these systems that we live in now are crumbling, right? Yeah. At least here in America, there are plenty of rural places that you can be that you're not a part of it, and at least wouldn't be a part of it until the last fucking second. You know what I mean? And hopefully by that time you could, you know what I mean? The rest of the system is fucking crumbled. If you could stay out from underneath their fucking thumb, that's the best possible scenario. That's what I mean by like a parallel system.
There
so
are a
that
lot of
there is mutual aid available for people who want to fucking try to.
And there is a lot of these
Just not
intentional
fucking
communities that are
participate,
already out
opt out.
there. There is a bunch of them out there everywhere. A lot of people are getting land and then becoming like almost making it like almost like campground type, you know what I mean? Like where everybody has their own little lots and tiny houses in the communities in that way.
Yeah.
So I think that we need to kind of be working towards the end goal of what we want, right? Like if you think about in the global south, that's what they do. You know what I mean? Like they're not just like, oh yeah, you know, no, they go and squat on land and they take that land and they're like, we're living here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like how is it? Like you are born into debt, right? You're born, it costs money, and you are in debt your entire life. And when you die, you even leave a debt. So this is insanity, and it's based upon nothing but what? The petrodollar.
It's based on capitalism.
War.
The idea that
it doesn't even mean anything.
you can be born of the planet and be entitled to some fucking land. You know, that should be enough.
I should be able to occupy the
That should be
space
enough
under
right
my
there.
feet.
Like I was born on this planet. This is the planet I live on.
This is where
There should be a little chunk under a tree somewhere by a fucking brook for me somewhere. You know?
Yeah.
I don't think that's like too much to ask for.
the fact that it's like illegal.
But I understand that the police state
not-
and the surveillance state doesn't want us to be outside of that perimeter. They want to keep everybody on the inside of the fence, keep everybody on the inside of the dome, you know, because that's how you control them. And there has to be, you have to have that, like I was saying, like the Hogan's Heroes fucking mentality where, like, you know, they tunneled out from underneath that dome fucking years ago, you know, like that's, you got to like keep that like spirit of the whatever, the fucking pirate or fucking something, you know, the rebel, just like the insurgent, like, fuck you, I'm not going to be in your fucking shit. We're going to make our own shit. Revolutionary.
Yeah. It's got to be. Yeah, I think it has to be both. I think it has to be rejecting the system as it is, because it's the only thing that's going to buy you enough time too, right? Well, there are these certain communities that are already out there, but guess what? They're buying up land. Guess who their neighbor is? It's Bill Gates. Like Bill Gates has bought up a lot of that land. There's a reason he's buying up a lot of that land. It's not because he wants to be a farmer. Like that's not what Bill Gates is doing.
He's
right?
not just looking for a pair of overalls and a tractor.
Right. There's a plot here. You don't just buy up land in the middle of the country for no reason, right?
Yeah, like all the farmland.
It's accessibility.
What?
He needs that land.
Right. Well, when you buy up all the land, you're not like all those potential parallel societies are being wiped off the map, right? That's great places for like these groups to go. Getting out of that 5G, Internet of Things, Internet of Bodies, control grid, right? Yeah. Smart cities, which are coming. New York's going to be probably first. So they're buying up all that farmland in the middle of the country because that's where people are naturally going to try to escape to. And when you don't own the land, and when Bill Gates owns it, you're definitely not going to live there. I guarantee you.
You'd be a criminal.
Yeah, immediately.
They'll make you one of them homelessness criminals.
You're born a criminal. You're born a criminal, and you're born into debt. And you you don't get to take any. You don't get to take it with you, and it is just, it's insane.
That's why I think we owe it to everyone who lives to try to subvert that fucking shit they're trying to fucking do, man, every way that we can, and spread information and truth about it, and make inform everyone as much as you can, as much as it drives you crazy because the guy's still watching The View every morning with his coffee and shit. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, these people need to wake the fuck up.
Yeah,
they're way too comfortable, Ricky. They're way too comfortable.
I don't even know. I don't know what people actually think when they're watching The View, because I feel like they just think, you know what? It's just like gossip. It's it's morning gossip or whatever. I feel like they don't actually take it seriously. I hope they don't.
I hope so.
No, they hear the echo of who they like, and they have a team. It's all like a team sports. It's like, oh yeah, like I'm rooting for Whoopi
Yeah, it's like that affirmation of whatever spin they were spun earlier. It has to go around a couple more voices for you to for it to register. Like, oh yeah, Ukraine, we're rooting for Ukraine.
Oh,
Ukraine,
okay.
that's
Yeah,
right.
yeah. It's just
Got it.
because it's like all these different points of view. So you find a view that you align with, and that's your person.
Yeah.
And you feel like you've had some diversity because you've listened to those other points of view on this show. You heard them. You heard them on here. Even though they're, you know what I mean? They're really not. You know what you're supposed to say. If someone says that, you know what your person said, and that's what you're supposed to repeat.
Yeah,
That's your view.
it's just so wild. It's like I was working the other day and this woman was just like, "Oh, I saw this thing where like the Ukrainians took over this tank and they like blew it up and they killed people." And I'm like, "Why are we like so excited about killing people?"
Right?
Like these people are soldiers like I bet some of these Russian guys are like, "Damn, why do we have to do the thing?"
Yeah.
They don't want to be there. They don't want to go because their lives are in danger. They're leaving their families, man. Like this is like we always put poor people out there, and then we literally have poor people who aren't out there rooting them on. And when they die, you have one side cheering for their death, and the other side being like, "Oh, our guy died."
Dude,
it's like
this
is not a sporting event.
Self-fulfilling prophecy always with that. It's always the poor, the lower caste person who has to go away. Johnny was a good boy. He did his duty, and he died for his country. And what the fuck, man? When is enough? What the fuck? That's all you breed people for, is just to go fight your stupid fucking war.
Yeah, he died for the CEO of Pfizer. Congratulations.
Right. Congratulations.
It's
brought to you by Pfizer.
It's so awful. Oh my gosh. I don't want to play the whole thing because it's like a half an hour, but did you see the news to share Boogaloo leader Mike Dunn interview?
No, I have not.
Oh.
Do we have to watch a clip? I'm down.
Well,
I'm gonna put some of it on there for us because like you guys,
interesting cat.
I'm like,
that's all I'm gonna say.
This is interest. Yeah, like oh my god. Ricky, when I don't have a words to say the fucking thing, like, oh my god. I just like, it's like, God, like, we're fucking stupid. We're fucking stupid.
Agreed.
All right. We're fucking stupid. All right. So this is news to share. He does a breakdown with this, and I'll just play this.
In early 2021, one of the most prominent faces of the Boogaloo movement was Mike Dunn. Dunn was known for defiant protests where he would thwart gun laws throughout Virginia, catching one arrest for which charges were later dropped. Dunn suddenly backed away from the movement and scrubbed his presence from the internet following an incident in February 2021 where he turned in a would-be comrade to law enforcement. Mired by accusations of being a federal informant, Dunn all but disappeared until last month. In February 2022, Dunn resurfaced on social media, using TikTok to document an apparent journey to join the Ukrainian resistance against Russian invaders. On March 3rd, I sat down with Mike to ask about his plans for Ukraine and allegations that he is a federal informant. He has since confirmed that he is indeed in Ukraine.
We are recording this on March 3rd, 2022, as Mike's waiting for his passport. So, Mike, tell me about what are your plans for Ukraine?
So my intention currently is to go over there and volunteer in any capacity that I can, whether it be for the Foreign Legion with the experience that I do have, or the Ukrainian Army as a foreign national, a volunteer for a 3-year contract, or if I have to be a potato peeler, I'll peel potatoes, but I'm going to help in any way that I can.
How do you plan to actually get there and join the Ukrainian?
Okay, go ahead, Steve.
Do you know Danny McBride from Eastbound and Down?
Yes.
This kid talks exactly like him. If you listen to his accent, it's like spot on. It's like he's doing Danny McBride.
Did you look at his body language, like his hands? Watch his hand. Like that's. I almost didn't listen to anything he said because of the way his hands were moving. It was mesmerizing.
Yes.
It's as if someone's like controlling him or something. Like I don't know what he is. He might have like there might be some MK Ultra kind of stuff going on.
Yeah, he might have like some kind of
when you're an asset, like he's an asset of some sort.
Yes.
Like he might have some.
Yeah, it's worth a watch.
We're gonna start that over so we can watch the hands again. I gotta see these hands.
Have to watch the hands.
I gotta have to watch these.
Only in
Faces
the
of
interview.
The Boogaloo movement was Mike Dunn.
Oh.
Dunn was known for defiant protests where he would thwart gun laws throughout Virginia, catching one arrest for which charges were later dropped. Dunn suddenly backed away from the movement and scrubbed his presence from the internet following an incident in February 2021 where he turned in a would-be comrade to law enforcement. Mired by accusations of being a federal informant, Dunn all but disappeared, until last month. In February 2022, Dunn resurfaced on social media, using TikTok to document an apparent journey to join the Ukrainian resistance against Russian invaders. On March 3rd, I sat down with Mike to ask about his plans for Ukraine and allegations that he is a federal informant. He has since confirmed that he is indeed in Ukraine.
We are recording this on March 3rd, 2022, as Mike's waiting for his passport. So, Mike, tell me about what are your plans for Ukraine?
So my intention currently is to go over there and volunteer in any capacity that I can, whether it be for the Foreign Legion with the experience that I do have, or the Ukrainian Army as a foreign national, a volunteer for a 3-year contract, or if I have to be a potato peeler, I'll peel potatoes, but I'm going to help in any way that I can.
How do you plan to actually get there and join the Ukrainian fight?
So I'll get my passport at 2 o'clock today. I fly out Saturday. I'll fly to Warsaw, Poland. I have a Polish address I can quarantine at. And then I'll cross the border into Ukraine via vehicle, obviously, and go to the recruitment station I can't say the town, but go to recruitment station there, turn in my paperwork and say I'm here to volunteer.
And so which military apparatus do you believe that you'd be joining?
So I have all my paperwork for the Foreign Legion. I'm sending the rest of it in today with my passport, LE paperwork, my DD-214, weapons training, weapons certifications, etc. There were 2 volunteers in the embassy the other day that have already had their interview. They're getting a special visa, even though visas are waived. The Ukrainian embassy here is still issuing them. And they have no prior service experience, but yet they got accepted into the Foreign Legion because they had
all of this is above board.
It's normal. It's normal.
And talk with the embassy there. If not accepted into the Foreign Legion, then I'll go for the Ukrainian Army and sign a contract with them as a foreign national.
And to be clear, you do have U.S. military experience. You are a veteran.
Yes, I do. Not a combat vet, however.
Does that make a difference in your ability to get in and join?
Apparently not, because there are people that have gotten in with not even military experience. They just have relative experience with it. Law enforcement work, people that have gotten in with no combat experience.
No combat experience.
Yeah.
You're fine, right?
You're
like,
fine.
yeah. So, want me to keep going?
Yeah, this is weird.
Yes,
very,
right?
Very weird.
Oh my God.
He seems nervous, right? He's shifty.
Yeah. He's super cop-like. I don't know.
Yeah, he's
Super like fucking
Shift-
spooked, man. The
he's
whole
shifty.
thing.
Yeah.
He's just. I grew up in a military household. He's very much like that Navy guy, the Navy guy or something. Like that's what he reminds me of. Yeah. Heavily propagandized, trained. But yeah, let's see what else he's got to say.
People are joining without it.
My understanding was you were medically but honorably discharged from the United States Marines.
That is correct.
Is there any medical issue that would
Nope.
that could come up there?
I've actually been I've been cleared to even re-enlist here in the U.S. if I wanted to.
So it seems like you're serious about this.
Yes.
Why are you doing this?
I don't like Russia. I don't like Putin. I don't like a former KGB, USSR spy. I have no love for the man. I don't really care for NATO either. But on the same end, after watching the bravery of the Ukrainian leader, Mr. Zelensky, and the bravery of the Ukrainian people who have not had the right to bear arms as we do in the U.S., had to have an emergency vote to allow them to have arms. After watching that bravery, it inspired me to put money where my mouth is when I talk about liberty and freedom and go over there and help. Now, obviously, I'm against foreign militant involvement. I'm against the U.S. and the military over there. I'm against enlisting in your country's military and going to protect some other country or an asset. However, I'm all for individuals volunteering, and that's what I'm doing.
So you if you were still in the Marines, you wouldn't want to be deployed to Ukraine as a Marine. This is kind of like something you want to do individually.
Correct.
In the past, 2 years, your activism was basically in the world of the Boogaloo movement.
Correct.
What do you see as the intersection, I guess, between what you're planning on doing now and your time in the Boogaloo?
We stood for liberty and freedom for all people. We stood against violations of the NAP, the non-aggression principle. The Boogaloo movement is not what it was when I was a part of it. But when I was a part of it, that's what we stood for. And watching citizens be attacked, civilians be attacked and murdered in Ukraine, and watching big government, which is Russia, push in on Ukraine, I think going over there is in the spirit of the Boogaloo movement and embodies those ideals.
Are you trying to advance the cause of the Boogaloo movement, or is it just kind of that the Boogaloo movement inspired you to go there and do this?
I think that a lot of what I participated in while I was in the Boogaloo movement, I wouldn't say that I'm necessarily trying to advance the cause of the Boogaloo movement, as I've been kind of out of it for the past year and a half. But I will say that the Boogaloo movement is going to be represented over there by individuals who have given more to the Boogaloo movement than anybody crying online has. And we will represent the Boogaloo movement over there. If it furthers the cause, so be it.
When you say we, are you planning to bring other Boogaloos to Ukraine?
Yes. I have a few that are following me there. I have one going with me there.
This interview marks one of Mike Dunn's first discussions with the media in over a year. When Dunn first rose to prominence, he had described working at a jail as a radicalizing moment for him.
Wow.
Yeah, you're there. Now you're not unmuted. Go ahead.
Wow. You know, I'm just glad to hear that the Boogaloo movement is going to be represented in Ukraine by fucking
What the fuck?
the doofus.
Yo.
jobbers.
It gets better. Like
Fuck,
it gets
dude.
better. Like it's like
Ask
just as you
Magnus.
think.
Ask
like,
Magnus if he's on his way over to Ukraine.
I know.
Yeah.
I want to get Magnus on and like get
Oh, man.
Magnus to like
That's just the
tell me
funniest,
what
most
do you
Like,
think about this guy? Huh?
pretentious. Of
Right.
course, I'm against war unless I can fight in it.
Right. Like, what is happening? Like, what is the Boogaloo movement either? Like, he said we're going to advance the cause. What is your cause? Like, I don't
He's
understand.
So vague, dude. He's so vague.
I mean, like,
We're
like what?
Uh,
It's crazy because Magnus does like
fighting Russia.
like Magnus does like anti-war protests, and this guy's like, I'm gonna go to war to advance the Boogaloo cause. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to war to
Like-
fucking advance the anti-war movement.
How does Magnus like? How is he a Boogaloo boy and this guy's a Boogaloo boy? Like there.
That doesn't make sense.
It's
I
just
don't,
like
I don't see.
weird.
I don't think I've ever seen two Boogaloo boys that have the same like ideas. I don't think.
Yeah.
Like, is there a movement? Because I don't understand what they are.
I don't
Well,
exactly
I
get
don't
it
get
either
it.
because
Like,
ultimately Magnus is like a dude and he'll tell you straight up whatever the fuck it is he's saying or doing, right? And his intention, he will state it in no uncertain terms. This guy's like, yeah, I'm gonna go over there and fucking stand up for the Boogaloo boys and fight in the war. But I thought the Boogaloo boys were against war. So it's just
Yeah.
convoluted at best. I think he's actually just a federal agent, and I
Is
don't know
he-
why. I don't know why we get.
That's
to
what
watch
we
him.
get into. It gets into that a little bit. Like they kind of break this down. And I want to ask Magnus, Steve, while
like a
we're doing that,
radicalized-
well, like let me play more of this. You should
hold on, time out.
like you should let's tweet Magnus and see if Magnus can explain some stuff.
Time out. Is this whole thing like a psyop that the feds are pulling to make the Boogaloo
This
boys
guy?
look like? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he a like a spook psyop thing to push the domestic terrorism thing here? Is he really not like is he really not going to Ukraine? Or if he's going
I
to
don't-
Ukraine, it's a photo shoot or something. Like,
Yeah.
is it really to really push like the domestic terrorism thing so we can pass those anti-protest laws that are in like 30 something states right now?
Yeah.
We think
that are just
very
sitting there?
alike.
I think
We think
very
alike,
much
Ricky, because
that's
earlier when I
probably
played this, I
the
told
case.
Steve that. I said that I thought that, maybe this to like spin the Boogaloos as being positive towards this movement for a purpose. What is their purpose for doing that? And I said that to Steve earlier. I'm like, this doesn't seem right. And like, I really want to, I really hope that Magnus comes out and, because I don't know like a whole lot of Boogaloo boys, and I know he's not,
Right.
you know what I mean? He doesn't represent every person, but he can explain it better than I could.
Yeah.
We should Steve, you should write Magnus and see what he's doing. Write him on Twitter. I'm gonna play this though.
He said that seeing what he viewed as abhorrent treatment of inmates by law enforcement had turned him from a conservative
Oh yeah,
to
it
a
gets
libertarian.
really good. Oh my
And yet, he says, he spent the last year again as a correctional officer, even graduating from the Criminal Justice Academy of Central Virginia.
And so, speaking of those past year and a half, where have you been?
Working. I've been keeping to myself, staying out of the limelight. I actually took a job at a jail and put on a badge because I can't cry about a system if I'm not willing to be a difference in the system. And I worked my job like anybody else with respect, did my job correctly, and took care of those around me. I didn't put nobody in jail. I kept them safe while they were there and made sure they had what they needed.
So just to be clear, you became a jail guard again.
Correct. Became a correctional officer here in the state of Virginia.
So I remember way back July 2020, you talking about how what sort of turned you into a anti-government,
Correct.
boogaloo, etc., was hesitation with what you saw while working in a jail previously.
Correct.
The oppression of people and
Yep.
all that sort of stuff. How do you square rejoining that system?
Being a difference in it. We all whine about a system. We all cry about a system. But it's hard to cry about something if you're not willing to be the difference in that system. I learned a lot more with my year working at the jail again. I learned a lot of stuff. Everybody knew me. Everybody knew who I was and what I've done. But it was an interesting time to learn and be the difference that I feel they needed. And that's the best way I know how to answer that question. Is I cannot sit here and cry about a system if I'm not willing to try to be a part and change it.
How in the world did Mike Dunn, who's on Vice and all and photographed with guns and yelling about the boogaloo and everything, get another job in law enforcement after all of that?
That's an interesting question. I work hard. And I haven't in any way I had the
I'll work hard.
what I needed, the training that I needed, the experience that I needed, and I was somebody they were looking for. They were very well aware of who they hired. Once again, I won't state the jail association. They were very well aware of who they hired. They said they were willing to give me a chance. I took my chance. I had a great time working with them. The interesting thing is when I went to the academy, and I won't say what academy it was, but when I went to the academy, I was actually the terrorism class that teaches on domestic terrorism. I was actually a video of me was played in that class, and that was an interesting point in time there.
So in training about terrorists.
Yep.
Those hands, they freak me out.
Did you hear that? He was in a video in the class on terrorism. He was an example, and he was learning about domestic terrorism, and he was in the video that he was learning. Like, can you imagine you're like at a job and you're like, yeah, so like we're gonna play this video. It's gonna explain domestic terrorism, and then you're in the video.
Right.
As an example.
It's like the best safety practices video at every like grocery store job. To not die, don't tip over heavy things onto your head. Like it's but you're that actor in that video. Could you imagine?
Oh my god. I can't. Oh my god. When I was watching, I was like, what the fuck is happening? I'm like, what is happening in this right now? This is real. Oh my god. All right, I'm gonna play more because he's gonna explain about being in the class and learning.
I love how this is like a full-length expose on this fucking dude with like these shades and this golfer hat. Like what am I even watching
He looks
tonight?
like he's like the kid like trying to be at Fish Lot, you know what I mean? And like, I am totally not a spooks kid or something.
I'm a reformed boogaloo. I'm going to Ukraine. Like, what the fuck?
Yes. He's in boogaloo recovery.
I found God. I'm going to Ukraine.
I'm going to Ukraine because I like fighting and they have war. I'm against war, but unless I could be fighting in it.
And he's making himself out to be like the head of the boogaloo movement. It's not the same as when I was in it. He goes into that. I'm like, what the hell? Okay, I
auditioned myself from it, but I know everything about it because I spy on them. It's weird. It's so weird. I'm still in the Discord. They don't remember that I'm still in there.
I know, right? Oh my!
You're muted. Oh, we're going.
See yourself as the terrorist.
Correct.
On the screen.
A video from Richmond on lobby day was played.
Did they make that connection? Were you sitting there with a smirk on your face, or were they like, and here's the current student, former terrorist?
Everybody had a lot of questions. There was some hatred. Some people were like, oh wow, Everybody had questions. The guy instructing the class told me, hey, give me some accurate information on the Boogaloo movement so that I can make my PowerPoint more accurate from somebody who's in it and not just stuff that we've gathered offline or from other sources. And so I gave him some more information to help him kind of understand the movement more so we could teach about it from a better perspective. But it was definitely interesting. People had a lot of questions.
But you weren't presenting yourself as a former. Like, you weren't saying like, oh, I used to be in this and now I've switched sides. You're just...
I never said I switched sides or anything like that. They knew that I hadn't had a news article on me in months. So they knew I was just, chilling at that point.
What precisely happened on the night of February 3rd, 2021 remains a mystery. Both Mike Dunn and the man he turned in, David Phillips, offered extremely different explanations. That night, Dunn left messages for a Florida-based Boogaloo boy named Marcus Suarez, preempting allegations of being a so-called snitch.
Some bad stuff went down. Somebody else got arrested, and I may be walking free because I haven't done anything wrong. The other person is the only one in the wrong, and it's going to make me look like a snitch when I haven't done anything wrong. So whatever you may hear, just please keep it quiet because I have not done anything. I really don't know what to do. I have nowhere to go right now. But I know that if I walk free, it's going to make me look like a snitch when really it's just because I haven't done anything wrong. I love you, buddy. Bye.
In a later phone call, David Phillips also called Suarez, alleging that Dunn had set him up.
If you tell people what happened here, a lot of guys are going to fucking be heartbroken. And they're going to be like, damn, man, if Mike Dunn was a rat, like, why should I even try? You know what I mean?
Okay, just to come out clear, he came out clean to you saying that he's with the FBI.
Yes.
Phillips was later arrested and served a 10-month sentence in federal prison for illegally possessing ammunition as a felon. Now, a year later, I asked Mike to clarify his story of the events that had taken place.
So, I mean, a year and a half ago, the thing that seemed to take you off the map was a situation in Maine regarding David Phillips. So, in your own words, what happened there?
So, I met Mr. Phillips back in maybe September of 2020. Well, actually, it was before that when I was in Texas doing political work for YAL, Young Americans for Liberty. Mr. Phillips reached out to me not knowing who this gentleman was, and began sending me donations to support a lot of things we were doing. And I'm talking good money donations. The gentleman had no job. I don't know where he got the money, anything like that. But I was young and naive, so I accepted it. I was happy. And he told me, he said, you come on to Maine and we can set up like a Boogaloo Boy compound type thing. I was all hyped about it. I picked up gear, a lot of gear, got prepared for the trip to Maine, joined Mr. Phillips. We proceeded to Maine. We were there for a little while, and apparently Mr. Phillips was...
Okay, I just want to clarify. I don't want to make a Boogaloo encampment or anything. Like that's not what I'm going for. And you guys made me laugh so hard. I'm over here like crying, like laughing so hard. Oh my god, this guy is a walking contradiction if he was walking, But seriously,
yeah.
Seriously,
I don't know what's going on. This is some weird spook shit.
Yes!
It's some crazy spook story. It's like a spook opera,
it's just too much. It's too much. It's like too on the nose. It's like, what is happening?
Yes. There's a lot of really on the nose things happening.
It's like you can't even if you were trying to take how does he even follow that? How do you even keep that straight? That kind of information that goes upside down and twisted and backwards. How do you even keep your story straight?
It seems like poorly written, just plot line. Just like this. It keeps looks shifting to one thing to the other. Then he said, and this guy said, well, then now this guy said you're a Fed. And that makes you a snitch because you said something about something. And just this continuing drama.
And this guy was luring me back to his compound. I don't know where he got all this money. What the fuck? Really? And he's going to Ukraine. So let's find out.
Right. Well, he's gonna stand up for
He's gonna stand up for the Second Amendment right. It just doesn't make sense. And he's talking himself about himself as though he is the head of the Boogaloo movement. And if you watch closely, you can see things get co-opted. You can see it live.
Using drugs really bad. I was not aware of that. So he began being very haywire. He actually came when he picked me up in Virginia. He drove me to Maine. He met my parents. My parents were very wary of him because of how he acted. He was very wired. But I was young and naive. I went with him. I got to Maine. Some situations unfolded. Mr. Phillips began talking out of his head. Even talked about at one point planning to bomb a hospital. He had explosive devices. Once again, I don't agree with getting charged for possessing these items, but I do want to make note of something. When I finally said, okay, I've had enough, I want to leave, he refused to let me leave. I made him let me leave. Long story short, I drove to the police station and I told him what was going on. I was 100% upfront. I did not want to use the police, but it was either use them for the job that they're supposed to do or, you know, take somebody's life to stop something from happening and go to jail for 10, 15 years. And so I went ahead and I told them what was going on. It took them about 5 days to arrest him. I think there were like 4 separate agencies used. I know that when he was arrested, at the time he was arrested, I know this for sure, 100%. He had 2 fully automatic weapons on him, which once again, I do not agree with being charged with, but I want this made note of. He had 2 fully automatic weapons on him, explosive material, thousands and thousands of rounds of ammunition, some of which was mine, which I had to fill out a paperwork for the ATF to get back my ammo. But in the end, he was only charged with possession of 200 rounds of ammunition. And they only charged him from a video footage at a store where he bought the ammunition. That store has a video of me buying my ammunition, but I bought mine legally. I paid for it myself. I bought my own ammo. I took care of it because that was another accusation floating around was Mr. Phillips was buying ammunition for my gun. Mr. Phillips donated a lot of money to me. I used a lot of money to buy ammunition for myself. I'm on video there at the store buying ammunition. Mr. Phillips was on video at the store buying ammunition. They arrested him based off of that. He did 10 months and was released. I was obviously notified because of the initial conflict there between the two of us. And that's all he did. He did 10 months for possession of ammo as a felon with 54 prior charges, several of which are violent. And he walks away with a charge of 200 rounds of ammo with me knowing what all he had there. And it raised a lot of questions for myself mentally because obviously everybody started going crazy. The first phone call I made when I was leaving, I made to a gentleman, I won't say his name. You know who he is. And I said, this is going to make me out to look like a Fed. And that's what happened. A lot of your people sitting on their butts in the movement and that haven't gotten out there and protested, haven't gone to Richmond and broken the law, or Newport News and broken the law, open carrying, willing to give up their life for their rights. They've just been posting online. A lot of them started, calling me a federal informant. And so I stepped away from the movement so it wouldn't cause as much division.
Fucking wonder why.
With me, if you haven't noticed, there hasn't been much activity in the Boogaloo movement since I've walked away. There's been a few minor protests, nothing really major. And
kind of a big deal.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's kind of what happened. I do not regret what I did. I've slept well at night.
He slept well.
I did what I felt was
You
right.
don't look like you sleep much,
buddy. I ask
buddy.
myself is why would somebody out of the blue who I don't know who they are, who doesn't have a job, send me several $1,000s, convince me to come with him, and then try to get me to participate in violating the non-aggression principle against civilians to make history. And then in the end, because I flip the tables, I'm the one that turns out to be a Fed, and it ruins my voice. It raises some very interesting questions.
So, I mean, you turned him in because you believed that he was going to commit a violent act.
1,000%, yes.
And then he's only charged for ammunition.
He's only charged for ammunition.
What do you make of that, and how do you respond to people in your movement who have basically looked at that and said, therefore, Mike turned him in for ammo?
Correct.
And so Mike's probably an informant.
This is a question I want to ask anybody who says that. Number one, I want them to ask themselves, why would the federal government burn a federal informant like that on such a simple charge over ammunition? Number two, why would the federal government use
because you're disposable
to get a man over just solely ammunition? Why? Why would it take so many for just possession of ammunition?
So they can study Ukraine.
And three, a movement that I loved and I gave everything for. I ruined certain aspects of my life for. I built the movement. I made the movement, helped make the movement extremely big. Why would I do all of that just to bust on one guy for 200 rounds of ammo. It's not logically consistent.
Why?
And that's all
Why
I want
would
to
he
ask the
do it?
movement to think about. I don't want my spot back in the movement, but I want the movement to understand and ask themselves these questions because it's not logically consistent. I would ruin all of that for the sake of 200 rounds of ammunition. There are so many other people that could be taken down for bigger issues. Obviously, there was something more to that than just ammunition possession. And I think that's all I want the movement to do is ask themselves those questions.
Are you implying that David was doing what you are accused of?
I hate accusing anybody of being a Fed. I've only accused one person of helping the federal government. Throughout my whole time, I've only accused one person of that. I'm not accusing David Phillips of that, but I would like people to ask themselves questions of why would somebody who doesn't know me donate thousands of dollars, invite me to come live with him, plan something like that, expect me to participate, and then when it's all done, walks away with basically no charges and supposedly done 10 months in jail with 54 prior charges. It doesn't make sense. And so at the end of the day, I'm not accusing him of being a federal informant.
It's a lot of charges.
But I am.
Guess what? You're both assets.
I'm accusing the situation of not being die. And I'm completely 1,000% rejecting the idea that I am or was or ever were a federal informant.
So in your telling of that story, you did just describe speaking with local law enforcement about
Correct.
that issue. I'm sure that the feds were up your butt during that time period.
Yes.
What communications have you had with feds?
Anytime that anything has happened, I've always been questioned. I've always been asked questions. Whether it's a phone call or a visit, I've always been asked questions. I've made it clear from the start to the federal government that I would answer any questions they had about the Russian government and their involvement with the interview they did with me. I would answer questions about that, but I was
talking about RT.
Correct. But I would never answer questions about Boogaloo Boys.
Yes.
No Boogaloo Boys ever been arrested.
What the fuck?
That's the reason I got arrested. David Phillips, when that situation happened, they tried to veer off the path and ask other questions about Boogaloo Boys. I made it clear to them, I will not talk about Boogaloo Boys. David Phillips was not a Boogaloo Boy himself. I've got photographs of him as a Trump supporter, fighting Black Lives Matter groups here in D.C. As recent as 2 months prior to the situation that we had. His claim to be a Boogaloo Boy, he never was a Boogaloo Boy. When I even got there camping, I found Nazi books underneath his bed inside the back of his camper. As I was snooping, because I'm an interested person, I want to know who am I staying with. That I go there.
He's a Fed.
I don't think it was Boogaloo. But I've never said anything on any type of Boogaloo individual. I've even got one. Let me see if I can remember his name. Rhino. He goes by Rhino 6. That has even accused me of sending FBI to his house. For one, Rhino 6 is a clout chaser. It's been proven. Two, anytime I've asked directly okay, well, what question did they ask you that only me and you knew that he claims happened? He's never been able to tell me that question. He's never been able to tell me what they said. He just says, I've got the information. I'm going to release it one day. Okay, well, if you really had the information, then release it and show your side. Tell the fact. But don't sit here and just tell these ideas and not back them up with proof. But, he got visited. But people seem to forget that at the end of the day, all of us have been visited. We've all had our door knocked on. Just because they come to you and they say something to you doesn't point to one person. I've had so many questions asked me, and then I have to rack my brain and wonder, okay, who's saying something? Because I've said something to a couple different people about this. Somebody talked. It all happens.
It happens.
But I vehemently refute that.
So, as you were just describing the thing about David Phillips, you did actually just sort of say that at some point the FBI asked you about him.
About who?
About David Phillips. Did you talk to the FBI about David Phillips?
The FBI actually showed up at the police station when I was talking to them about everything that was going on. I guess
They just showed up at the police station.
Just happened to be there.
They rappelled
showed up
in
with
from the
some questions,
ceiling. I'm
because
sure.
obviously it's a
I'm
serious
sure.
situation when you go to a police station
What?
and you say, "Hey, I've got."
All of a sudden, there was a
wants to kill me,
chopper, and then
refused to allow me to leave. I had
agents.
to get myself out, and then on top of that is
They didn't. Do you notice these key words that he's saying? Like, they didn't allow me. I had to get out myself. They showed up. They dropped it. What the fuck are you talking? Like, really, dude? Like, he's talking like he's like in control of anything.
This is insane. Like he's like, they accuse me of being a Fed. They accuse me of being a Fed.
But
And
I'm
then the
not,
guy-
and this is why.
And then he goes
Yeah.
on to tell you why he looks like a Fed like 8,000
Right. The
times.
guy's like, so what's your what's your interactions with feds? He's like, well, this time, I was snooping through some other guy's shit this time.
It's
Like he
are
listed
you
like a
trying to
million.
convince us you are a Fed? Because
Right.
you're really doing a good job.
But they
He's
keep
the
thinking
worst.
I'm a Fed. Why do they think that? Why do they think that?
He's like Jim Carrey in Liar Liar. He can't help it. He's just like, and then I was a Fed, and then that other time I was a Fed, and now I'm a Fed. I mean, no.
Oh my God, Aram said the ninja outfit I was wearing while I was snooping. Well, that's just my ninja pajamas.
Right.
Oh my God,
that
you
smoke
guys killed me.
disappearing. That was just my,
That's just my smoke bombs. You know,
I
I
think
just
my
they're
smoke bombs. Yeah. I don't know what that is.
I don't know. I saw it in the Scooby Doo commercial. I'm just, you never saw me.
I think they're in DC gamer because like it's slightly when I was listening to it earlier. I think I was hearing what I thought was protests maybe
Well,
happening.
the Washington Monument looks like it's to the left there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's what I was gonna say.
That's
too.
what I thought. Okay.
That is just like the most uncomfortable interview and stuff, and he's like giving away all the fucking juicy fucking stuff. Like the guy's like, yeah, but you know those guys, the feds were right up your ass, right? And he's like, well, not really, but well, yeah, you know they were there at the police station.
I mean, you know, just the
They didn't run
FBI.
in. They had their ninja pajamas on too.
Jesus Christ. But this is
Oh my God, Peace
this
Dove.
is the future
Look,
of the
Peace
foreign
Dove nailed it.
Ukrainian Foreign Legion Brigade.
You can just
Brothers.
tell he's wearing khaki pants, guys, with like white sneakers.
And right off camera to his left, there's a tiki torch.
That's right.
I mean, it goes really well with the Boogaloo outfit. Where's his Boogaloo outfit? What happened to his Hawaiian
where's the
shirt?
shirt, buddy? Huh?
Where's
know.
the shirt?
He is
distanced
not
himself.
representing. He
He's
said
since-
he said I won't talk about it except for I'll tell you all the fucking innermost.
all about
workings
it.
and
I
details.
distance myself, but I hang out with all these guys and I know everything they're doing and I'm pushing the movement. What are you talking about? Like I don't
Vicky
understand
must
what's
have been
happening.
around here before because I always say check his shoes. You could always tell if it's a Fed by their shoes. Vicky, you know, you you might have heard me say that a few times. I always say that.
That's an old
There
one
are
from-
Feds with dreads.
That's
Check
right,
his
Feds with
shoes.
dreads. Fucking that's an old
Oh,
one from Grateful Dead lot, man.
It is,
They were
yeah.
running
You
that
always
shit in the
know.
80s, bro. I
If you
remember.
come with brand new Birkenstocks with socks on, it's likely that they're probably a Fed
Right, it's like,
or Steve.
does that guy got
But
docs
Steve-
on? Or what the fuck?
I know.
Yo.
Yeah. Al wants to see his eyes. Oh my God.
Yo, this guy was donating thousands of dollars to me. So I followed him up to Maine. Is that what he said?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and I want
yeah.
you to think about why he would do
Yes.
that. I want people to think about that. But I'm not a Fed. I want you guys to critically think about that
He was
thing.
donating thousands of dollars to me. What? For
Like,
what?
Like, I mean, he's either
That was
gonna like
Boogaloo?
like
Something?
he was gonna lure you to like be in the hole in the ground and it puts the lotion on the skin. Like what the fuck did you think was happening?
lotion in the basket?
Shit on the basket. He thinks it's a Buffalo Bill opportunity. He's like,
Right.
all right.
He's like,
I
oh,
followed
I
him to
thought you said
Maine."
Boogaloo, not Buffalo. Bill."
I'd fuck me. I'd fuck me. I'll pay you thousands of dollars to fuck me. What is? I don't know.
Follow me to Maine.
Yeah, follow me to fucking Maine, you fucking Boogaloo boy. You can call me Boogaloo Daddy boy. None of this makes any sense whatsoever.
L, that
He-
Boogaloo
Puts
boys
the Boogaloo on
wear
the
a
skin.
Hawaiian shirt.
Boogaloo on the
They're the Hawaiian shirt boys, and I don't think that he represents what the
No.
ideology is of a
No.
Boogaloo. Boogaloo is not that.
Right.
Don't think that's
There's a
true.
Proud Boys, which are the Bumblebee boys, right? They look like bumblebees. They have the yellow and the black.
They're really
They're
into
the-
that Blind Melon song, No Rain.
They're
The
really
Yeah.
the
that
worst.
video with the little, they idolize the little.
Yeah,
I
the
got-
Boogaloos wear Hawaiian shirts though. That's like their thing, and they carry like semi-automatic weapons, and they
Yeah,
like march in like Black Lives Matter.
They
like,
provide
route-
protection, like they are
Yeah,
security
they're
and
like
stuff.
providing security, and they fucking
Yeah.
hold it down. Yeah, so I don't think
This guy might
Mike
be
here really-
portraying himself as that. I mean,
don't
like
think he's
there's
as
no.
responsible as he lets on.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
makes himself seem to be like he is the movement. He is it. But it's not a monolith. You know what I mean? Like nobody's a fucking monolith.
I
But
think
this guy
I,
thinks.
Everybody's a monolith.
I feel like the feds are threatened by the Boogaloo movement, whatever it is. I don't really know it that well.
Probably.
And I think they've infiltrated it, obviously.
Yeah.
Clearly. But I think they're also like planning something bigger. I feel like this is going to they might actually, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but there might be some kind of false flag that they're cooking with this. This is an elaborate train wreck of something happening here. I don't know
It's
what
a
this
ruse.
is. It's weird. It's
It's one
very
of those
weird.
Federal ruses where there's like 3 levels of chess going on, and
There's layers.
Yeah,
and they're making the Boogaloo movement. It's already very kind of confusing and elusive and kind of fringe and unclear as to what it is. Right. That's why it gets such a bad rap.
Yeah.
But what they're making it very confusing. And when things are very confusing, it's the perfect time to stage a false flag event where someone gets hurt or something happens, right? And they're gonna blame the Boogaloo movement, the people that are like actually openly carrying guns and protecting people that might have a different ideology than they do.
Sure.
Unifying people that aren't supposed to be coming together, right? And then they're gonna use that to pass new laws. I mean, and not allowing people to protest or assemble or whatever.
Right.
I see all this being part of one bigger, much bigger plot. That's what I see.
Did you guys hear
I don't think
something
that's
about
far off the mark.
the Mass Pike getting shut down on Sunday morning?
Yes.
P Stuff said maybe this is the guy that was involved.
Maybe it was.
Shit.
Weird shit like that.
Oh my
happens,
gosh.
so, like, unreportedly, like a lot of times, man, the cops shut down the fucking highways.
And
The
we're
cops
all in the
shut it
same
down
area,
really
because
easily
you're
around here.
only like what, couple hours, 2.5 probably hours from us. We're in Connecticut, southeastern by Mohegan Sun. So
okay, not far.
Yeah, we're not like hours away, but yeah. And then P Stuff, I think you're up in Mass, right? There's a bunch of us that are all in the same area. Choosy that we see in the chat all the time. Choosy, Choosey's in Jersey.
Don't give up the coordinates.
I don't have any coordinates.
Fucking Mike Dell will be on the phone.
But
Shut it up.
yeah, I wonder if that guy is the one, Oh, Al, I love Ricky Rants too.
Yeah, I want to
Thank
thank
you.
you for hanging out with us.
I know.
Thanks for having me.
So much fun.
Yeah,
I
this
know.
is
I've been
fun.
like, yeah, we are gonna do this again. We're not done with this one, but we're gonna do it again. Just so you know.
Yeah.
I reserve my right to have more Ricky Rants.
I think that the film strip part is like my favorite so far. This interview is.
This is freaking
it's so satisfying on so many levels.
It's funny that we have the same reaction. Like as I watched some of this early, some of this is like brand new reaction for me now at this point because I didn't watch the whole thing. But I'm like, oh my gosh, we have like the same. Like when I'm hearing you say stuff, I'm like, oh my god, like our brains think alike.
Quit that.
I know.
We don't encourage that kind of.
Well, we don't want like echo chamber, but it's funny because it's not like I knew how you were gonna react or how I was. Like we didn't review this or know that we were gonna watch this.
We weren't fed information from social media.
P-Stub said it was on.
Well, I haven't been on social media, but
was on the
I guess on the FedTube a little
was
bit.
in the springtime. There was a whole bunch of militia on the Mass Pike headed to Maine.
Oh my god! I wonder if that. We're gonna have to look into
Viva
that.
La Revolution.
We're gonna need to know. All right, I'm gonna play more of this guy. Oh god, I really do like his glasses. So.
They're old school. These are
I
old
like
school.
I like the pink,
Yeah.
like they remind me like you need like a Technicolor jacket to go with
They
it.
remind me of like raves or something.
This is like Miami Vice or something, right?
Yeah.
Do they work at this kind of stuff on that show? I don't know. It's
I'm
pretty
not
old.
sure. Something
He's
about
got a pretty nice
it's
clean
near
shirt.
to
though.
that certainly.
Look how clean his shirt is. He's the guy who would come in the tattoo shop in the freaking 90s, and he would want the tribal tattoo that wrapped around his forearm.
Mhm.
Yeah, because his bicep, because that was always the thing. Always, they always wanted the fucking goddamn tribal tattoo,
Mhm.
or a kanji. They wanted to freaking
What do you call that? A Chad?
Yeah, I think they're called chads. If you stereotype him into being that type, yeah, he kind of fits. All right, I'm gonna play our Chad, Mike Dunn.
A hospital. You've got federal agencies that are going to get involved. They took my statement concerning David Phillips, but once again, I repeated to them, I'm only here to talk about David Phillips. I'm not here to talk about anybody or anything else.
So there are going to be people who listen to this and then semantically say, so you gave information to the FBI
Correct.
about David Phillips.
And to them, I'm going to say, 100%, I do not regret it. I did give information to the government about David Phillips because David Phillips is a terrible individual, and I stand by that. I stand by that choice. I do not regret it, and I would not change it.
So other than that, what communications have you had with them? You said that they've rang your phone.
Always asking questions, man. Anything that happens, it's like Kenosha, the bomb in Nashville. Anything that happens that has some type of semblance. Hey, do you have to know anything about this? Nope. I'm not talking to you. All right. Well, you have to make the attempt to reach out. Well, you've made your attempt to reach out. I'm not going to talk to you. Have a good day. Goodbye. And that's what the extent of the conversations have been.
So you've never actually given them anything other than David Phillips and RT?
Correct. I have no reason to.
What about after January 6th? Your name came up in the impeachment.
I know. It was interesting.
How did January 6th change the layout for you?
It didn't really change.
This video gets all the things, all the feels.
The forces that were involved, as far as the federal government goes, they knew who was there and who wasn't. I wasn't there until like 6 o'clock that night. I posed in front of the FBI in the J. Edgar Hoover building. I took pictures there. We took pictures elsewhere, but we weren't directly involved in any of the events that took place the day of January 6th.
Returning sort of to the Ukraine situation,
Correct.
With the amount that the feds are clearly aware of you, the work that you've done, are you concerned about the possibility of being on a no-fly list? Do you think that your past Boogaloo activity is going to stop you from being able to actually make it into public in Ukraine?
I think that from reading online, if you're put on a no-fly list, the DHS has to send you a letter saying that you're on a no-fly list. The problem with people just finding out by trying to fly is because they try to fly so soon after January 6th and found out at the airport they're on a no-fly list. It's been over a year since then. My activities, I've never received a letter saying I'm on a no-fly list. I'm not a threat to national security, so I don't believe I'm on a no-fly list.
And so, as far as going to Ukraine, now that
but he's going to Ukraine.
Year and a half sort of gap in you being a public figure, and then you sort of show up again, start doing this stuff. There are going to be people who say that this is you trying to rehabilitate a reputation.
Correct.
That you get written off as a Fed and you just vanish.
Yeah.
You come back, and now you're on TikTok saying you're going to
Yeah.
fight the Russians. Are you trying to rehabilitate the image of Mike Dunn?
I would not go to a place where I'm going to potentially sacrifice my life with a huge chance of dying for nothing, for a social media presence. I have been documenting it so that people can understand how to do it and people can follow the journey and get actual news of what's going on. And that's the sole purpose of that. As far as returning as a public figure, I could have done plenty of things stateside that are a lot safer than going into the middle of a combat zone to garner a public spot again. So this is not any attempt to garner public recognition. This is just an attempt to help the people of Ukraine.
Dunn, along with a fellow Boogaloo movement participant named Henry Hoft, have continued to post updates on his TikTok since arriving in Ukraine. During the March 3rd interview, I asked Dunn about what it means to bring TikTok to a war zone.
What does it mean to be taking TikTok into a war zone? It's the most Gen Z thing.
It is the Gen Z thing. It's rather comical. It's also going to hurt a lot of people when it comes to operational security. But at the same time, it's real life footage. It's not just the media saying one thing, whether that be the left-wing news media, the right-wing news media, or someone who's unbiased.
Operational.
It's going to be real life footage of us people, or anybody over there. People uploading TikTok videos now that they're fighting. It's real life footage of them there in the middle of it, explaining what's going on.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Do you speak Ukrainian?
No. However, most Ukrainians under the age of 40 speak English, as it is becoming a requirement over there.
So
he makes me wonder.
I think I'll be all right. I'm still going to attempt to learn as much as I can, but it's also a very commonly spoken language over there with Ukrainians under the age of 40.
Do you speak Russian?
Nope, don't speak Russian either.
I mean, honestly,
I'm American. I speak American.
American.
Thing that
Straight up.
About doing. Are you concerned about becoming
Titties and bear, man.
a Russian POW? Is that really something you're prepared to do in someone else's war?
Well, a two-part answer to that. One, every war we fought since I would say since even the war of, I'd say since 1865, the end of the Civil War. And I'm gonna include the World War.
You're just gonna randomly,
Looks good, you
It's
know.
not been for us.
Sounds good. They
I
didn't tell
understand
me
the
that
bombing of
part.
Pearl
I don't
Harbor,
know.
understand the distribution thing, but a lot of the
I think
wars
every
were
war since the 12 Years War.
necessarily
I don't
different.
remember years real
So,
good, so I just
I
say
volunteered.
war.
I signed up at
And
17 years
you
old,
put the year
with
next
the
to it.
understanding that I could fight
Every
somebody
war
else's
since the war.
As I stated before, I'm against
Ever
foreign
since
intervention.
there
Now,
was a
foreign military
war.
intervention, but I'm for volunteers. As far as going over there to fight somebody else's war and becoming a POW in someone else's war, I believe Russia announced today that any foreign volunteers will not be treated as POWs, which the only thing you can take from that is they will be killed.
Oh.
I know they spoke of public executions.
Every war since the War of
I don't think
300,
anybody's
starring
prepared
Gerard Butler.
and be mentally prepared for it. I'm not. But at the same time,
This
I'm
is
willing,
America.
and that's the difference. I've had a lot of people say, "Hey, bro, it's not Call of Duty, bro." One, I
Hey,
don't play
bro.
Call of Duty. But
You want to
two,
play Call of Duty,
I
bro?
understand it. You know, it's not the
Go
point
to
of I think I'm
Ukraine,
gonna go
bro.
over there and be Rambo. It's the fact that I'm willing to go over there and help.
He
in
wants to
capacity
be-
that I can, and I'm willing to suffer the repercussions.
Fucking
I mean,
Rambo,
so,
son.
bluntly, you're really prepared to die for someone else.
Well, I've seen a lot
I
of
wouldn't say that I'm
Sylvester
prepared to die
Stallone
because
movies,
no one's
and
mentally prepared to die.
it seemed like a
Oh
really
my
good
god.
idea.
Okay, this is. We only got like 2 more minutes. but
What
I
the
pro-
fuck?
I know.
He's like, yeah, you know, I like to play Call of Duty with my homeboys, and so I'm going to Ukraine. Let's play Call of Duty for real, boys. Come on,
Yeah.
America.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. Maybe people need to stop digesting video
Ah,
games so much as
dang, no.
you know. That's not what that is. That's not. That's all right. We'll just we got.
Dang, man.
Oh my God. This is how we're selling war to Gen Z. It's like,
Yes.
yeah, well, I'm enlisting to go over there to peel potatoes and maybe be in a war so I can do it on TikTok and be a social media star. I want to be like Rambo, not Call of Duty, but Rambo. What the-
Rambo.
That's how this is war. This is how
Yes.
we talk about
This
war.
is propaganda.
This
shit.
is it right here.
This is how we're
Holy
doing it.
shit.
In case you wanted to get off your couch and go fight for something.
I will stay on my couch. I will stay.
Well, yeah.
Fuck, dude.
Yeah.
God
Oh my
damn.
god. Yeah. All right. Here we go. Here's the last like 2 minutes.
Die for somebody else's
Mikey
war,
Dunn, ladies and
somebody else's
gentlemen.
freedom,
Michael
someone
Dunn.
else's liberty, regardless of my disagreements with NATO or my disagreements with Putin. I'm against attacking civilians, and
My
I stand by those
disagreements with
civilians.
Putin.
And from earlier,
And
it sounded
NATO.
like you're planning on being there for the long term.
Because they're like real. They're like his buddies. You know. Like
He's like,
he.
you know, I called up Vladimir and I said, I'm gonna come over there, but don't make me come over there with my Boogaloo boys.
And he's bringing Boogaloo Boys with him to Ukraine to fight, and he's going to talk about it.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're almost done.
This is correct. So initially, I'm either going to volunteer with the Legion, which I'm turning all my paperwork in for. If for whatever reason not accepted with the Legion, I will volunteer as a foreign national for the Ukrainian army.
Which would mean a contract
of 3 years, correct?
Even if this conflict de-escalates, if
Correct.
it returns to the way that
I'm
it
still
was
going to
from
stay over
2014
there.
to 2020, like,
I'm going to stay over there as long as I can.
is there
As
anything
long
else you want people
as
to
long
know
as the
about
Chinese
Ukraine?
keep TikTok on, I'll be over there.
Not about Mike Dunn.
Because I keep getting the Wi-Fi signal. I'm gonna hang out.
Yeah,
Defend the
I'll be
Second
there.
Amendment, because
Peel
if you do not,
potatoes.
you end in the same spot Ukraine is, where they have to have an emergency vote to allow their people to.
We'll peel them damn taters. I will peel them damn taters on the TikTok with the bombs going off in the background.
Them taters ready, honey? Honey, we need some more taters. Gonna
Sounds
have
like
company.
he's going to be on a movie set. Is what it fucking sounds like. Oh my god.
If they don't accept me, I'll work with Hunter Biden over there. It'll be great. It'll be great.
Hunter Biden say, give me a job at the gas station. It'll be great.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Like, what did they do? What?
I don't see how that's appealing to a Gen Z. You know, like what?
Oh
They
my
go to
god.
the Ukraine to work
No.
at the gas station. Wait,
No, bro.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sign a 3-year contract.
3-year contract, play Call of Duty.
And what if they don't want you?
With
What
the
if
war-
they say, we
Yeah.
don't want your Fed fucking informant ass over here?
Wow. I'm gonna sign a 3-year contract, and in 6 months, when the war is over, I'm gonna peel potatoes at the gas station. Like what? This makes no fucking sense, dude.
This
What are
is
you
your life.
talking about?
This is your life choice. You're volunteering for this.
Jesus.
They're like, you stay out of jail. You go. You go to Ukraine. You stay out of jail, you're going to fucking Ukraine, bitch.
It's the prison to prison, fucking potato to prison pipeline. You know.
That's good. That's it. That's the winner.
Oh my god. Oh, peeling potatoes to stay out of prison. Oh my god.
You don't want to start down that
learn
road,
everything you
man.
can, train, and help in any way that you can. If you know volunteers, not just myself, but if you know volunteers who are in Ukraine,
And here's the pitch.
send what
Oh,
you
it's a
can.
recruiting
supplies,
video.
Money, anything you can do to help. And learn that at
It's
the
a
end of the
full-on
day,
beg.
your opinion only matters so much as your actions that count. And while people have repeatedly judged me for my actions, I'm putting my money where my mouth is, and I'm going into a combat zone to help defend.
He
civilians.
sounds like Danny McBride.
What's fucking money,
So,
dude?
I mean, I'm very aware of the possibility that I
Bad
may
money?
die. If I do die, I want my legacy to be someone who stood by what he said. I want people to know that
I peel
love my
potatoes
country.
in Ukraine.
I love liberty and freedom and the idea of such.
Pay me my
And
money.
I love what America is supposed to be. I love my family. I love my friends.
My family.
And Six Semper Tyrannis and Slava Ukraine.
Whoa! Did he just chuck a friggin' Nazi slur at us? What
What the
just
fuck
happened
was
right
that? Can we fact
No,
check what the fuck he just said at the end of that?
there? We
He
have a
said,
linguist on staff here.
Oh,
He
what
said-
the fuck is happening?
I think he was speaking like Marine and Ukrainian at the same time. It was like Marinian. It was like
Ukrainian.
Meridian.
It's a
We have a new
hybrid
language.
Ukrainian. Like I don't know what that was.
Bless you. It's like
He's
It
like
was
Semper
like
Fi,
this
hoo
new
ha,
day.
Semper Fi, hoo ha, Ukraine, stop that
Ah,
Cool, bro. Good,
cool, right on.
good talk.
Hoorah.
Good talk.
yeah. Vicky said, "I'm a trained killer." That's what he said.
What he said.
He's a TikTok killer.
Yeah,
TikTok killer, son.
yeah. His TikToks. Is he over there now?
His
What's
TikTok's on fire right now. We just blew his shit up, man.
Do we have an update?
I think he's-
All 23 people we just crushed it.
I saw this
Sign up.
video today, and I think
Mike
that
Dunn.
yeah, is he? We need a fact checker. Is Mike Dunn in? Is he in Ukraine?
What's his handle on TikTok? That's really important.
Yeah.
We gotta
I
find
don't
his
know.
TikTok.
Oh my god, I don't know. I don't know what to do with all this pressure. That came out
my
12
phone
hours
died.
ago.
Our crack
Oh,
staff
12 hours
researches is on
So-
it right now.
That's
So maybe
12
not.
hour old. That's only 12 hours old.
Oh,
and that's
probably
on
not then.
Clear his throat.
that was
Ask L
on News
nicely.
to Share.
What? You find it?
So is he gonna go over there to be a crisis actor? Like what is he doing? To do propaganda videos on TikTok?
I don't know. I mean, think about it. They just had all the TikTokers at the White House, and this guy's in DC doing this video. I mean,
Yeah.
does it not seem like, like they're just trying to, get all they're trying
I'm not a Fed. I just want to do
they're
this
trying
interview
to
here.
get
At,
her,
I just
they're
want to
trying
do
to
this
do a good
interview by
job.
the Washington Monument. I'm not a Fed. I'm not a Fed.
I'm not a Fed.
Like,
I
what do
don't
you-
even know where Washington is.
Crazy.
Yeah, no, that dude was like full on Fed, but it was funny because the way the video coincided with a group of TikTokers, famous TikTokers from the interwebs, going to the White House like the day before,
just the other
or
day.
something,
Yeah.
to be
And this is
fucking Joe splained what's going on in the Ukraine.
well, okay. So his timeline was at the beginning of the video. He said on Saturday he was going there. So this was from last week, right? Because if he said it was, and then
Mhm.
at the beginning of the video it said, because News to Share, Ford Fisher.
Fort Fisher.
Yes. So Ford Fisher said it's verified that he is in Ukraine now, like when it was being released.
Okay.
So this was filmed probably like last week at least, which is about the same time as that when they were doing the TikTokers in
All the kitties got to
DC.
visit Grandpa Sniffy Pants.
That's an interesting timeline, huh?
Quinkadink. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was weird,
It's
too.
really weird. Like it's really freaking weird. Yeah, and I really want to know what Magnus thinks about this.
Yeah.
Because
Just a feet
like
on the ground. Like,
he's
what
the only
fuck
one
is
that
this
I
kid
would,
saying? He said so much stupid shit in one video is like tremendous.
yeah.
Yeah. It
Thanks
feels
for
like
sharing that with us too.
Yeah, thank you.
That was excellent.
I feel like there's multiple layers to this. I feel like this is a multi-plot psyop
Yeah,
This-
like
this
is
is
he
weird.
really a Fed, or is he just like, being used by them
just
to
a useful
think
idiot
like,
or whatever, but
like he's
on a huge level.
it's crazy. There's so much in that.
Yeah, they're
Like
they're
I have beef with Putin. Like he's his friend. Like he
Right.
knows who Putin is. Like
right. I mean,
like
they're
did how many people before the last couple weeks, how many people knew what the Ukrainian flag looked like? How many people knew how to say freaking Zelensky's name? How many people knew any of these things? Like we knew that because we were informed. But how many people, if you went up to them like a couple months ago, would they know what the fuck you were talking about? If you showed them the flag, they'd probably be like, "Oh, it looks like
No.
the Swedish flag to me."
I was gonna say Sweden, yeah. Right. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely stupid. It's bonkers. So he's gonna go over there. He's gonna be like a social media star. He's gonna be pushing like pro-war, anti-Russia, Cold War propaganda.
Which
I
is
ass-
not
I
what the
assume.
fucking Boogaloos are about. So like
Anti-Vladdy
Right.
daddy.
he's
So-
there.
Yep.
He's like, I mean, like either like they're just completely like using him, or he is just like, this is how I escape and get out of this country.
It could be. Maybe he needs to get out. That's an interesting way.
He could disappear in the middle of a war over there.
He might
really
be in-
easily. And
He
be
might
a
be in over his
martyr.
head over here. He could be in over his head over here, and that's the escape plan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
And
what I
he-
was thinking.
And he's doing it with cameras on him. So
Right.
so they don't
Documenting it.
so they don't off him though. But like when you're in the public
Yeah.
eye, then you think you're a little bit more safe, because if no one knows what's going on, if you're in the shadows, they will off you and no one will know the difference, and
Right.
it'll come and go. But like if he does it publicly, if he leaves publicly, he could disappear. I don't know. There's a lot of different plot lines that could be at play here. Ooh,
It's-
this is
I think
It's really good, right? Like, what the fuck? That one video is like, I watched it. I didn't watch the very end of it. I was like, Steve, I'm like, I don't even know what the fuck to, like, this is a lot. Like, it is
Yeah.
a lot in one video.
I do
mean-
think they are trying to change the public perception of the Boogaloo Boys.
yes.
I think they're trying to make them more popular, because Proud Boys are actually mainstream,
Yeah.
fringe, whatever. Boogaloo Boys aren't really mainstream fringe. They're still like in very small pockets of the internet.
Much
really.
lesser known group.
Right. And I think they're doing some character building. They do this kind of thing. They did it with Proud Boys, and they're which Proud Boys are ugh. But like Boogaloo Boys I have no beef with, but I
Yeah.
think they're doing some character building here. And I don't know what direction this is going to go in, but I think he's being used, even if he has his own little plot that he's doing, like the escape plan could be. I don't know.
Right.
I still think they're using this to character build, which is very interesting.
Yeah, it's
It-
really
it
pretty
is.
intense.
The
how many
manipulation,
things going on
like
at once.
levels of this. It's like,
levels.
there's so, I mean, like maybe the reason why he's the one that is being put in that position is because of all the other things. And they're like, yeah, you need to have this as a backup. You need to have this as a backup plan to
Yeah, because
escape.
you're right. They won't. They're less likely, certainly, to Clinton you if you have cameras on you all the time.
Yeah. I'm a TikTok star. You gonna kill me? You gonna kill me?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, and
I put out content every day by 3:00.
I'm bringing you regular content, guys, so I don't die. That's crazy.
I know, right?
You'd make a fucking bazillion dollars. People are like, oh my God, let me send you my money. That's beautiful.
I mean, and then like, oh God, Ricky, it all interconnects. Like everything fits so nice together. It just doesn't seem like it could be anything, right? Like it's not.
Yeah. I love what America's supposed to be, and I'm gonna go make Ukraine what it's supposed to be. Like it's like blah, 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 blah. Like what are you talking about, dude?
Like, are they gonna try to make that the second like America? Like, can you
Bill-
imagine if they tried to America? Like, you know what I mean? Then they would have that right there, right next to Russia, that constant.
I mean, that's kind of what
It's
they're
like
doing.
the new California. It's just
Yeah.
Ukraine.
Yeah.
You're gonna.
I
love
mean,
it.
NATO expansion, man.
Yeah, NATO expansion. Exactly.
Bro, NATO expansion,
the
bro.
fuck?
I live in the new NATO expansion.
But like,
province.
isn't Russia kind of in on the whole technocracy shit anyways? Like, is this really a thing?
Yeah.
Is this whole war a little bit
It is
B-
like there's a lot
BS.
of supposing you got to do, like
you got to
well,
really go back.
yeah, man,
and then work your way forward on this one.
It's hard to peel the layers back from the onion because like just the way that it's the alliances have been fucking built over the years, and taking the Soviet Union and it collapses, and then it's fucking built up again, and now they're finally back at a level fucking amount with the US, and they're this endless battle between the fucking colonizers and Russia, which is like, fuck you, you ain't colonizer, we're the colonizers, bitch. So
Right.
You know what I mean? Like two imperial forces fighting for Ukraine again, which where it happens every fucking time.
Yeah.
It's fucking crazy. For centuries, it keeps happening.
Yeah, we haven't really seen two powerhouses go at it. You know, it's been like, oh, look, America just dropped bombs on a poor country.
Exactly.
We haven't really seen like Russia and America go at it, right? So I think a lot of when these oligarchies get in these beefs, I feel like almost all of them are complete theater, like completely just theater.
Yeah.
And I almost think
a
like
game of Risk for them.
I almost think the Russia US thing is complete theater. I really think it's
been theater since I was a child. You know what I mean? They've been fucking same shit over and over, and now, oh my God, hold your breath because it's really gonna happen. Like what the fuck, man? 50 years of fucking the same bullshit. Like the country that you said was so terrifying collapsed. Right,
literally
it
collapsed.
Fucking collapsed to a fucking pile of dog shit, and people rose up out of that. And you've been claiming that they're the fucking devil all of this time, and fucking sanctioning them all of this time. And despite that, they say, "Fuck you, we're not fucking devils. We take care of our own shit." And they take care of their own shit, and they don't have a fucking nuclear fucking meltdown and a fucking, dick measuring contest with everybody in the world who has a fucking nuke. It's like the idea that that it could be any different is like preposterous, because somebody's got to be a fucking douchebag. You know what I mean? Like if it's not us, it would have been somebody else. So two dickheads are gonna fight.
Whoa, Bella, what happened? Bella said, "Fucking Nazi scum ran over my friend with a Dodge Challenger."
What the fuck?
Was that Charlottesville? What was that?
That's fucking fucked up.
What is going on? Is that new? Is that recent?
I don't know. It's in the last few minutes. Oh, Magnus did a tweet. How do we?
Okay.
How do we find that?
So is that in response to this?
My Twitter.
I don't know. Did you
this video?
Did you write to him, Steve?
No, I couldn't fucking remember his.
All this time, we were like, "Hey, tweet Magnus."
Oh, he got kicked off once or twice, right?
Yeah, he does.
Just go to my Twitter.
Yeah. Oh. And
I don't know, man. I don't know if I could stay in these like little movements. Like it's when you have a label, like to have a group of people that do the thing, it's great. But when you put these labels on it, the feds are great at like finding your label. They hone in on it and they just
find your weakness and destroy you. Yep, that's
as
what
soon
they
as you
do.
have a label, we're called the Proud Boys. We're called the Boogaloo Boy. They're gonna find a way to flip that.
Yep.
I don't know, man. These names, we have to stop operating under names.
Yes, names are the things that you can't. If you can't say the name,
right.
If you
He's in this group of guys that do the thing, but we don't know what they're called. They're not really a thing,
Yeah.
Like if these guys operate, because they're already kind of mysterious, but
Right.
people know the name, and if they can just change the way that people perceive the name, they can. I mean, they change reality, right? Basically.
Yep.
So you have to stop operating under these fucking names and just fucking do your thing, and then slowly like build up your whatever it is that you're trying to do without having a name. Just saying.
Right. Yeah. No, that is no more crazy fucking dumbass than anything I've ever heard before. So, there's no reason that it wouldn't fucking work in my mind. You know what I mean? It's certainly worth a fucking try.
Yeah.
People just applied that idea of not trying to fucking take notoriety and fucking, equating success with celebrity is the fucking problem. That's the
Wait,
thing.
where is what is
We don't need all
Magnus's
that
name on there?
celebrity shit.
Because
Yeah.
like I can't click. I have to.
Ego, and it's
Al, can you DM that to me on Twitter? My phone's dead and I don't know how to write it down right now.
I will. Yeah, we have. We'll put it in the chat thing for you too.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Kyle Rose. Ricky, he has a tendency to do that. I've watched his show a bunch of times, and he seemed to make sense. It made sense to me to ask
What, Steve?
for him to come on this show so we could see if we could make sense of some other shit.
What? I don't know what
Magnus?
No, you.
Oh, me.
You. Yeah,
I
Kyle.
don't know. Kyle
Kyle
what you're
Rose is
talking
like
about either.
Ricky is making sense, which I like.
Oh,
See, he just is responding, but we don't know what he's responding to.
I have a
and
tendency
Steve
to
does
do
that.
I guess I
He
don't
does
read
that.
the first thing out loud, and then people are like, "Are you talking to me?"
I'm like, Steve, what? You have to give context to what you're answering.
That's why I am the co-host.
Well, thank you. I think I make sense a lot of the time, but boy, does making sense piss people off.
Oh yeah.
Oh my
Oh, my
god,
goodness.
it
Dude,
really
it-
makes people mad.
You can pretty much set your watch by it.
You know,
But-
if you say certain thing, like if it's too much of that truth, like because if it really makes sense and it really, and then give it a couple weeks or a month or so, and then hey, everyone's on board with that thing that you were saying that you were getting all that shit for, and you're like, what the fuck, you guys, come on, like I don't say these things to be an asshole,
Right.
I'm not.
But they always accredit you for being the asshole that said the thing that challenged their fucking belief system.
Right. Like, but it's crazy now though. Like, I remember when like I was a kid and like you get pissed off because your friend would call your mom ugly or something. You're like, oh, don't talk about my mama that way. That's a legitimate reason to get mad. You're coming for my mama.
Right.
But now it's like, oh, the CDC lied. And people are like, no, the CDC does not lie. How dare you? What? How does that offend you? The
Right?
CDC, like,
And
what?
it's like beyond that. It's like they got like a dull spoon and they're gonna spoon your eyeball out. Like, no, you don't say that about the CDC, Anthony Fauci.
It's
You know,
It's like
like, people
everybody
have
became
lost-
Karen. Everybody became.
became like Karen on like
Yo.
on meth or something, like really
Yo.
fucking jacked up and crazy.
Yo. Yeah, it's crazy. It is weird. It's unhealthy.
Yeah,
People
no,
are
it can't be good.
offended. People defend people in institutions that they have no affiliation with.
Yeah.
To the death, man. They will fight till they die over it. And they have no affiliation whatsoever. They don't even have a lived experience to understand what they're like fighting about. Like they're
Zero
just fighting.
skin in the game. Yes.
Zero skin in the game.
They're like, I
absolute-
just know what my team is. I know, and wait until you.
team said win.
my team said the blue and yellow flag. Like it's like
I
okay.
love this. It makes me giggle because Magnus said 12 hours later, I'm still giggling. And oh my God, Magnus, like fucking seriously, man, I love his giggle so much.
Yeah, he's a funny
He has the cutest giggle.
But nothing about Michael Dunn, or was that about?
No,
Michael
right
Dunn?
here, I'm showing you on screen, Steve.
Oh, I'm not even.
What do you
looking
think
at the
I'm
screen.
talking about?
Okay, still fucking giggling. That makes me giggle. That's fantastic.
Oh my God.
Very nice.
Bomb squad at our studio is what Tim Pool said. Uh-oh.
That happened a long time ago. I feel like.
Yeah.
2 hours ago. 5
No,
hours ago.
Oh again?
Oh,
Didn't that already happen to him?
twice?
Am I crazy?
No, I
Yeah.
think you're right, dude.
I don't know.
Was it Tim Pool?
Click
It's
on
what
that.
it says.
What the fuck?
Click
I
on
know
that
there
tweet though.
There was something else about Tim Pool and some kind of bomb threat thing or something. I
I
think.
swear there was already.
Yeah.
Tell me this is old news.
Sometimes it gets recycled.
No,
People
that's
try to-
just he just announced it, right? March 15th.
What the fuck? What?
That was
Yeah,
just
like
it.
this
Maybe
is
bomb squad
today.
outside at our studio.
What?
Whoa.
Look at someone else said though. This is getting old. It almost seems played out.
Yeah.
Like,
Holy
wouldn't local
shit.
authorities stop showing up or call
Yeah.
by now?
I think this might be the third time even. Like,
Wow,
this
really?
has already happened. Is someone swatting him? Like, I don't follow Tim Pool. I just know this happened. I've heard about it on Twitter.
Yeah.
But
That's
is someone swatting him? Is that what's happening? Over and over? That's dude. And if that's the case, why are the feds keep showing up to the same place over and over again?
Right. That's fucking hella sus. What
Oh,
the
right
fuck?
here. Look, Tim's still swatting himself for subs.
That's, there's something sketchy with this story.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just saying, like, people are saying that it's, I mean, I don't know.
Strange.
That doesn't.
Fascinating.
It's because you guys haven't have such explosive conversations. Oh, yeah, that's a cool joke.
I mean, he already has a lot of subs. He doesn't need
$1 million or something.
Yeah, he doesn't need to like lie about the bomb squad over and over again to get subs. There's something weird.
Watch himself. That's fucking crazy.
That's like how you. That's how you like. I mean, you could get arrested for lying about that.
Yeah, that's a fucking definitely a crime. False reporting stuff like that.
Yeah.
We need to get Daryl.
More than once.
Daryl is going to come on too. Black in the Empire. He's going to come on the show too.
He's awesome on Twitter. I've never seen him on a show, I don't think, but he's awesome on Twitter.
Yes. Yeah. I don't know if I've really seen him on shows, but I asked him a while ago. He was going to come. He said he would come on. I don't know. I just, reach out to everybody. I'm just like, hey, you want to come on? Like, you want to come and do a thing?
Hey, how about you invite Mike Dunn? He's a TikTok star.
Yeah, let's call Mike Dunn. Anybody got an email from Mikey?
I did not get one from Mike Dunn.
I mean, he might be busy learning how to, load his Kalashnikov. No, he was good with guns already.
He's learning how to do.
I don't know.
He's learning the potato peeler, Steve.
He's learning potato skills.
Oh my gosh, Steve, you here. If I message him, can you do it? Can you do it from your phone if I message him?
Can I do what?
Do what?
Do what? What am I supposed to do from my phone? Some kind of acrobatics or something? What are you saying to me?
I was gonna.
What? I'm here for your amusement.
No, I was just writing. No, I was thinking you could write to Magnus for me, Steve.
Oh. Yeah.
Dear Magnus, this is Anthony Fauci. Did you hear about the tuberculosis?
I'm sorry to tell you, we from a previous test, we found that you do have tuberculosis. We're gonna need you to fight in the Ukraine.
2 weeks to flatten the Russians.
2 weeks to flatten the war. That's right.
Fucking stupid.
Governor Fauci says
we've taken the medical cabal, and the fucking war machine, and we're combining them together. We have Ukraine biolabs now. They've literally combined
25 of them, like 25. Yeah. It's not like 1 or 2. It's like 25 is what.
There's a lot in Ukraine alone.
But there are biolabs. I mean, like, it's not like it's like 1 or 2 we miss. It's 25.
There are American biolabs in like 25 countries, though. There's several in Ukraine alone, but they're all around the Russian border, and they're all around the Chinese border, and they're in North Africa.
Yeah, that's not a coincidence at all. That's just smart planning, right?
That's really smart planning.
Smart planning,
Is that did I miss that part on the game of Risk? I don't remember them being biolabs.
I think the threat of tuberculosis is oftentimes not considered, and you need to have research factories and research centers located throughout the world to effectively combat it.
Follow the science.
Follow the science.
Oh God,
Steve! I sent him a hey on your thing, so you should probably follow up with that and like tell Magnus what hey meant.
Oh,
yeah.
So you just starting shit.
I just started shit. I just wrote him a DM that said hey, just so that you could have it on your phone and you wouldn't have to go search for it.
Kind of elusive. Like you don't know me, but hey.
He knows who Leo is. Where's Leo? Where's Leo the dog?
I don't know. He hasn't made an appearance this season.
Leo. He's allegedly here.
He's a legend. Whoa.
Leo.
Leo. You here?
Leo. That's my sign.
He's
Gotta be
sleeping
sleeping
somewhere.
Oh, there you are.
There him comes.
Hey, I didn't come over and say hi to Ricky yet.
Hi, Leo. Hi, Leo.
Your body.
Hi, Leo. Dogs don't see people on screens. Hi, Leo. Hi,
Yeah,
Leo.
he's like they're pointing me at the box again.
How are you, puppies, huh?
Oh.
He's a good dog.
Oh, you got
Yeah.
burps, huh?
He's smart
Yes.
for a little
He plays the drums.
shit. He
Oh,
can do a
wow.
lot of things.
I mean,
There you
what dog, like, how many dogs do you know that play drums? Like, he
Right.
really does play drums.
Like, come on.
He percusses. That's great.
He's a percussive little
He has a tambourine too, and he has yes, he's down here like yawning, like doing the whole totally like sassy thing, like yeah.
Mhm.
He also has like bells that he plays with.
Not Bell's palsy, I hope.
I hope
No.
I hope Mike Dunn calls back soon.
A lot of that going around.
We need to do a call-in show. I think that's the next logical step for the Fearlessly Authentic is do a call-in show and just have
From
weirdos call
from
us.
the field.
From the field, from the street, man on the street interviews.
Yeah.
Like, pop up. That would be fantastic, dude. That would be so funny to like do that. like a modern version of that, just be in the street and like interviewing people, just random people, confronting them, make them stop it and fucking interact with you.
Yeah.
Film that shit. That would be fucking excellent content.
That would be absolutely hilarious.
Yeah. And you get somebody like you or Pasta would be another good example.
Oh
of
my
person.
god.
Steve Poikoden, somebody who's gonna like make the person
Yeah, like
stop for a moment.
somebody that's gonna get
and
arrested.
talk.
Somebody
Yeah,
gonna get arrested
And
that
somebody
day.
willing to take a swing. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, here's Leo. Is that you?
Oh my goodness.
Johnson? You Johnson? Oh, so nice.
Leo, you're a genius.
So cute.
It's like Tito Puente.
He really does it. Like it's ridiculous.
I think that's been lost though in the interview styles. To the ages, just like man in the street confronting people on their busy day, like, hey.
Well, Elle did those. Elle
Yeah.
did those interviews.
Yeah. That's what I mean. I really enjoy those on YouTube and shit when I do find like
I mean,
doing that.
Pasta's done those. Like you said, Pasta's perfect for those because he's not shy at all. He'll just walk up to someone.
Right.
He's a big he's a big dude, kind of intimidating. He's like, small woman, talk to me. That's Fugazi. Thanks, fam.
That's Fugazi, fam.
Yes,
He's gonna be in Las Vegas. I mean, Ricky.
Oh,
you know,
man.
I feel like
yeah.
I
In
feel like we
Vegas,
might
they're
have to
gonna
make a trip
crush it.
out to Vegas, right? Like,
How
of us
is this
need to
all
make a
working
trip
out? I'm trying to think of the logistics. Like, okay, so Steve and Pasta are doing the Vegas thing. What does that mean for everything else?
I
All
don't
the other
know.
things. I'm so
don't know.
confused. There's so much going on. I need an update.
Yeah.
I know. I
They
don't.
got to break it down
I
to
don't.
us.
I don't want to. I don't want to call Pasta right now. He's
But I
probably
think
in the middle of
it's
moving.
going to work out like where Steve and Pasta do the morning thing, and Fee and Pasta will do things as they can,
Combo.
and everybody else will do all the things that they can as they can, and Josh is like building a network to the space station and back.
I don't know. I'm very
something.
confused.
Bomb squad. There's gonna be bomb squads outside of that.
Everyone's like,
Like the
my
bomb
parents are
squad's
getting
outside. I
divorced.
just-
Our parents are getting divorced. I think. No,
Mom
uncle and
said she
uncle are
loved
moving
me.
in together. What is happening?
Yeah, exactly. Like it's like what?
We're like, no, our parents.
As long
are
as we
getting
don't
divorced.
lose-
Independent media fucking detachment syndrome.
Yeah, as long as we don't like lose other things when they do this thing. We need all the things. So
Yeah,
We need all of these pieces.
they are interactive. Absolutely. The pieces
Oh my
are in.
goodness. Yeah. All right. Well, I hope it all works out. It sounds like it's a big deal. So
I feel
Yes.
like it will. These guys are fucking forces of nature. I think they will.
Oh, Fred wrote Magnus
it.
a message for us.
What did Fred say?
He said he replied to Magnus on that tweet and said that we were seeking his input about the interview. Yeah, I would really like to know, about what Magnus thinks about that, because even if it's just a giggle, I would like to know the quote of. I would like
Absolutely.
that. I would like a quoted giggle.
I would like to know what the giggle. What caused the giggle?
What
for
was the
Magnus.
biggest part of that?
Really, like the crux.
It made me cry.
Of the biscuit.
How did it feel for you?
Does Magnus know this guy? Like, I know that they're like all over the place. These people,
See, I don't know that.
and they're
I
different.
don't-
Like they're in like different pockets and different networks.
I think they're in different places, so I don't know that they know each other. But
Yeah.
I think he was around the Richmond, Virginia, and D.C. area. That the Mike Dunn guy, and Magnus is from somewhere else like Michigan or something before.
And there's an End the Damn Wars
So I don't know.
protest coming up soon in DC.
Yes, that's right.
Coming
like
up right before the Assange one.
Yeah, that's in April, correct? April
Mhm.
April 10th. Am I making that up?
I think it's the 10th through the 11th and 10th, 11th, and 12th. I think it is. It's like there's a few days where all the events are like kind of bumping up to each other.
Yeah, interesting timing with the Assange news, huh? That this thing's happening. Very interesting timing. What's going on with Assange? Are they actually going to extradite?
Oh no, I don't know. I'm really so I've been really upset with this whole thing with Assange. Like, I'm not as, I would say I don't have as much information as a lot of the Assange activists have. Like, because like there is so much there.
Yeah.
I'm nowhere near an expert, but like I was, getting shit like a couple weeks back because I'm like, this isn't right. This isn't right. Like, nobody's hearing from the man. Nobody's seeing him. Nobody, like, there's not enough of a stink being put out there. We have Roger Waters saying that freaking mandates and shit are okay. What the fuck is happening? Like, there should be no shortage of coverage of what's happening
Right.
with him. It's insane to me. It's absolutely insane. And so but then he suddenly is coming out about these very random things. Like he's talking, and money of Assange's money is going to Ukraine now. I mean, like, what the fuck? I've been like screaming, like, where is all this money going? Where is all this money going for months? And
right.
If there's all that money, then why is he? It just doesn't fucking add up.
No.
And if something happens to him, then where does it go? Who does it go to? Who benefits from this? Because, like, if
That's the thing. You gotta know where that coin money goes.
yeah, where's all the money going?
Is it going to mom and the kids, or what happened?
If something happens to him and we don't even know, like, I don't want to say, like, you know what I mean? But I haven't seen him. How can we expect that us out here with the access to the internet, with being all the tools and resources that we have of not being behind bars,
right? How
much we have to search for our information? How could we ever expect that he is informed in that way? That even what is happening, like when you're in survival mode, that you even fucking care that the world, you know what I mean? Like, it's not burning down. You know what I mean? Who knows what information he's getting?
Yeah.
And it's
a lot of people speaking on his behalf now. It's getting really weird.
Yeah.
It's very weird. I don't know what's going on anymore.
I mean, I really appreciate the attention that brings to the thing, but it's just like, it seems like it's just destined to get fucked up. Like, it needs to be there needs to be some sort of, like, we need to see fucking Julian. We need to fucking see him. We need proof of fucking life. This is bullshit.
Yeah.
Period.
It's such a messed up situation. Oh, what a downer. What a downer.
But, TikTok in Ukraine.
TikTok in Ukraine, baby, all the way.
TikTok, and you don't stop.
Like it's. What is
Well,
yes, I had just sent out the whole combo fam like a bunch of like fun things that I made, and they got there on time, like, and it just had given them all these like magnets that I made that had Sanj on them and stuff like that. Like Steve had made the images, and then we printed them, and I put them on glass magnet things, and we had just sent them all of that, and then this extradition thing comes in, and it's like, this is insane. Like if they get away with this, if we allow them to get away with this, we're just even more fucked. Like we're just like, we might as well hand them the nails for our coffins and just say,
yeah,
it's getting there.
Like, do we deserve this at this point? You know what I mean? Like, do we even deserve this?
I think we got to just stay positive too. Be like,
so sometimes it feels like it's just like, fuck, man, it would be so easy to just like stick our heads in the sand and just say, fine, we're gonna live out the rest of what we're gonna live out, like, but at the same time we have that fighter in us that just, you know what I mean, it's even though you feel like those days are there, you remember why you're fighting and why you won't stop. But fighting in like the wrong way, like I don't want to go fight in Ukraine like that. Like I
not so much.
I came up with this thing. I'm like, people need to make peace with truth, and that's what needs to happen. They need to like fucking accept it. It's fucking like, you can't change what it is. It is what it is. You can't change it, and make peace with the truth so that we can move forward. Because otherwise we're stuck in the mud. Like we are literally going to just.
It is.
We're gonna just keep spinning those tires and
exactly,
sink and sink.
Exactly like that. Like we were just saying, you know what I mean? You can only be one way or the other, and it's either truth or it's not truth, and that's, you got to make peace with that. It may not suit your fucking needs, but it doesn't change the truth. So be friends with the truth. The truth wants to show you the way.
Yeah. I mean, we just, yeah.
I started truth cult, fuck. So
I don't understand how it's so hard, Ricky. Like it is insane to me that everyone can know what the elephant in the fucking room is and sit there and all ignore it.
Yep.
And talk about it as if it's not there, but everybody knows. How the fuck is that? Like, how can people do that? Why do we teach our children to grow up and you don't lie. Don't you dare lie. I'll put soap in your mouth or hot sauce.
But you better be a good liar
whatever.
if you want to make anything of yourself in this world.
Yeah, but you better be good at it. It's like, and then we're indoctrinated from the time we're children to also like, if you were raised with fucking burst anyone's bubble, fucking Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny, or Tooth Fairy, you're literally lied to your whole life, and like, because it's so. They have it down. They have it down.
Thou shalt not lie.
That's right.
But
don't you lie, or the Easter Bunny won't bring you chocolate eggs. It's like, wait.
Well, and think about Santa, man. Santa's like the ultimate surveillance, man. He knows what you're doing, if you're good or bad. You have to go sit on this old man's fucking lap that's in every fucking mall, and you're forcing your children to go and do that and take pictures with this random gross old guy. I did that as a parent. Like I was like, let's go get our picture taken with Santa Claus.
Bearded old gross bearded guy. Come on.
Yeah, come on.
Don't hate on.
Like talk about like fucking
fuck Santa.
Pedophile fucking vibes and shit. You know what I mean? Like no, you have to go do that. You better go hug your uncle. You better forcing children to do things constantly and lying to them, and then like, oh, but you'll get a gift, and if you're if you're poor, Santa don't give a fuck about you. But it's so fucked.
I feel like Santa's kind of like NSA propaganda, right? Like,
yes,
he sees you. He's like, he's gonna put you on the good list or the bad list, right?
No
naughty or nice,
maybe fly.
He breaks in your house at night and leaves you presents.
Right.
Yeah,
this is
And then
weird.
that has
don't
fucking
take candy from
spooked
strangers,
all over it.
except for when it's a corporate holiday that has now been co-opted, and everybody takes candy from strangers, and you don't know your neighbors. Like back in the day, if you went from house to house to get treats, it was probably because you knew your neighbors in your
'Cause you would
fucking
talk to the people
community,
who
and you'd
lived
be
in
like,
the
"Oh
houses
yeah,
near
we're gonna
you.
dress up, and this is a fun thing." But as we became more and more detached from each other,
More online.
Yes.
yeah,
More
it's
divided.
creepy.
What they've done is they, like all the successful lineages of people over time, over millennia, have had strong communal ties, right? So all the civilizations that existed before this one all had like really deeply woven grooves in society of community and people holding each other up and carrying the weight of the people who couldn't, and so on and so forth, protecting the young and the old, and the whole thing, right? So all of that was a thing. Now they've just systematically divided everybody from each other, and that's the way that the transhumanism thing will take place, is because that's what you need, that isolation, and that it's just being instilled more and more every time they lock down. Every time they implement more mandates, they isolate and they isolate and they isolate. You can't even get sick. You go to the hospital, nobody can come see you because isolate. And they've destroyed the community. And that seems like the underlying thing of like most concern, at least to me, besides the fact that everybody doesn't give a fuck about another living thing. That's kind of disheartening that humans really don't care. But mostly that community thing, because everything else could happen and exist on the way that it is if there were just those communal things that you could rely on in society.
Were they just programmed not to care though? How much of this, I don't even know, how we get a solution to the programming of the people besides just trying to get them truth. And then you think about it, how much truth, your entire life is fucking fake. It's all lies.
People have a capacity.
It's really hard to grasp that.
But it's really hard to get your head around the fact that everything you've been sold as a child until now has just been propaganda.
Even your parents,
the fucking ends of the fucking people who are in charge and will remain in charge. So that's a fact, bro. I'm 53 years old and figured that out. So you're telling me every fucking thing? Yes. Every fucking thing.
Yep.
Every single thing, every piece of fucking literature, every piece of fucking newsprint, all of it.
1984, baby.
It's all geared to make you feel a certain kind of way about certain kind of things. And that's it. And it's manipulation, and they just keep doing it, and they foment this societal fucking dissension and lack of community. They want that to happen because it makes the next step happen easier.
I've really noticed this with literature in the past couple years. It's like there's the state approved, and it's not, they don't put a stamp of approval on it, but what gets to the bestseller list and why it gets there.
Right.
Right. Because, they can squash things and they can push things. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And you see like when it comes to the COVID books, there are certain COVID books that rose to popularity.
Oh yeah.
They let the Kennedy book, the real Anthony Fauci, they'll let that one go because that's just, it's Kim Iverson enough for the for the narrative, right?
Exactly.
It's Kim Iverson enough for the narrative. Not that
it's a little pushback, it's a little pushback.
Right. It's a valuable one. I'm not saying that it's
No. I'm not discrediting that book at all because there's so much information in there within the first chapter to make you question whether fucking,
right.
You should trust them.
But it doesn't go all the way, so they let it go.
Right.
They let it go and I think Kennedy even knows that he can only do so much or he'll end up like the rest of his family.
Yeah, he knows. Yeah. He knows that there's a limit and he pushes it right to that line and over a little bit, and he knows
really, thank goodness he has at least raised some kind of awareness to the fucking shenanigans And hopefully people will go to jail. Anthony Fauci will never be in trouble for any of this. He's
well, we can say never, but
he's
I
a
won't give up
golden-
hope that he will.
He's a golden
like,
god. He is science.
Well, I do think if they have to throw someone under the bus, it'll be Dr. Fauci because he was front and
Well, I
center
hope
for the
so.
last 2 years. So
Yeah.
he
I
put
mean-
himself there. Like he really, he allowed
I hope
himself
that's
to
what
kind of be there.
really happens, because if it can fall that way, but I just don't see that happening.
I'm not gonna hold my
He's
breath,
so
but I
close
won't
to
give
the
up.
FDA and ingrained in the fucking.
I mean,
getting things passed through there and stuff, like,
right.
I don't know.
Honestly,
The whole thing would come unraveled.
Some of the biggest, most controversial things have come out in the last couple months, and like no mainstream traction, and people
It's just like fucking nothing. It's like
and people will read it and be like, "Oh, okay, I guess, yeah, whatever." It's like you did you just read what that said? Do you not want to investigate that further? Some of the things, I mean, if I say any of these things.
That Fauci graphic is a perfect example. Like, yeah, like that's a real statistic. That's a real thing.
And some of these are peer-reviewed
40%
studies
live.
that are coming out. Studies like in like medical journals with like a bunch of scientists. People are like, whatever. I mean, these are the peer-reviewed studies you were demanding 2 years ago,
right?
To fit your narrative, your agenda, or whatever. And now the bombshells are coming out, and people are like,
Yeah, that's
whatever.
old news.
We
It's
know
like,
we
wait,
know
what?
vaccines are not great for everybody.
It's not even old news. There's like stuff in there now. Like if I say it on your channel, you'll get a strike. This will be pulled.
I know it.
Like it changes your fucking DNA. It's like that study came out. They found it in your liver. The mRNA boops change your DNA. That's not even
within hours.
Within
hours of getting it.
Yeah.
And like and we've had people on before that have been like, oh my gosh, well, we had it and we believed and okay, and we're not putting you down for being fooled. We have been fooled, but please let's get the truth going moving forward. You know what I mean? We're not here to like we are here like, okay, now that we have this knowledge together, let's work together and let's figure this out then. You know what I mean? If you've had the thing and you believed it then and you understand now what is happening, we're like, it's okay. People have been fooled. A lot of people. Please don't let being afraid of judgment keep you in that fear bubble. Please come out and see what's happening and let's stop this,
But what I'm seeing from a lot of these people, right? These are the people that, when people are saying this is gene therapy, that was a huge thing in the very beginning, right? This is gene therapy, right? And then Fauci was like, "Oh no, this is not gene therapy. It doesn't change your DNA," and whatever he was saying to cover it up, because he did speak on that. It's like, "Oh, it's not gene therapy. It's just a vaccine. It's just a different kind of vaccine. We've never done this vaccine."
Yeah, that they just come out with out of nowhere.
I remember him testifying
out of fucking
saying,
nowhere.
It's not a gene therapy.
It's not a gene therapy, right? He did the thing, and then lo and behold, when it changes your fucking DNA, it's gene therapy. That's what it is, guys. It's gene therapy.
Yeah, that's what you call gene therapy. I told you.
Yeah, that thing. But the thing, these people literally lost family members over this shit.
Yes.
No, it's not gene therapy. It's just a vaccine. Vaccines are good. Just get vaccines. Trust the science. They lost family members and old friends over this vaccine, which people were trying to warn them that it's fucking gene therapy. It is the first major step in transhumanism.
Yes.
There's a lot of little things like stay at home and look at the Zoom screen all the time. Put a mask on. Be an obedient person.
Yeah, that was to make you less human, guys.
There's a lot of conditioning.
That was to make you less human. All of it.
Yes.
But they changed your fucking DNA.
Yeah.
And you let them. Yep. That is the first big step. I don't know what that even means in the long term. I don't know what if that physically matters or if it's I don't know what this is.
It's pivotal.
Weird.
It's got to be a pivotal fucking moment, man. I mean, it's literally the corner where transhumanism starts, right? I mean, what the fuck? When doesn't it? You know what I mean? When we first got that technology, when they figured out you could splice genes and things, then is that when it started? But I don't know. I think everybody getting that that boop-de-boop may have started us down this path.
But I'm 100% certain that they were planning, and we know that they were planning for this event because we're not stupid. But like,
yeah,
I'm
they had lots of
100%
test runs.
I'm 100% certain they were planning to roll out new technology on the entire world, and they had to do it right. So they had a lot of test runs. So they really wanted to do the gene. So what does the gene therapy actually mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know there's also like, there's a genetic code for like cancer in there too, and in the cleavage side of the spike protein, there's a little bit of HIV, which that won't hurt you because HIV is blown out of proportion anyways, and the HIV/AIDS thing is a whole mess of lies anyways.
It's
However,
insane. I know. Yo,
HIV,
go on your thing.
HIV is the monkey virus that gives you the AIDS and the okay, whoa. Like that mess of a story they made up.
Slow down, cause.
Anywho, that might actually make more people test positive for HIV though.
Yes.
And that's a whole other scam too, because Fauci's working on the universal HIV vaccine, universal flu vaccine.
Right.
Flu's already a thing like people take, and like the vaccine doesn't do anything but make them sick. Mm-hmm. But good for you. Good for you. Take that flu vaccine, guys.
I've never taken one.
Because you know why, Rick? Because vaccines are safe and effective.
Safe and effective. Yeah, even if it's only 13% efficacious, you should take it just in case.
You should take it even just the slightest bit of efficaciousness.
Because the droplets come out of the nostrils, and that's not really what happens. But okay.
You don't want that. You get the vapor balls in there, and
yeah.
There you go. Oh, wait, there's still another thing here.
What happened?
Vaccines are safe and effective
Where's
for 1 out of 15 adults.
There we go.
And 1 out of 100 children.
1 out of 15 adults and 1 out of 100 children. Those are pretty good odds. I mean, I'm not a gambling man, but if I was to say that maybe you would get tuberculosis today, I would say you would have better than a 1 out of 15 chance.
Come and get your oral polio vaccine. Now you got polio. Thank you.
Now you got it.
Steve
you
makes
got it.
all these graphics.
Thank you. You're welcome.
I just got to show up a little bit of these graphics.
Is that? Oh, that's beautiful. Oh.
Oh, here's our bird. There's Peaches.
Oh,
that's
Peaches.
what it looks like.
Peaches.
Like a cockatoo.
Yeah, and there's another one. So yeah, if you need any art made, you should let us know.
To make
Rick
art.
Overton.
I like to make
these
pictures.
are funky. Yeah, these are fun. Yeah, Rick is cool.
He tried coming on like twice, I think. Oh yeah, this is a Commander X one, but his internet. So we're just gonna wait until I see him like in real life.
Yeah,
Commander X, cool.
Isn't that one awesome?
That
I gotta
really
send him.
cool.
I got the right hand side of it, the Commander X part, with him on the mask. That I have that printed on like a picture, so I'm gonna send it to him. And picture the Leo.
Yeah, it's not like
because his dog looks just like Leo. Have you seen Commander X's dog?
Yeah, he has a tiny dog like Leo.
He looks just like him. This is Zabby.
Oh,
I know that face.
Oh my gosh.
And look, this is little Leo when he was baby.
Shut up. It's so
like-
dark.
That's my hand. Like,
Oh my goodness.
yeah.
Tiny.
He was like the size of a mouse.
He was tiny.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
What I mean, Ukrainian seal pups,
Shield pups.
Yeah. All right, babe. I'm getting
You can be if you want to be.
all right.
Did you
thank
ever
y'all
did you
for
ever write
hanging out.
Magnus, Steve? Like
I,
you just
I
left
did.
him kind of hanging weird?
No, I tried to. What happened? No. He didn't respond.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks everybody for hanging out with me and Rick and Lucky.
Look.
I'm gonna go bail. And
Steve's like, oh god.
see you later,
All right.
alligators.
Bye.
We love you, Steve.
Bye,
Thanks,
Steve.
Rick. Thanks, buddy.
Let's see what you guys got going on out here.
Time traveling.
Yeah.
I was never really into time traveling
Dude, time is not a linear
theories.
thing.
Yeah, time's weird, right? I don't really get it. I don't think I fully wrap my brain around time. I don't think I can. I don't think I have the perspective to understand it. Time is weird. It is so much more complex. We just think it's like, and the next day. Like I think it's so much.
It doesn't work that way. Yeah.
Time and space don't a lot. Like time and space feels very consistent in our day-to-day lives, but like there's something going on, and
we like things to be nice and neat, right?
know.
Like we like to have that nice and neat things.
Russia bad, Ukraine good. Yeah, we've really dumbed down everything for ourselves.
We do. We really do. I mean, we think about it. We are on a fucking planet floating in the middle of this huge fucking universe.
Or are we even?
Yeah. I know.
Are we? Or are we?
Might not be.
Because we know NASA's a bunch of bullshit. So what's really going on? What's actually out there? I don't know.
And then that even like, and everything all ties back together because like, it's like, then we have NASA, which, did we go to the moon? Did we go to the fucking moon? And why have we not been back to the fucking moon?
If we went to the moon, if we did indeed go to the moon, it wasn't in that first fake ass video. And while we were like,
and when did we go? And when did we go to the moon, guys? When is the time frame for when we went on the moon?
Stanley Kubrick didn't shoot that, right? I mean, come on.
I mean, it definitely was on a soundstage. I don't know. Did we go to the moon before that? Even we could have gone to the moon before that. That might not be. That might not even be what a moon.
What is it a distraction from, though? What were we distracting from when we went to the moon?
Well, everyone. Well, the story. There's like when you have a big psyop, right? And this happens with every psyop. There's like the main narrative. I'm echoing. Why am I echoing?
Are you echoing? You're not for me.
Hello? A little bit, whatever. There's the main narrative.
It's that parallel time frame, man.
It's the time and space thing. I don't know what's happening.
We tore it.
It's getting wonky. Yeah. Wait a minute. I'm back down here. I thought I already went to bed.
No,
what the hell is going on?
Go anywhere.
What? But yeah, when you have a psyop, a big one, you have the main narrative, and then you already have the second narrative already planned out. They did it with COVID. It was like, oh, the wet market. Someone ate a bat and then sneezed, and everyone got sick. So that was the first one, right? And then the second one's like, oh, there just happens to be a lab down the street. It's like, oh, so if it's, they did it with 9/11, like, oh,
it's everything. Like
a bunch of dudes just pulled out knives and flew planes. They
were
didn't know
in their
how to
shoes.
fly. Yeah, they flew planes at 600 miles per hour with making maneuvers, even though they've never flown anything bigger than a prop before. Like, what the hell are you even saying? And the buildings melted into nothing, and blah blah blah. And then there's like the very, very well-funded truth movement, which does have a lot of legit people in it and a lot of people that are really seeking the truth, but they're very controlled, and there's a lot of bad actors in that movement. So they're like, yeah, there's like dynamite rigged all the way down the building. It's like, that's probably not it either thing, guys. Like, so like there's always two. They get you with like the main one is like, no, that doesn't sound right. And then they get you with the second one because you think it's some organic thing that just came out of people, investigating. Oh, this second idea came up. The 9/11 Commission report. Oh, it's the real one, right? No, it's already built into the psyop, the lie, right? So when the moon landing would be that's the thing. We actually made it to the moon. The second plot is, oh, we had to pretend that we made it to the moon, so Russia would think that we made it to the moon, so we would beat Russia, and it would raise morale, or whatever the Cold War narrative was at the time. I don't even fucking know. There's always
war, aliens, what?
I don't know. And then there's like the third narrative where like we actually went to the moon, but we did it in a different kind of vessel. And when you get to the moon, you don't hop around like a bunny rabbit. You know what I'm saying? Like there's always going to be like a third narrative that's actually correct. And I don't know what that is, but there's something weird about space travel and the moon and all this other shit. And I know everything that comes out of NASA is like it's like CGI. It's like, okay, so we give you billions of dollars per year so you can give us CGI of the universe. Something's kind of weird, don't you think? Something strange.
It's all kind of weird. And then we have right now the current situation happening. There's people that are filming saying that, there is no war happening over in the Ukraine and that things are staged. So I don't fucking it makes you not believe anybody or anything. And it all folds in on itself and works itself out because, either no matter which way you go with it, you're going to find people that are on that side and then are going to echo chamber what you're saying.
Right.
So it's just like, you pick your fucking team.
Yeah.
Pick which one. And then you have the people that don't fucking believe anything just because you know what I mean? Because that everything is designed that way. And then what?
Yeah.
It's like,
and because we have the internet, and because we have Google, people think they're so fucking sharp. People think they cannot get duped these days. So they can pull off things like having a fake war in Ukraine. I'm sure there have been events. There's definitely been violent events going on over there. But is there a full-blown war like the media is portraying over here? Probably not. Maybe there is, but probably not, right? So, and people think because, they have the internet and we have Google and we can just, I'm so smart. So as soon as you question that narrative, people are like, oh, no, we have Google. We're so smart. We're so connected. We have the internet. We're not cavemen anymore. We understand what's happening in the world. You cannot challenge their narrative because they think they're so damn smart because they have Google. That's the issue, man. People are so plugged in and they think that they can, I'm a genius. Like, no, you're not. You hit search like everyone else. You have to dig deeper. Always question the narrative. Always question the second narrative. Always.
And even then, even when you think you need to hold on to the fact that there's always a chance that what you think you know is not fucking true. Right. You have to be able to hold that space in there too. And that is a really challenging thing for people to be able to hold on to it and say, all right, with what I know right now, to the best of my belief, this is what is true. And then people want to they hold it. They're like, no, this is my life jacket. This means this. It means this, this makes the most sense to me right now. This is what I've been told. And then they don't see that there's a slow co-opting of things that happen. And if you watch it in real time, and if you are critically thinking and you're challenging it, then you can see it happen in real time.
Right.
And the people that see it in real time are the ones that are typically getting attacked.
Yep.
And, I remember when I was in the mindset of, no, Democrats suck, right? And Republicans suck, but the Democrats suck less or something. I don't know. I was never really fully plugged into that ideology ever. I just never, I saw it all as a fucking game, always. But I forgot what I was going for.
That was great. That was a Ricky rant. That was beautiful.
It's what happens though, I think, is that people put their heads in the sand and they're just more comfortable to pretend to not know. They don't want to know. They don't want to dig deeper because they know once they open that box, once you open that box and you start looking,
there's no going back.
There's no end to it. There is no fucking end. You know nothing anymore. There's nothing factual that's going to comfort you and make you sleep better at night anymore. Yeah. It's not going to happen.
Because that rabbit hole has rabbit holes, and those rabbit holes have rabbit holes, and those rabbit holes have rabbit holes.
And you realize that it's like a whole fucking network under, and you're like, fuck.
Yeah.
And my daughter is 18 and she comes to me and she's like, Mom, this is fucking bullshit. Everything that they've ever taught me in school has been a lie. I'm like, yeah, I know. It's all been a lie. And she's aware and awake and so she's also struggling. Okay, so she's in high school. She just turned 18 in December, but she's in a high school college hybrid. So she's doing college as a high school student and she'll graduate with the double credits. So when she has a professor that she is supposed to trust and is supposed to be educating her, say that they listen to different sources. They do a little bit of the CNN and they listen to NPR and stuff just for they like to have a little bit of a variety in what they listen to in their sources. And she's like, Mom, how do I trust? Like, how do I learn from people who are literally just learned propaganda? All of it. I'm like, honey, your books, everything. Like everything is. And she gets so mad, and it is so frustrating. It's like, what is the point of even going and getting an education in a field? Like, she's interested in psychology, and she's really good at it, and she's really freaking smart. And how much of that is actually going to be true, and how much of it is propaganda? Like, it is really fucking, it is so thick, and everybody's in there. It's like, everybody's a fucking propagandist, and they don't even realize it. Like, we are so far into this. Like, it is like the shot. They injected it into us since the time we were born. And luckily, like, there are those of us who are not like aware of what's happening, but it's so many less of us than I fucking thought. So many less. It's scary less than I thought. I mean, like, how the fuck do we get out of this shit? How the fuck do we get out of this? How do we find the truth and get it to the people, especially when they have Assange being tortured and we have no sign of life? And, oh, I think you muted. Did you mute? No. Oh, no. There. You muted on your mic is disconnected. That's what it says. No. Somehow is it your setting on the?
I did. Yeah, when I unplugged it here, it muted on the screen too. I could just plug it back in, but I had to click the thing too. My bad.
It would have been so much easier to just blame the NSA or something. God,
I do that in my streams all the time. I'm out of those credits. I've done it so much. But like, there's a problem with our society. It's like we have a lot of well-read people. It's not like we don't. We have a lot of, we have access to things in America, and we have some minds that want to seek. We'll say seek because it's not always learning. And we have this culture of, if you want to be, superior intellectually, it's a lot of the lefties are more like this. Some righties, but a lot of lefties. It's like read books, and then like when you see what they're reading and you see what they're saying, it's like, wait a second, not all books are good. Just because you can read a book, there's this weird thing. There's a weird thing. I think like like a good documentary is better than reading a bad book, and we don't have that. We literally don't think that in America. It's like there's a hierarchy to our media. It's like, oh, if you get your information, which by looking at words on a piece of paper, you are just superior. This is academia, right? Like, oh, I've many leather-bound books, and I got a golden statue over here next to the scrolls that I've collected. It's like it's very pretentious, and it's actually bullshit, because like literally like some of these books mean fucking nothing. Like they mean fucking nothing, or they're filled with lies or revisionist history or whatever it might be, right? That's what I've really noticed. Come to learn that, right? Because I sit here and I'm like, how do we have scientists and doctors on two very different pages about what's happening? There are doctors and scientists that still don't understand what that vaccine rollout was.
Yeah,
like they saw a military operation, literally Operation Warp Speed, happening, and they didn't think twice about it. They're like, yeah, we usually get our fucking our boops from the army, right? What are you talking about? No, right. This is not normal. Like nothing about it was normal. It was very weird. From like the contracts tell us that it was weird. That the NIH and Moderna and the crazy bat dude from North Carolina, Barrick, They all signed a fucking coronavirus vaccine contract in December of 2019. Wow, what timing, guys? What timing? And like, there are doctors and scientists, and maybe the majority in America, because a lot of them come from that academia background, right? They're also, esteemed and intellectual, right? They all kind of are plugged into that group think. I think a lot of them don't even see any red flags with like this whole thing. And like, they're still blaming, some doctors and scientists are still blaming unvaccinated people for what's happening in the world. And I literally see them do this, and I'm like, how did you get here? How did you act like you went to fucking school for many, many years to get to do this job? And this is the things you're saying scare the shit out of me. You are the kind of person that's like, oh, I've read, they're the ones on the Zoom chat where they like have books everywhere. They have like a bookshelf with books, and then they like pull up like an end table to put more books on it to show you how many books they've read. They're those kind of people where they put as many books as possible in the background of every interview they do. Like, they'll find a fucking place to put a book. I
have a bookshelf, but a big bookshelf with lots of books on it. But I like this guy.
They're the ones that want to tell you, they want to show you how smart they are, and then they
bookshelves Zoom things too. Like, they have fake, like it's a thing where you buy the fake like Virtue Signal bookshelf that looks like it's a real bookshelf. It looks like you have so many books on there that you just
like
can't
you
fit
live
them.
in a library.
You can't.
Right, and they showed this off to you in their interviews, on their esteemed programs or whatever the fuck, and then they say shit the shit that comes out of their mouth, it makes no sense whatsoever, and they're like saying it with a straight face, and you're like, oh, and then because there's books behind them and they've got a fancy title, they're an MD or they're a master's of something. Everyone's just like, yeah, that's got to be the truth, because that person's got a title and there's those books in the background, and they can't be brainwashed. They're an intellectual. They're not some,
Yeah, like
they're not some loser.
They couldn't all be, everybody. That's what I said at the first. I was like, there's no way they got every doctor and nurse and there's no way they coordinated this much.
They got at least half of the medical community to be like, bloop.
And then I realized, of course they fucking can. Of course they can. Of course that's exactly what they did to us. And holy fuck, did they do a good fucking job. They did a good fucking job. They had me at first. They fucking had me. I never got the shot, but I was like, oh shit. I was thinking like, oh my God, this is like, oh my God, like, this shit's going crazy. And, and like, I made masks. Oh my God, I made thousands of fabric masks, and I fucking busted my ass and I gave them away. Yep. And, I thought I was helping people.
Right.
And little did I know, like it was after, the first, few months of it. And then like they started like, and I remember when Steve first came to me and was like, listen, the masks, the particles, and all of this. And I just gutturally, nope, don't want to fucking hear it. Fuck you. Fuck you. Don't want to fucking hear it. No. And this is from my best friend and my partner and the person I choose to spend every day with. Yeah. So imagine it coming from a stranger, or somebody else on the internet. You're just like, oh no, fuck you. Wow, you're evil. So I see this. I see where people are on that other side, and it's a really hard place to try to like see how you get through to that other side, because it's such a disconnect that it's like, I mean, I look back and I'm like, oh my God, I was like so mad. I was like, no, Steve, I was just so, he'll tell you too. And it's funny because that's the kind of conversations that we have, though, are real conversations in our house. Like, yeah, I could have done that and I didn't, and I fucking procrastinate. I fucking suck and I don't know why or whatever. Like, it's not me putting like myself down. It's just me being honest. Like, okay, yeah, I fucking procrastinated and I suck and I should have done it and I didn't. And I wasn't uncomfortable enough to change my mind into doing something different. So, like, it's just that level of self-honesty isn't there with people either. And even with me being somebody that's trying to be a critical thinker and like constantly even challenging myself, my ways, challenging, like, that's just what we do. Like, it's not, I guess it's not a natural position to be in. And I was on the side of that. I was on the side of, oh no, of course, no. I was in a weird place, right? Like I was like, no, fuck that with their warp speed fucking military. I was like, oh no. I saw that, like I was like, oh fuck that. But I was all in on the masks at first, like, so like they kind of like have different levels of how they catch you.
Yep.
And like,
Yep.
it's like they have all these different nets and all these different, like, like if you go like gold panning or sifting, right, for gems or anything like that, you have different levels of what, how you classify and what gets through. And it's like, by the time you get to the last little bit that's there with the gems, it's not much there, right? And so like I feel like we kind of like, they just kind of, yep, all right, well, like they know they put so many multi-layers to that it makes it hard. And that reaction that you have, though, that guttural like, no, like I don't want that to be true. That's a hard thing to break.
Yeah. They compartmentalize all this stuff, right? They give all these different people tasks to do, and these people don't really understand the bigger plot. So you have a lot of people that work in this system not knowing they're contributing to this plot, and it probably doesn't even click in most of them because their job is so specific. They're doing one little part of this whole big thing. Oh yeah, I started manufacturing these PCR tests at such a high rate back in 2017. Wonder why. Like maybe it doesn't click,
just getting prepared, like,
Yeah, the surplus, the surplus or the supply. We always have to have a,
or admitting something suddenly makes you have to go, oh fuck, I was a part of that.
Yeah,
I was a part of that.
Yeah.
Like I made masks, I made things, I gave them away thinking I was doing something good. Now imagine being a part of that in a different sense of that, or being in the medical field. What is this going to do to our medical field? Like you are a huge proponent of Medicare for all. And now I say our fucking medical system is fucked, and people are not going to trust these doctors or nurses or anybody. What the fuck are we fighting for? We're fighting for a broken system. Like this whole thing is just so fucking beyond broken. That's why I say parallel community, where we do have people where like you're going into that like whole concept of like having a town doctor, having somebody that knows you, a doctor that comes to your house, or at least, you know what I mean? Like they notice that you're off. You know what I mean? The people in your community notice that you're off. Like with mine, like with most people, like we're so busy. Is your neighbor going to notice that you're off? If it's not, if you're not intent, like why do you live the place that you live? Most people live like, if you're a lower income, you live where you can fucking fit, where you can, like it's not like, oh, I'm choosing to be in this fabulous apartment here, like
right.
You move where you can fit, you live where you can fit. So it's not, your neighbors aren't necessarily the people that are going to be the one that you can go knock on their door and say, hey, this person down here, on this lot down here needs some help. Can we come together and help this person? Well, they're sick, or they're this, or, you know what I mean? Like they're going to be out of town. Can we keep an eye on their, you know what I mean? Like that's where we need to go back to that basics of that. I think that's the only way that we're going to be able to get through this.
100. Yeah, it's really tricky. There will be. I mean, there was always those people that never trusted doctor, or never wanted to go to the doctor. Even quite. There was the people that always questioned the vaccines and all this other stuff too, and for good reason. And we were never allowed to have those conversations, right? We never were allowed to have those conversations in a real. I mean, back in the old days, maybe 30, 40 years ago, they would have like these, these mini documentaries on TV where they really kind of dug into some of the stuff, and you got some juicy stuff, a little bit. But that tightened up so fast, man. They really they really have this narrative. Medically is one of the ways they have us. Obviously, food is another one. So many ways, but surveillance. Oh my god. But the medical thing, yeah, and I am doing the Medicare for all stuff. Will people trust the system? Not necessarily, but the reason I stick with Medicare for all is because Medicare for all is really about the payment mechanism, right?
Yeah. Mhm.
So really, what it does more than anything else, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get the best care, you know.
No.
All right. But what it does is it will pull people out of these financial traps that they're in, and if it's in financial traps are what's really pulling a lot of these people down. It kills people, you know. So it really changes the financing. That's why I stick with it. I don't if I thought this was about the actual care that you get, it will actually give you more options because you won't have to worry about having insurance for one, having the right insurance two. There's no networks anymore. You just go to the doctor, and if you don't like that doctor, you go to the next doctor, and you don't have to worry if it's like if he's in the right group or the right network or whatever that shit is, anyways.
And also, when it comes to like the whole payment thing too, like there's like a whole like ashamedness if you have like a state insurance or a lower insurance bracket, right? Because they judge you based on that. It's like, oh well, I can't ask for a certain thing because they're gonna know that I'm a lower income, and that means that I'm probably just seeking drugs, or I'm, you know what I mean? Like there's all these like self labels and the things that we don't advocate for ourselves.
Yeah.
Because of that too, because of the way that the system is right now.
Right.
You know, and
people are brainwashed. People are like, oh, why would we give people health care? Like, you have to earn that. It's like literally they've already stolen it from you. You already get taxed. They already steal your wealth back from you. They owe this shit to you. Like, don't you understand? Like, they owe this to you. People don't want to listen to that, right? People don't want to listen. People don't want to learn.
They deny us health care. Well, they get the greatest health care. Now, I say if they shouldn't be able to get some kind of fancy fucking health care that we get nothing. No, we should all have fantastic healthcare. Why is that not the goal? How is that even? How is it possible that it's not even like? How do we not afford it? Like, how do we not afford that? Like, what the fuck do you mean? It's like saying, it's like how can you deny it to me? Well, you get it. How can you deny me a thriving fucking wage? Well, you give yourself a wage for doing nothing. Like, we pay you motherfuckers. Like, this is so backwards.
It's so backwards.
I want the same medical coverage that they're going to give the fucking president. If it's the American dream that any of us can be a president, then we should all be able to have the same insurance too. I should be able to get the same health coverage no matter where I go and no matter who I am. What makes him better than me? Because he was allegedly elected into the office?
Right.
I thought he was just a person.
And that's why we keep on keeping on with this, man, because we see people. There's universal programs all over the world. There's over like 100 universal healthcare programs in other countries. It's everyone knows it's a joke. We are the butt of all the healthcare jokes in the world. You know, we pay the most. It's the most expensive by far, the system, and the outcomes are horrible. And we pay the most for medication. It's obvious. It's theft. It's middleman theft and price gouging of
as science supposedly is becoming better, our life expectancy is becoming shorter. How is that logical for anybody? How is it logical that does anybody know anybody that doesn't have cancer? Because I'll tell you, my dad died of cancer. It was a year in January. The fourth time it got him, and it took him out. My mom has lymphoma, and my stepdad has cancer too. So it's like, okay, how is this normal for everybody to have like rare cancers? And they've had these for a while. This is before all of this that happened.
Yeah.
And
I know.
was, and so it's like, how many more people? How many more? Like we're gonna. I mean, like I see, not because I want to, but I foresee we're gonna have a lot of suicide and we're gonna have a lot of death. And
yep. Or it's just slow kills from all these medical all this medical experimentation. See, we have this Rockefeller paradigm right now, which is already bullshit. This opioid fueled nonsense that we've lived through the past several decades.
But
now
trust them.
Yeah, but trust them, right? But instead of shifting back to like a more natural homeopathic approach to medicine, like common sense, a less capitalist way of approaching medicine, right? Which would actually be, which would actually make sense. We're shifting into a new paradigm that's even further down the cuckoo bananas hole, right? Where we're now like literally changing people's DNA. For what reason? So, well, the reason is like, oh, well, this thing is going to mess you up in a certain way, and we're going to create the thing that's going to fix that, and that thing's going to mess you up in a certain way. You're now on this big pharma subscription plan, and not only does it like centralize these giant pharmaceutical companies and make them very powerful entities that are now partnered with big tech, because Google and Amazon are both in big pharma now. If you didn't notice, they're creating there's very few industries left. These sectors are becoming combined. They're like multi-sectorial sectors. Like, it's crazy. So these big power hubs, and we're ramping up the surveillance state. We're ramping up the police state. We're automating, and people are losing jobs. I mean, it's almost like a slow squeeze on humanity. Are people going to be able to procreate when their DNA is changing with all these things that they're putting in people? Because this is getting a bit ridiculous, right?
Well, I mean, think about what it is, like, all the IVF stuff already. Like, think about how expensive that already is, and how many like things that they have on ice and chromosomes, and like it. Okay, so what happens in those books that we referred to again? Like when there's incubator babies that are being grown because humans no longer have sex. Like,
it's fucking weird.
If you guys have not read 1984, George Orwell's 1984 lately, or you have not listened to a book on tape on it, please do so. Please, please, please. If you haven't in a while, or if you haven't at all, and you like, it's really, I think it's like 8 or 10 hours total if you listen to the book on tape. They have it on YouTube. It's insane. It's insane. Like I actually own those books, and I got them because I'm like, I want my daughter to read, like, I want her to read these. I want her to know this, because this has been a predicted thing. This is, like, and she went to the used bookstore today, and she came back with books on how to build homes. Like how to build a sustainable structures in, like, they're from the 70s. Actually, bravo.
Come back to me.
So.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So that one is like, this one's from 1977. These books are not new.
Wow.
Yeah. And that one, I think, is from about the same time period. So, oh, this one's from 83. So, we have some other books that are similar and like in this same kind of like category, where it's I have back to basics books that back to basics books that tells you, I was telling her today earlier, because she went to this place called Book Barn, and it's a used book place, and I went there as a kid. Do you know Book Barn?
I know of it. They're still around?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
I went to school with their kid.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So Yeah, so Book Barn.
Yeah.
Anybody doesn't know Book Barn, they're amazing. Yeah. Shout out to Dan. But I'm not friends with him anymore because of COVID. Because COVID truth. Yeah. He's a Facebooker. He's on the Facebooks. Like, yeah, I don't use Facebook. I know.
It's hard. It's so hard.
Oh, it's so hard because like, oh yeah, I know. You know what it was? It was a vote blue. He went vote blue. And I was hardcore, like, no, dude, guys, don't do this. Don't do this.
Yeah, it's hard.
Like, we know a lot of people in like, like the music scene, Steve's was in a band 25 years locally. And, so yeah, like, yeah, like, any of the heady freaking, oh my God. Like he played, the guys from, like Max Creek and, all these bands and stuff. And a lot of, we realized that how it was really a lot of shit live. Like, unfortunately, there's a lot of people that just stayed stuck in that. And, it's like, holy fucking shit, man. People that you thought were going to be, you thought we're on the same wavelength, and you find out that they aren't, and it's like, oh shit. I mean, I don't know what the Creek guys are feeling about any of this. Like, we haven't talked to them in depth about this kind of stuff, but it's weird how I feel like when all of this started to happen, it really caused us to shed our skins. Like, it was like, okay, you're either going to go along with this whole thing, and you're going to, and in some ways it really did help us. So for us, like, we quit smoking tobacco. We went vegan. I mean, not vegan. We went vegetarian, very close to vegan, but not quite there.
Yeah.
So we're vegetarian. We quit smoking tobacco. Like, we just, we went to like more organic, healthier food, so we made lifestyle changes, and we made those lifestyle changes in a positive way. And I feel like a lot of people double down in the opposite way, and like they double down on not wanting the knowledge, not wanting the truth, just seeking the, the normal, which is so weird because it's like, that's what got us to what that's the normal got us into what situation we're in right now.
All right.
That's what brought us to right here. Why do we want that? Why do we want more of that? I don't. I can't go backwards. Like, it's like, once you know what I mean? Like, once you have that information, it's like, you can't do it. I can't do it. I can't go backwards. I can't go back and live in that space anymore. And you leave people behind.
And it's so weird because it's so confusing. It's like you never know what someone's actually thinking. You think you know someone, and then you start seeing the shit they're posting or just sharing, just like sharing blindly almost. And it's like, oh, so many people on Facebook. I'm like, do I know any of these people? Like, how do I know thousands of people, but I know like no one at the same time?
Yes.
That's a weird feeling. Like,
it is really isolating.
It's like
really isolating.
Whoa.
Yeah, like, I have a whole like Facebook world of people that like I just don't really I don't interact with them like anymore.
Yeah.
If I saw them, I wouldn't be mean to them or something like that. Like, I absolutely, but at the same time, some of it's like, do I even want to know? Do I even want to know?
Right.
Because it's like, it's like, I almost want to stick my head in the sand about the people that I used to know and just like not know how bad it is out there.
Right. Like, I had
like,
this one
willfully ignorant on my friends.
Like, I had this one friend on Facebook who I've worked several jobs with him, like just gigs that we both happen to work on. So we've known each other for years. And he's a cool guy, IRL, in real life. And he got into the Marx. He got really into Marx. Like, he might have always been more communist leaning. I don't even know. we didn't really talk about politics so much. We talked about other things when we worked. But cool guy, and got really into Marx. And I was like, oh, okay. Like he's really pushing Marx on Facebook, maybe to a crowd that's maybe not gonna really, receive this or because when you start posting Marx on it, well, you know how that goes, right? So I saw him posting all this stuff about Marx, and I don't know if he had just got into it or just decided like he was gonna make his Facebook about it. I don't know. I don't know the timeline here. But he would get really snooty about it. He get snooty Marks about it. And I was like, oh, okay, so maybe it's not that cool.
His ideology was like, I'm the
became
cool
like a personality on Facebook at least. I understand like if you have your ideology and you share it because you think other people should learn about it, that's great. But when you become snooty about it, oh my God, snooty ideology, like
it's a new thing. It's a thing. It's a real thing.
It's a thing, and it's like are you just doing this to show people that you're like well read? Again, here we go back to the books, right? Like the
fake Zoom books.
You read something, but does that make you thoughtful or enlightened? Like I don't know that it does with some of these people. I feel like they just read to say that they read. And then they didn't think about it. They didn't actually process it because, like, fuck, do they even care? Do they just get like, the accelerated reader points or some shit? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, did you really read it?
It's like book.
Right? Did you really, absorb that information, or was there any good information to begin with?
Yeah, like
depending on what it is.
Like, did you digest that information? Like, did you really digest it, and are you understanding it? It's like kids in school, like your tests, right? You're tested to see if you learned, but did you really learn it, or you just memorizing it?
Did you just regurgitate on command, and then you're gonna forget it in a few weeks because you didn't really absorb it? You just remembered enough to say the thing, to fill in the blank, or to pick A, B, C, or D. But did you really
quotes? You know what I mean? So everyone knows, like, recognizes that oh, I recognize that in you too. Yeah.
I know
we both read that book.
How I know which teachers were good back in grade school is the ones the subjects in which I have a much deeper understanding of were always almost always connected to the better teachers. Like I had a really cool biology and anatomy teacher named Mr. Thieler. He was like Bill Nye if Bill Nye wasn't an asshole. He was cool. He was like,
I know, man. What the fuck?
He's a fucking asshole. But he was like a tall, skinny, like, kind of nerdy, kind of a, entertainer type science guy. And he would handwrite all the lessons, and he would put them on the overhead projector, and he would have printouts of that same lesson, and he would hand out so it was a front and back. Every section was a front and back page that he hand drew. He hand drew all the cells and all the organelles and the mitochondria. And I remember all these terms because he was cool as fuck, and we absorbed this information because we talked about it and we discussed it, and he showed us, and it wasn't some fucking textbook where you're like, Jesus.
Well, it goes back to how, like you said, a good documentary is as good as reading a book for some. It's a matter of how we have to give people the information, how they digest it.
Right.
And that's what I'm always saying is that, you know what I mean? Like, you can't just tell people to go throw a book at them and say, oh yeah, go read this theory. That doesn't mean that they're going to digest it. Even if they read every word of it, doesn't mean that they're digesting it and actually, you know what I mean? And it's like
100%. And this brings me back to my friend on Facebook, Karl Marx. I was like, oh, he's posting Karl Marx, and then he's getting kind of snooty and arrogant. Arrogant is probably the word about it. People that probably don't read Karl Marx were commenting, and he thought, oh, are you questioning my ideology? Are you pushing back on my ideology, or are you threatening my ideology? And he got a little arrogant, a little snooty. And I'm like, okay, calm down. I mean, I'm all for you reading Marx. It's all good, dude. And it wasn't me he was barking at because I just watched. I just didn't want to get into it. And then the other day, I popped on the Facebook, which I don't really go into much. I don't scroll much. I do a little thing here and there. And I see he posted this weird thing where he was like, don't watch any of these grifters or blah, blah, blah. And I start reading. I'm like, oh, what grift? Oh, we're doing this. And it was like, Max Blumenthal, Jimmy Dore, Richie Medhurst. Don't watch any of these people. I'm like, okay.
None of them. None of them, even though they all don't say exactly the same thing. None of them could be.
He said don't. He said don't. It was like a whole list of like all the indie left. So he's either, but he didn't say who to watch. That's the fucking thing. Don't watch all of this. So I mean, this is Facebook. You're gonna just make sure you keep people at CNN and MSNBC because that's where they're gonna end up if you don't let them come that way. So if you think they're what's the end game here by saying all these people are like, are you off an arrogant, snooty Karl Marx YouTube where the super arrogant lefties, which like no one watches that shit because no one wants to deal with that. Like no one wants to watch arrogant people talk about fucking ideology. Like
I want real fucking shit. I want real people with fucking bloopers and fucking mistakes, and that's what I want because I'm a real person.
I'm like, is he that far left, or is he literally watching CNN and reading Karl Marx? Because I'm confused.
Right? Like, where is that? Like, where does he stand? That is a really confusing. Like,
don't watch indie media. Okay, but your whole Facebook is Karl Marx.
And then people will be like, "Oh, well, if they're on YouTube, it's like, okay, like, where is this reliable source of information?" Because like I want to be, and like another thing is like I don't want to have to filter the information that I get.
Right.
I want to be able to say, you know what? These guys over here, they really tell me the truth, and they will tell you if they get something wrong, they're going to correct it. But like most of the time, they're getting it pretty fucking spot on. I can direct you right to them. Can I do that with other sources? If I can't say that, if I can't give you somebody that prerequisite and say, like they get this right, like most of the time, if I have to say, well, they get it right on this, but not this, like, wait, who's the gatekeeper of that information then? And why are they getting all those things wrong? Like, like we need to have higher standards for who we're pointing where. It matters because obviously what's been happening is not working. It is not working. We need to point out the places like, not just the fucking TYT and the Sam Cedars, you know what I mean? Like, okay, yeah, a lot of us know that they're bad, and we need to make sure that people know that they're not telling the fucking truth. And if they're not telling the truth and you have to selectively figure out what's true and what's not true, how do you know then what you believe is true that they're saying is actually true? Where do you verify that against? Like I don't want to have to filter my information that I get from a source of information. I want to know that, okay, they have the best intention of giving us the best information that they possibly can. They're not like doing this as a manipulative way to try to get me to believe a certain narrative or funnel me into this way or that way. And that's why I have such a hard time with like, people saying, oh, well, the Hill, at least they get some truth and then they get pulled down and then they get some kind of like lame fucking credibility that's not even theirs to fucking claim because they haven't been telling you the fucking real truth.
Right. It's wild.
It all comes back to the same thing. It's like, we need to make peace with our truth, people. We need to find that truth, and we need to be honest with ourselves. And oh my God, I want to know like a conclusion as to what's happening with your friend on Facebook. I'm like hanging here. I'm like, wait, we gotta know. We're gonna have to have an update on this. Like,
yeah,
what is with this?
If I see anything, I'll let you know. We'll talk
about
it.
I'm like, no. It's kind of like, it's like the Boogaloo TikTok.
What is that? Oh my
God. Like, I want to know if that all happened in the same coordinated time period. Was he sitting out there doing an interview outside while the TikTokers were inside the White House? He's like, I just didn't get to go. I'm just going to tag along on this. Like,
yeah, I don't know.
I don't want to be left out. I'm taking TikTok to Ukraine.
Yeah, he might have been in the White House earlier. You never know.
So weird.
It's so weird.
Oh, and then like, see, and him, he's saying, like, how could you even hold that interview? Like, how did he hold that interview and not go, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Yeah.
Like, you can't even hold yourself. Like he's talking in circles to himself. Like, how do people hold all this space and remember all of this?
Yeah, his story.
The truth is hard enough. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, all right, trying to find facts and find the truth and always seeking that out. That's a lot. Imagine having to hold all the ideals that don't align with each other all at once. What a mind fuck that must be.
Yeah,
how do they do that?
I don't know. Maybe they're like speaking through him, man. Maybe they're just sending him what to say. Maybe they're like maybe he's plugged up. Maybe he's chipped or something. Maybe he's plugged in. I don't know, man. Maybe these people are like transhumans. These people with these like crazy backstories. Maybe they're the early models. I don't know. How do they fucking keep their shit straight?
How do they do it?
This guy paid me thousands of dollars, and I went to Maine, and then I had ammo, he had ammo, and then I turned him in for ammo, but he was really gonna like slaughter people or something, or do something really bad. But I don't know, like, what the hell story is this? And then I went here and I dug through someone's stuff, and I was being a snoop, but people think I'm a Fed because I do these things, but I'm not a Fed. It's like, what is your story, dude? I've been outside the Boogaloo movement, but I'm bringing the Boogaloo movement to Ukraine to move it forward. Like, what are you talking about? I have no idea how he keeps. Is he consistent? Like, if he did another interview, would he like contradict himself, or would he be able to pull that story out of his ass again? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. I don't know how they even keep track of it.
It's wild.
You know what I mean? Like keeping track of what's happening now is hard enough, but that's just got to be exhausting. It's got to be exhausting.
Yeah. Good luck to him and all of us. That's crazy. There's something going on with the Boogaloo Boy. I would be if I was Magnus and those people, I would be very, very, very. I mean, he's already probably cautious. He knows that he's got a target on his back, but I would be.
He probably literally has a, if he's in Ukraine now, if there is that happening there, it's just so insane to me that now we're seeing video of the streets being empty, and there's no war, and it's business as usual, and it looks like a movie set. Are you kidding me? What side of this is true?
It's a lot of weird. It's weird, yo. This whole thing has been so weird. They're doing this in a in public across a country. They're doing this in public, and yeah, there are some things happening, but we don't know to what extent that these things are happening, and it's so weird that they can manipulate the whole thing. People think there's full-blown war in Ukraine. They think the whole country is war torn. They don't they've got people really into this.
It's just insane. And then everyone's ignoring the fact that we're bombing and then Palestine is still under attack in an open air prison. Do people ever think maybe the reason they're building a wall is not to freaking keep people out, but to keep us in? Maybe the infrastructure is crumbling for a reason, because if bridges are going down, then guess what? You can't escape. There's less routes that they have to control you with. I mean, come on. We have got to start thinking in terms of the opposite of what it could, you know what I mean? We need to look at it objectively. Just because we're not, evil people doesn't mean that they're not doing evil things to us, and we won't recognize it because we don't think in that way. You know, I don't want to think in that way. I don't want to think, oh my gosh, you know, like we all the ways that they could just completely fuck us over. Like,
Yeah.
they are purposely like making the shit fall down and crumble in this country. Yeah, because they can fucking hop on a fucking jet plane. They don't give a fuck. They can get out of here.
Right.
They have bunkers. They know, like, they have a plan. They're like, yeah, whatever. We're gonna leave these. We'll leave these ants behind. We don't care. And people are willingly doing it.
Yeah, they planned this to happen. They planned for shit to go down because they got their bunkers years ago, right? The big dogs. Some of them got them more recently, maybe, but like they knew this was coming. They started planning a long time ago. They are coordinating all this shit. They're coordinating everything. Gas prices go up. They tell you, oh my gosh, you know, just drive a little less. You know, gas is expensive because, you know, Russia, Putin, blah, blah, whatever bullshit
I can't
they
believe
make
they're
up.
blaming the gas on fucking Putin. Like, are you kidding me? This
They
guy,
sure are.
man, whoo, he really has a lot of control
Yeah.
over us. If we're so number one and we are so, I thought Biden was in control of all this, then why is Putin, like, he has that much power? Do they not realize that, like, if that was actually in fact true, that they would be that's a weakness, that's not a strength? Like, really? He can do that? That's all he had to do to fuck us over? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, Putin just made a move and the whole world fell apart. Well,
I know, really, like really?
Yeah.
We're just gonna give him that much credit, huh? We're
Yeah.
just gonna give him all the fucking credit for all the fucking evil. He's more evil than anybody else. And
The
vote blue.
evilest. Vote blue no matter who. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Like, we have a slogan of being screwed. It's called vote blue no matter who.
It really is. It really is. Oh my god.
They fucking have a slogan. Like, did they just like laugh? Like, this was like the
Yeah. Fucking ridiculous, yo.
Where is the warehouse with the virtue signals too? Like,
where's the virtue signal?
The whistleblower. I want to know where this fucking warehouse of virtue signal is.
The virtue signal warehouse. It has to exist, right?
I asked Franco, and he got up on like mid-strip, and he just get up and like just walked away. I was like, Franco, where's the warehouse? They all had the fucking shit. He was just like, puts his headphones down.
Right.
Walked off stream.
Right.
I'm like, this is our supply chains are down though, right? Like, we have supply chains. We have Ukrainian merch, man.
Yo, do they like? Is this Chinese shit that they ordered a couple years ago?
Oh my god!
Right? I really think this is Chinese
They're
shit.
like,
They
oh,
stored.
we thought this was Sweden stuff. Oh well, we can.
Yeah, we can repurposed. We thought they were gonna win the World Cup and they didn't. So what are we gonna do with these Sweden flags? I don't know. Like, I don't know what this shit is. I don't know what any of this shit is. It's so weird. I feel like they pre-planned all this shit. So they ordered this shit from China like years ago.
Does it say made in China on the back of the
Sure it does. Yes. I think I heard a story like recently that like they thought the queen was dead because it like someone in China got a massive order for like queen themed things. Like, they're like, maybe she died and they're about to like have her funeral and sell her shit on the street or something. So they're like ordering a bunch of shit from China. So that rumor is going around that like there's big orders for queen shit, like the Queen of England shit in China.
What?
Yeah, it's like they fucking plan this shit. I feel like it's weird. It's so fucking weird.
I'm telling you, there's a fucking warehouse somewhere. It's like a Hollywood like movie set, you know? There's got to be like warehouses where you go shopping. If you're building a set, you got to have a shopping cart.
I mean, maybe they rush ordered some flags here in America that were made on the fly. Maybe it happened. I don't know.
I mean, but like they're literally like our supply. Like, we don't make anything in the United States anymore.
I know.
We don't fucking make shit here.
We print a lot of shit.
Like a lot of fucking petrol money.
Like print money. We print.
But we don't
t-shirts.
even really print it. All they do is add numbers to bank accounts. That's all it is. They're just like, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
We just add a zero here and you know, it's like, oh, you add the zero in the wrong place. I mean, imagine like it.
We print a lot of ads here. We do have a lot of billboards and advertisements and shit like that.
Weapons, weapons.
Yeah, we 3D print bombs and shit. Yeah.
We're fucked. We're so fucked.
We are so fucked.
We don't make anything here.
Right.
Like we make fucking we make film. We make propaganda.
We make a lot of propaganda. A shit ton of propaganda. Holy crap. Yeah, I mean, like, that's what's happening with America. We don't make anything anymore. We just produce we make technology, right? We make like tech. And a lot of it's like
video games,
a lot of it's software.
War, video games, war.
Yeah.
That then get used as propaganda. I mean,
and a lot of the big R&D centers have slowly, silently moved over to Israel. So, like a lot of the most important offices for like Microsoft, for example, a lot of their R&D is done in Israel now. It's like they've relocated. America's like, I don't know, almost like intelligence and technology is kind of slowly trickling to Israel as like the new hub. It's kind of like the centerpiece of the Belt and Road Initiative, that big train system they want to do in all that over in like Africa, Europe, and Asia.
All interconnected, and it's because it's so
weird.
much. It's so overwhelmingly so much all at once, and it's like what we were saying before, like people like will just like I just do this part over here and that person does that part, but we don't see that A and B makes this huge thing happen. And so they keep us divided in that way. Like they compartmentalize us like we are a fucking spreadsheet to them.
Yeah.
Like and they're like, and every once in a while, like, A and B got mixed together too quick, and now we have this big thing. We better mix these other parts over here together. But people don't realize, like, coming down, like how many people is it that from one person making a decision all the way down, how many people does that go through that fall in line and say yes to that?
I mean, a lot. There's a huge chain of command, right? If you look back at like 9/11, this is kind of a tangent, but like,
do it.
But like, we have like the most sophisticated defense system in the world. We have all kinds of, air defense, right? And this event happened that one fateful day, back in September of 2001, and they were looking at the military chain of command that day. That would all the people that would make decisions that would impact air defense. From old Rummy, Donald Rumsfeld, all the way down, right? And Rumsfeld was like in a meeting, and when the plane hit the Pentagon, and then you actually see footage of him running out there and like helping people and moving things, and it's like you're what? You're
on a movie set?
You're the right. You're literally the head of defense of the United States, and you're out like doing hard labor while your country is supposed to be under attack. This is how we know this isn't real. Like, first of all, your job is to not fucking do hard labor when when people have been trying to reach you because you've been in a meeting because things have been hijacked and things are going awry. You don't just run around. Picture.
I know.
This is
I'm just here for the photo op.
This is so fake. Like I don't know. I hate to be that guy, but this shit's fake. And then if you look at the chain of command, like 2 guys were like not there that day. 1 guy was like new and didn't know his job yet. You're like, how? All of this happened on one day, and that same day, like they were doing all of these war games. There was more war games scheduled that day than any other day in the history of the military. And they used real radar in those war games, so they didn't know if what was on the radar was real world or fake. That's called planned. Not those things don't all happen all at the same time. The whole Department of Defense and Air Command, all of that was planned out well in advance. That's very clear. Everything was awry that day. Everything. That's not coincidence. Not all those things will happen all at once. That never happened before then, and it has never happened since, where all of those things happened like that. Not even close to something like that.
So coordinated, like
so very obviously
tied up with a nice little bow there. Yeah. I remember being a kid, and my someone would say, do you remember where you were when such and such happened, when JFK was shot, or blah blah blah, and like I was always like, God, how do they remember so well, like what they were doing? I remember thinking that, like, how do they remember that so well? You bring up 9/11 to people, if they were alive during 9/11, people will tell you exactly where they were and how it was before and after. Like I lived in Connecticut. I had flown out. I believe I went out of, I don't remember if it was Rhode Island. Might have been Rhode Island. It was probably Rhode Island. Might have been Connecticut. But I flew out. I was out on the West Coast. I was out in Washington State. It was in my dad's apartment when it happened. I saw the second plane hit because I remember him waking me up because it's, 3 hours, it was 6 in the morning there. Yeah. And I had to fly back to Connecticut like days after 9/11 happened. And so I remember like the terror and the fear and like that, like I had a cell phone then. A lot of people didn't really have cell phones then, but I did. I was really transient. Yeah. And so like I always maintained a cell phone. Like I remember it was like $150 bill. And then that was a lot, And so, I remember like trying to make phone calls. Like I had family in Virginia. I was trying to call. And like, I was like, I couldn't get a hold of anybody on the Eastern Seaboard. I was like, oh shit. And I had to fly back days after that. And, I remember that. I remember how fucking scared I was and how much they changed flying before that and after that. And I was going to go down to freaking Ground Zero. I was supposed to go down and be a volunteer with a canteen and everything else. And my gosh, it ended up like, it was like with Salvation Army and stuff. My friend was a volunteer. And, I remember like that panic, that fear, that, oh my gosh, we came together as a country. We are doing that exact day to countries everywhere, all over the globe, have been. Every day they deal with a 9/11. Yep. We need to stop, like, it's so romanticized, and
never forget.
Yeah, and they had that fucking merch and all that, like, oh man, you were so patriotic, and hit the firefighters and the police officers and everybody. Like I have an ex that was in Connecticut, and like she never smoked a day in her life, and she went down there and she had black lung. Like she had like issues with her lungs after being down there, and they denied her health care. Yep. I don't know, like what happened, now, years down the road. But I mean, this was, oh my God, like this was like 10 years ago that they, like she had issues and stuff. Yep. So, it's like that, like they don't have that on their hands though. Like they just, like that's just part of it because it fit the narrative. Like, and people look at that and they say, oh my God, yeah, I remember 9/11. That's horrible what happened, and all those planes that went down and blah, blah, blah. How weird is it that those planes all went down in such coordinated fucking events? How weird is it that, like, it became the vessel for all kinds of shit? This, people think that this isn't like, oh my God, how soon people forget. Like how soon they learn, they forget to never forget things, and how soon they forget to stop thinking critically of things. Like I'm blown away by it. I'm blown away by how well they do it, and they make the mistakes, and they make the huge mistakes, and there's proof of the huge mistakes, and people still believe it.
Huge. Yeah, because it's always attached to some kind of trauma, right? COVID and 9/11, they're attached to these traumas. These are traumatic experiences, are very stressful, very anxious times. And then they attach the narrative. They attach these little phrases, follow the science, never forget. And I don't know what it is about a slogan, but everything has a slogan in America, right?
Never forget, vote blue. Like we could probably write a book based on slogans, on the fucking propaganda slogans.
Yeah, it's like just do it, BK, you got it, trust the science. It's like we've been fucking prepped to just accept these slogans. It's like it's like marketing 101. Like we're just buying these fucking narratives with their little slogans. War on terror. Boy, did people buy that one, huh? What?
Oh my god, yeah. Remember mission accomplished.
You give it a name, yeah. If you get
that smirk that Bush has, oh my god, that is such a military smirk. Let me tell you, my stepdad. I grew up as a reason I ended up from Washington State, ended up in Connecticut, is because I was a military brat. I was a stepchild, so like that smirk. That's oh man, that. I don't know how I resisted it my whole life. I don't know how I resisted not falling in line and how I was able to not only just have regular mainstream propaganda, but being in a military family and it being shoved down I was the kid I lived on Governor's Island in the 90s before they closed it. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I lived on Governor's Island.
Yeah. I've been there, yeah. That's crazy.
I lived there when it was still a military base in 90 and up until the time they closed it. I actually have dishes. I lived there, I watched the fireworks over the Statue of Liberty, and we listened to they played taps every night, and I heard the cannons get shot off on the island. I played in an old moat, and we looked for Civil War coins, and when they came home from Desert Storm, where do you think the soldiers went? They came through Governor's Island and they all got their medical checkups, and they were heroes to me. Ricky, I had a lemonade stand to give away free lemonade to the soldiers that protected us. I was that little girl that was giving away free lemonade and getting signatures because they were my heroes. And I would hold my hand on my heart every night and listen to taps play live and watch the sun go down and the flag be brought down. Somehow I was able to ward off that much propaganda my whole life. Somehow.
It's wild what we do to these kids. It's wild.
Fucking crazy. And people are like, "Oh, you hate this country." And I'm like, "No. I was that proud little fucking girl stand there 10 years old wanting, thinking that these were my heroes coming home, and I got their signatures. I had autographs. These guys were my heroes that were keeping us safe. That is how heavy the propaganda was for me as a kid.
Yeah.
And I see everybody else stand there doing the same thing with their hand on their heart, thinking that they're being patriotic, and us calling it out and saying, no, it's because we want better, because I want to feel proud like that. I want to feel proud that as a people, we are good people as a country, and that we, that we're a force of good in this world. I want to feel that way. I want to be that proud little girl. And I don't know that we'll ever see that in this country.
I mean, yeah, they got the Blue Angels flying over football games, and they do a little march with their flags on the football field. They're just always shoving it down mainstream media's throat, and kids are they're consuming this. You're not hiding it,
and we have a poor draft. The poor kids go in the draft and hope that, you go in the military in hopes that, maybe I'll be able to maybe I'll survive this and be able to get education and, healthcare.
Yeah. It's like if you're from that town where that factory closed, what else are you gonna do, right? You got to figure something out.
It's a
I can just sight on this line, and they give me the uniform and the training and the gun and the whatever I got to do. They give me all that and the healthcare and the benefits and
And then you can sign. Even if you didn't go to combat, you can be a boogaloo boy and go to Ukraine and fight for a different war.
You just gotta say. He even said, even if people get gigs over there without training, you just show up. Apparently, hi, I'm here for the war. Like,
I know. Fuck? Like they're like, yeah, it's just open. Like you can just come in and just be part of this. Like,
which side are you on? Oh, okay, cool.
What the fuck? You go on that line over there. You're there. Oh yeah, you're that side. Oh, you're over there. Yeah.
What is this? Yeah, they just suck up all the pores. It's like this is why we don't have a jobs guarantee, because if we had a jobs guarantee, we wouldn't have all this bloody theater. They love their bloody theater. They love these Shakespearean tragedies that are now decked out in camouflage or whatnot, fatigues. It's quite crazy. It's quite wild, right? And they're taking more and more jobs away, and they're restricting our movement. They don't want us to drive anymore. They want us to they want to tax our mileage, and they don't want to. We were talking about the infrastructure. They want the infrastructure to crumble, and they say, oh well, gas is expensive, so I guess you can't travel. But get an electric car that you can't afford. And once you get an electric car you can't afford, they're gonna be like, oh, sorry, the power grid, climate change. So like they're squashing us. They're squashing every part of us. They don't want us to move. They don't want us to do anything. They don't want us to think. They don't want us
We want to move and like get land and try to figure out like an intentional parallel community. You know what I mean? Like we want to get this started. We want to start this. We're serious about it. Like somebody's got to be out there at least on the ground starting, like we got to figure out a place, get some kind of, like housing, something structure started so that as we get closer to when we need this, you know what I mean? Like we need it now, but we need to be able to grow food because, or else like we can all gather and live in one spot. But if we can't, if we don't have the farm going to feed the people, to all that started, then we're gonna be fucked. So that's why we're getting stuff on how to build homes and how, what I mean, like we're starting to gather that we have a lot of people that have a lot of information, and we need to have a plan, because I think it's going to come down to it where we're like, oh, where are the fucking coordinates? All right, I got the coordinates. We're gonna need to do this, because I think that it's gonna go down to the point where we're gonna be like, fuck, man, why wasn't I doing that prepping all along? Like the preppers is like, they're the ones that are gonna survive. They're the ones that are gonna
Yeah, I feel you.
They have us at a point where we're going to break either one way or another as a people. I really feel like it's at that point. We're at a breaking point where it's like, I mean, when the whole Ukraine thing first started and like all this was happening, and like I'm like, oh my God, I went to the store and like people, it was like as soon as they piped up the whole war in Ukraine, people put those masks back on. Like, I mean, like everybody was wearing them. Like, oh, like I was like, and I remember I went to the dollar store. I was saying this on one of the live streams. I went to get like fucking scotch tape, and I'm in the middle of the store. And being an empath, I can feel it. I can feel all of it. It's like when you walk outside in the middle of summer and you're like, wow, I was just in that AC felt really good. And you walk outside and you're like, ugh. You get smacked by that heat. I was in the store and I'm like, oh my God, I can feel all this tension and all of this chaos in here. And like I wanted to stand in the middle of the freaking store and just scream. Like I was like, somebody's going to trip me off. Like, I don't know. This is not me. This is not how I feel. Like, this isn't normal. And I'm like, this, like the tension was just so, I was like, oh my God, I was going to be like a Karen in the middle of the fucking store. like, I feel like we're going to see more of that and more of that as people are coming to these breaking points, because they just have people, they're going to snap one way or another. Like they're kind of like all bent backwards right now, and they're either going to snap where they're going to like go to the truth, or they're just going to go completely.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like they're all holding out for normalcy. Like I think I think at least half of this country thinks that we're gonna go back to some sort of normal, whatever that means. Like they don't see that like this is going to continue forward. This whole rollout of whatever the hell, you know. They really think that they're latching on because they think if they do the thing, they can go back to the thing they were before. But we're never going back to the thing we were before. So we either
I don't want to go backwards. I don't want to go that way.
That way just brings you back to here, right? You just go back to that. Take a step back, take a step forward. Yeah, you're not going anywhere. So we either have to completely say no, we have to like cut this shit off, cut it off. But if we keep rolling forward, we're not rolling in a good direction, right? It's either no or keep going forward. And
and a lot of us, I think, are kind of like in the limbo of it. Like we haven't, like we just haven't, like, and it's people are going to join something. They're not necessarily going to start something, Ricky. They're going to join something. You know, they're more likely to join something already in progress than suddenly be that person that's just, it's a lot of weight to carry. It's a lot to try to take on. And that's why I'm saying we got to take all this on together. Like all of us need to decide, like as a collective, like what do we want to do? Because if we keep doing what we're doing, then it's just gonna be more of the same. At what point is our final? What's our final stopping point? How far do we let it go before we really like, okay, we're done, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
well, that time will come in the next 8 years, I think, because there is a 2030 sort of agenda going on. We know
I don't think we have that long.
I think it'll happen. I mean, we have to decide before 2030. 2030 is, it's already happened at that point, right? So it's within the next 8 years that there will that point, sometime in that timeline will come where we have to make decisions, like big decisions. I think. Ooh, it's a heavy one.
It is. It's a big burden, and it's a big burden knowing the truth. It's such a burden knowing the truth. How fucked up is that the truth is a burden?
It really is.
It's a fucking heavy fucking thing to carry. And that's why I'm like, like we don't have time for fucking bullshit anymore. Like we don't have time for fucking reactionary fucking, if people are too fucking comfortable. Fucking comfortable. Everybody needs to realize that we are in fucking survival mode. We're either going to we're really going to do this, or we're just going to keep letting them steamroll us.
Right. They're already
they're either we can talk about all the things and we can have all the knowledge, but if we're not fucking doing something to actually change that steamroll, it's still coming. It might be slow, but it's coming.
Yeah. They're already out here changing people's DNA, man. I don't know what else to say. Like, that's fucking weird.
And people are lining up for it.
Get your fourth DNA dose. Like, get your fourth.
And no judgment on anybody who wasn't aware of it and did that. But hey, like, no please, like, help us, understand where you were and what we can help you do to go forward, because we need the people. We need the people that do know the truth to come together, and we need to hold everybody accountable at the same time so that we don't have people slipping off and getting taken off. You know what I mean? Like, we need to hold strong together. And the way that we're going to do that is by like, you know, holding every like not letting fucking shit get sidetracked off, you know, like debating you know, stupid fucking bullshit. We don't have time for that. We don't
Joe
have
Rogan. Take Joe Rogan off
Oh my
Spotify.
I had a fucking tweet that went fucking crazy. I don't even know how many like it eventually got, but for me it was like my own little mini viral when I have like, I don't know, 700 followers and there was like 5,000 retweets of my fucking Joe Rogan thing, and I'm like, are you kidding me? That
Yeah,
like
that's what people care about.
Like all I said too was like, if you don't fucking like him, don't fucking watch him. Hello. Nobody's forcing you.
Yeah.
And that
profound
enough nerve that people were like either they were like all for it or all against. Like it was just like people couldn't handle it. Well, he's misinformation. Are you fucking kidding me? How do you fucking know?
He asked questions. He's misinformation. He asked the other people questions. He's what? He asked the guy from CNN questions, and then he asked the guy not from CNN questions. He's misinformation. What are you talking about?
And then it was really selective video.
Yeah, let's just show the people we don't like on the Joe Rogan show, and let's ignore all the people that are on mainstream media that goes on Joe Rogan's show. You fucking idiots. Joe Rogan is like probably like a willful. He probably knows that he's a pawn in their game. I'm sure he knows. I'm sure he's being used on purpose.
To an extent, we all are a pawn in their fucking game.
I mean,
just want to
honestly,
be out of the game. I don't want to fucking be in their game.
It's crazy. No, but let's argue about Joe Rogan for a week, 2 weeks, however many weeks they did that for. Meanwhile, other things are going on.
Yeah, like total distraction, and then like, you know, it's like it just kind of like fizzles its way right out. No real resolution to it. You know, it's like it's just on the back burner now.
Yeah.
They can pull that out anytime, and they know that they're going to get that kind of reaction if they do something like that again. They know exactly what they have going there for them.
Right.
Like, but yet.
So when they pull RT, it's just like, oh, okay. Well, yeah, fuck Russia. It's like, yeah, you're already pulling people, you know, in the media space, and it was like, you know, a back and forth, and that one was much more, you know, controversial. And then the Russia thing is been pretty one-sided, to be honest. Like the majority of the
censorship, bitches.
Fuck censorship. That's nice. It's really good. I like that so much. But like the Russia thing was.
Steve makes me the fun thing, so like I have him on the stream, so, cool. So I can just be like, boop, boop. I love it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, the Russia bad thing comes along, and it's like, oh yeah, that's Russia state affiliated media. It's got to go, and because you know. That's even worse. That's worse than Joe Rogan. Maybe.
Where's the U.S. affiliated media thing? How about I'm a non-affiliation? Like, how come I get fucking videos censored and taken down? Like, I didn't even have enough subscribers to do live streams yet, and I was trying to get enough people to do live streams. Yeah. And YouTube found me on Twitter and told me why they took 30 people away from me in one night. They did that, and yeah, they did that. And you know, like we joined a network. I know you know the network. We joined a network, and they fucking censored us. So we left the fucking goddamn network. Yeah. Yeah, we were part of KRTD for a very short few weeks.
That's what I thought, yeah. KRTD, man. They've rebranded. I wonder why.
They rebranded a few times in the last couple weeks. They went from being KRTD to then it was Jimmy Sutherland was the top person for KRTD.
Oh, she's not anymore.
Yeah, and then she wasn't like a couple weeks after, and then now they're Kerbro or fucking whatever. I don't fucking know, but fuck fucking censorship. And they fucking did that shit to not only me, I know they did it to other people. I have it on video because I did a whole live stream on it because Joe Firestone called for me to be fucking censored live on fucking air and to be
he
removed.
sucks. Yeah, he fucking sucks. He's
You have to go. You're gonna have to go back and watch the video of me doing it
I would
because
love
I
to.
fucking schooled him, Ricky, and I fucking dropped the mic so many fucking times on that motherfucker. And their fucking shit over there is shady as fuck. It is fucking shady. I don't fucking support that network. I will not go over there. They erased people's fucking comments. They took our wrenches away when we did nothing after we left the fucking network. Yep, I know. I wasn't gonna, you know. And I don't really like talk about it like that often because like, you know, like they're a small network. A lot of people don't know about them, but they are a fucking network and they do know people, and it's fucking bullshit that they're not being called out for their fucking censorship.
Yeah.
Fuck censorship all around. I don't care. You lose like that. The fucking credibility is fucking lost. And the fact that they couldn't even they blatantly do it. I've seen evidence of it. It's happened to me.
Happened to me.
Fuck that. It happened to you. Yes.
Oh yeah. KRTD did an event. They live streamed an event that I did outside of Pfizer last year, which was fine. It's like good to have people live streaming on the ground, and then they had Joe Firestone doing like live commentary, I guess, on the other end from wherever the hell he lives, and he literally was like, I was on, like, they were like filming me, and then like Joe Firestone was like literally like asking questions, like, I don't know, like weird shit. And then fucking the Red Beret bitch, Laura Fielding, I said it, I don't give a fuck. She comes in and starts harassing
this is
us.
fearlessly authentic, so we fucking say it, Ricky.
I just don't care anymore because she's manipulative and a liar, and she conflates terms to confuse people. And she fucking is a craftivist instead of an activist, and she has a cult. It's a cult, and I don't give a shit what anyone says. It's a cult because everyone treats her like she's some kind of goddess, and she conflates and she lies and she backstabs. And she literally spoke at one of our events, March for Medicare for All. We had a shit ton last year. And she spoke at one of them. We were like nice to her. We didn't want to like create enemies. We're this new fledgling thing, and we were gonna push for merch. We're gonna do actions for Medicare for All and whatnot. And she gets on this live stream, and she starts being like, "Oh, who is on the National Steering Committee? Where is the money going? Da 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 da." What are you talking about? Like, you literally, us. You literally spoke at one of our events. You literally had Sharif fly across the country to do one of your dumb Red Beret bullshit events. He is one of the co-founders of this fucking thing. You don't actually have these questions. You literally are asking these questions to stir up shit in a KRTD stream because we don't support state initiatives. Because state initiatives are supported by neoliberals. And why do neoliberals support them? Because they're a trap. They get you to go out and get all these signatures, waste a bunch of fucking money, waste a bunch of resources, split the entire nation up into these little groups of people going out and trying to get their local health care. And guess what happens when it comes down to a vote? It's like, oh my God, we have enough votes. We have all these Democrats in deep blue California or deep blue New York. We have all the votes. We can just vote health care in. And then what happens? They kill the fucking bill. So you've wasted all this time. You've created these little cultish clans of people who backstab the national group. Had all these groups just work together for national, you'd have a groundswell of activism for healthcare. But you literally let neoliberals pick apart. After Bernie lost, all the Medicare for All people ran to these little pockets and started doing these little local things because neoliberals spearheaded that movement. So these are neoliberal people not knowing they're neoliberals half the time. They think they're progressive. They think Bernie would have wanted this. No, Bernie would not have fucking wanted this.
Bernie fucked us over. And anybody riding on the Bernie fucking skirt tells, I'm sorry, fam. Fucking Bernie fucked us over twice. Yeah. Please stop holding on to that. That is you're holding on to an abusive relationship, and you're acting as though he fucking gave a fuck about us. He did not. I gave that motherfucker money. I donated to him. I never donated to a fucking politician. This last time I felt so strongly that I felt like, okay, let me, I would get those little alerts for the donation thing. And I would say, all right, well, let me see. If I feel like we can actually, like, I had fucking hope. And I was like, all right, let me see what we have in the bank. Let me see. Maybe I can wait to pay this or that. Like, I would shift money around to make a small fucking dollar fucking donation.
Yeah.
Like, I would do that because I felt like, all right, well, maybe even if I can just give him like $5 right now, you know what I mean? Like, fuck, man, I could use that fucking, it wasn't a lot. It was a lot to me though. When you're when you have to check your bank account to see if you have the money to go get fucking groceries, or see if you have the money to go get fucking gas, or see if, like, he fucking took away from fucking families. He fucking took that money. Yep. And he brought us nothing. We have got to stop holding on to this idea that he was going to fucking save us, or that we can vote our way out of this. I don't see that solution. I don't. Our track record fucking sucks. We have got to change what we're doing. We cannot keep doing the same fucking thing and expecting that we're going to somehow magically this time change it.
Yeah. So I don't support state initiatives, long story short, but this chick, she gets on KRTD media and she starts bashing this group because we don't support. We actually came out and made it very clear. Like, we were open to people who support state initiatives, supporting national, as you should. Like, it makes sense. And they always say they do, but they always conflate these terms. Like, let's get Medicare for all, support whole Washington. These are not the same thing. So they conflate.
See, I didn't, until you guys started saying that, I didn't realize how bad the state by state. I was like, oh, the state, that makes sense. Yeah, the state by state, we could do that. But it was you guys that really started talking about that I went, whoa, wait a minute.
Yeah. We brought in economists. So we work with people who know MMT. Joe Firestone's an MMT guy. He's not on the same page as most of his own MMT people, right? Because the whole thing behind MMT is, if you put it in the federal budget, it gets paid for. And if you leave it up to the states, they have to find the money for it. And where they find the money, where they're going to tax the fuck out of you, one. And if there's a tax and it comes up on a ballot, people aren't going to vote for a tax. They see a tax, they're not going to vote for it. So that's that. There goes that, right? And if it's not through taxes, they're going to just start pulling from other social programs. And then corporations don't. If corporations have to get taxed, they're going to move out of state. Mm-hmm. And then it's going to collapse your economy. Don't you see how this is a trap? No matter, even if it does get passed, it's a trap.
I live in Connecticut. What do we have in Connecticut? We have fucking shit. We don't have fucking companies. We have all the fucking insurance companies. We have ESPN. We have we have the weapons manufacturers. We have electric boat. We have all that. Guess what? We don't have like a universal fucking healthcare like that. No, right. They have the state insurance. But guess what? The state insurance, you're racking up a fucking bill. Right. If you have state insurance and say you have like so much in medical debt to the state, because it's not like you just have the state insurance. That's not how it works. They give it to you on a loan, but they don't talk to most people about that. So say somebody gets a settlement from like, a car accident or something like that, or some kind of income, a settlement. The state will come in and take about half of that money for your medical if you have medical through the state. We have the huge insurance companies. We're a small state. We have excess money. We have a rainy day fund in the middle of COVID. And they're like, yeah, we don't want to use that rainy day fund. It's not like, no. And just because you have a state insurance does not mean that you have state insurance. It's not the same thing. They're still racking that bill up on you. You don't get to decide how much you pay, and you go and they will shove down every new fucking drug down your throat. And you're the one who's going to pay for half of that.
Yep. They will definitely they'll definitely overtreat you if they can make more money off you. Because that's great for your health.
It's a vicious fucking cycle. And that's another thing with this, everything that happened with COVID. One benefit for me was I went off of everything pharmaceutical that I was taking. Like I was taking drugs and I felt like I needed them. And I went off of all of them because of learning, COVID brought my critical thinking. Like it kind of like, in a way, it took it and like put who I thought was I thought I was a critical, really, really, examining everything. And I've always been that way and, and paved my own path. But then this like kind of like dumped it on its head. Once I really realized even more, it's like, had that not been there to begin with, though, I could have gone the opposite direction. I could be with everybody else where the other people are.
Scary to think about that.
It's fucking scary as fuck. It's really fucking scary. And then you have people like Firestone fucking just muddying the fucking goddamn waters even more and hurting people into something that's not going to get them out of it.
Yeah, he says some crazy shit on his show. Like he comes up with these weird little. I don't listen to him much because who can? Like I call him Sleepy Joe.
Dude, he could fucking. I could like if he wasn't saying things that were propaganda. Like he would be great for ASMR. Like he could talk people right to fucking sleep.
Yep.
But you know what I think it is? The reason why he can't change his mind. His entire career and everything is based upon what he's still trying to preach to this day, which is out of date, out of touch, will not work. But he can't change his mind because that means his entire career would be a waste of time.
Yeah, like everything he's done is just for naught.
When you made your money off of what you're selling, you know what I mean? It's like the snake oil salesman suddenly saying, "Oh yeah, no, I was lying to you the whole time." Yeah, like you lose all your credibility for your entire life, your entire legacy, your entire everything.
Right.
But at the same time, by not being honest about it, he's passing that on to more generations.
Yeah. Yeah. So Joe Firestone, KRTD, Red Berets, that whole group, it's a whole
super
cult.
PAC. They have a fucking super PAC over there, and I don't hear people talking about it. And like, I get to the point where
no one gives a shit because they are crafting for our healthcare. They are they are so morally superior. They're so in touch with their emotions and they care so much. The super PAC is because it's going to take $1 million to whatever the super PAC is supposed to do. It's going to get us healthcare. It's a super PAC through the states or something. I don't know. So good luck to that super PAC.
People are promoting a super PAC
What really happened is Whole Washington, which is the group that pushes for the state initiative in the state of Washington.
Mm-hmm.
They've been around for years trying to get this, ballot initiative or whatever. It's a big feat apparently in that state. And there was a 501c4 filed for them, right? They didn't claim any taxes for 3 years. So they lost their status. So Whole Washington is not a 501c4. It just is a website, I guess now. I don't know what the fuck it is. But that's like Laura Fielding's thing, and she's also the Red Berets, and she's also the super PAC now. Like, I feel like she feels like a fucking like psyop. She feels like at this point, like she's like she's either such an egomaniac and maybe even a grifter. Because Whole Washington, I think people had jobs over there. I don't know their finances like that, but I do know that they didn't claim their taxes, and they lost their 501c4 status. But like, she seems like a psyop. If she's not a psyop,
and
she's just the
KRTD
biggest.
is supposed to be doing something like that too, where they're like a 501c or something, and then women run, and then they weren't. Now they aren't, and I'm like, okay. And I keep saying something about them over there, and like, I'm not trying to shit on people, but I want to hold people accountable. I do not want to keep having the same fucking kind of shit happen to us. You know what I mean? Like if you watch closely, you can see a fucking grift happening in real time. You can see it, but you got to pay attention to it.
Yep.
And something's not right. But like I can't
strange.
And like I joined a network thinking that we were gonna. I was excited about it. I was like, oh my god, we're gonna grow together and like this will be great. But then you find out details of things that are happening, and like you're getting told one thing, and then behind your back they're telling you they're doing a completely different thing, and it's like, oh wait a minute here, wait what? Like, and then you're censoring and shitting on your supposed to be co-workers, like we're supposed to like.
Yeah, but I don't understand the censorship, because like what was the like, it's happened to multiple people, but what's the big for us? It was like they were letting Laura Fielding like use their channel as a vessel to attack us. So that's why they when like our people came into the KRTD media chat to like question Laura when she was on her show. Like, why would you do this? Why are you attacking other people? Like, we would go in there and ask those questions because that's what she would use KRTD media to attack us. So we just go back into that chat and they would censor the hell out of us. They would not let us ask questions. They would not let us.
I saw behind the scenes, they would like completely block you guys out and like put you in timeout. I'm against that. I it's not fucking right.
But not because we were just random trolls. It's because like we're questioning her because she was doing this to us. We're like, okay, like if you get to do this on here, let's see if we get to do this on here, and we don't. That's crazy. That means they're not an honest channel. They're not honestly trying to tell you the news or trying to tell you what. They're not trying to show you both sides of any fight. So what's going on over there? It's I don't know. The Red Berets, it's a fucking cult. The Red Berets is a cult. They like have knitting Zoom calls. I don't even know what that means. There's people in like Arkansas knitting for healthcare that they will never be able to get on a state ballot.
They're going to get carpal tunnel and not have healthcare.
Healthcare, right? Like people in Arkansas are never.
I've had carpal tunnel. Like I've had my fucking wrist. You know what I mean? Like that will happen. They will get like that.
Yeah.
They will get something like that, and then what?
I don't know. Like, and then they say we're the ones that like are the virtue signalers. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like you guys make matching hats. Like there's nothing big, there's no bigger virtue signal than saying, look, I care about healthcare. Here's my hat. Like we don't play those games. We just had a 3-day summit and they're like, oh, you're virtue signaling summit. These motherfucking Red Berets. And I'm like, bro, we had economists, we had doctors, we had attorneys. We went in there and tried to educate people on this topic. Y'all don't even take this shit seriously. Most of them didn't even watch it, but they sure did talk a lot of shit about it, right? They didn't sit there and watch it because if they sat there and watched it, they'd have to think about what they're actually doing. They don't actually want to have this conversation. They don't have the conversation that these state initiatives are just these neoliberal plots to divide and conquer and waste money and resources. We are not going to get anything. We could put pressure and get something like that. Like it does happen. You can do it. Hasn't happened in a long time in America, but it can happen. You get the people on the ground making moves. You can get something, but we're not. People are just gonna die in this country, man.
Why are people screaming about the fact that if we are in something that is so bad, and I'm not saying that people aren't dying. I don't. That's a whole, we know like there's a whole lot of like.
Yeah, it's blown out of proportion, but people are dying. People are always dying, and they're dying of many other things. There's bad water, bad soil, bad air. We can keep going down the list, right? Yeah. Cancer's popping up left and right. We have radiation everywhere at this point. Like it's bad. Like things are bad. And
okay. So people are dying. Like we can all agree that people are dying. Either way, people are dying, either from COVID or not from COVID. And there's not an outcry of we need healthcare. Like
only when Bernie was there. Only when Bernie was there.
You're like they're like it's like there's crickets. It's like we just accept this. We don't treat people like. Are you kidding me? Like we had it in our household. We had whatever version of this illness that is going around. It is the most linear fucking virus of anything that I've ever had before in my fucking life. I'm telling you, it is so weird. Skyla got certain symptoms. I got them a few days later, and then Steve would get them a few days later, and they're all like in sync with each other. It was the weirdest fucking thing. When do you ever get like, like a cold and everybody gets the same things? Like within like, it was like they had the cold has the plot. Okay. Yeah. The virus has the plot. The virus knows what it's doing. Yeah. It's fucking weird.
Yeah.
I mean, it is the weirdest fucking thing. And so, yeah, like knitting some fucking hats is not going to fucking get us out of that. They're very cute. I like the hats. Very cute. Red's not really my color like that. Like not, solid red, but I would have totally fucking rocked a hat. But what the fuck is that going to do? That didn't make me feel better when I was, when I was in bed for freaking 2 weeks.
Right.
Because I had, I was down with that. And that is the weirdest fucking thing I've ever had in my life.
Yeah.
I had like, like the flu before, like, I don't know. I think like once, like probably like 6 years ago, like I don't get the flu shot, like I that was the weirdest thing. And I still get brain fog from it.
Yeah.
Still to this day. And it's fucked up. It's so, oh my God, so fucked up. But Red Berets are going to save us, right? A super PAC?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Well, one, they have a super PAC because they lost their 501c4. They won't tell you that shit, though, will they? And the hats are supposed to be the sign of unity. But the thing is, that hat comes with caveats. That's the issue. This isn't just like, oh, we're all banding together. No. There's Queen Bee and her number 2. There's 2 of them at the top. It is a clear hierarchy. This is this people complain about People's Party being a hierarchy, sure, but this shit's its own hierarchy, and a lot of people that call People's Party out defend this Red Beret shit. It's the same weird hierarchy shit where you have you always have a leadership team, which is fine. Like you want to be as horizontal as possible, but you understand like these groups are hard to form, and certain people are going to do more work than others or make more decisions than others because that's how things work, and people aren't going to commit.
A lot of pretension. They're fucking pretentious as fuck over there.
Yeah, so you have this hierarchy of people, and like they literally like they're very like I don't know, man. They're very psychological. It's very much about like the emotions and the knitting and it feels very like I don't know. I don't know what they're doing over there. It's cultish though. I don't know if it's even all intentional though. Did it happen just like out of ego? Like did ego just drive this whatever it is, and people just like are latching on like, yeah, that's unity. Let me put on a hat and I'll take a picture for you and you can share me on Twitter like every 2 seconds. Like it's fucking weird. And and they're the most toxic and like we had our summit. We didn't say shit to them. We didn't say anything to them except for this one woman who's I think running for like office in Washington State, which is really weird because she comes into Savage Joy's chat to complain about the MMT guys because they're really they know their shit. They know how money works in America, so people should listen to them because we had several of them on for a short bit. Right. And one guy was speaking in one of the panels, Steve Grobine, said like people who are, economists who support the state level efforts, they're murderers. They have blood on their hands. And he says this like maybe they don't understand that they are. They're just a really bad economist, or like they are being evil intentionally. He's not saying which one it is. He's just saying like they have blood on their hands because they're supporting something that is sabotaging a movement to get something that will save lives. And a lot of lives across the country, and that it's something that could actually definitely work and not wreck the whole system.
Somebody's being a gatekeeper for this, and that the gatekeeper has the blood on their hands. That's just that's a fact.
100%. But this one woman in Savage Joy's chat was like, no, that's not right. No, economists would disagree with you. And he like said that thing where like, oh yeah, well, these people are murderers. If they disagree with me on this, because I have this person, like the whole next panel was, how are we going to pay for it? Right. Steve was in the one before that, which kind of like was leading up to it. So he's like, the whole next panel are my people they're going to tell you why this is the way to go. And even, hey, what's up, Indy? And yeah, like everyone support, like even the state level people like have to admit like, oh, well, national would be better, but there's no path. It's like, there's no path for the states, right? So there's no path for either, but it's like, so we have to do both. I was like, no, that's not how that works. Like, you don't give yourself more work to do when you can't already achieve the one thing that you want to do. You don't say, oh, that's the one goal that we want. There's no path, so let's do like 70 things at once. Let's create 70 paths. Like that's not how you achieve things. And they're like, well,
that's the same as what Firestone is trying to do, is that same thinking of vote out the incumbents. It's like,
right.
We can't fucking vote them out because our fucking elections aren't fucking set up that we can't, like, you can't just like say, let's do this thing, but skip the first 10 fucking steps to get so that thing can work.
Right.
You can't skip all that, like,
how do we
add a bunch in, and then
how do we derig the primaries? How do we how do we prosecute all of the people that kneecap other people, like that like, think about the guy who ran for office in Massachusetts, and they came up with this huge like sexual misconduct thing, like story for this guy. What was his name? I forget his name. He was running for office in Massachusetts, and then they came up with this whole scandal, and then later on, like right after he lost, they're like, oh yeah, we just like made that up. Like, and like no one gets in trouble.
Yeah, just like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, but let's vote out the incumbents. They literally just say, yeah, the person running against Pelosi definitely raped someone. Yeah, that person definitely raped someone. And they just run it in the papers. Just there's some woman said something about it. That person raped someone. Oh, we're gonna kick that person off the ballot. Oh, like, are you kidding me? They like do this regularly. They just do it regularly, and they rig their own primaries. Like, are you kidding? Oh, but let's vote them all out. Yeah, by the time we get the ghouls out, guess what? The fucking progressives that you think are really progressive, they're going to be full on neolib. Like AOC is going to be full on like fucking let's bomb fucking whatever country.
AOCIA,
yeah, AOCIA. Like, she's a plant. Like, hello, wake the
on.
fuck up.
Like, yeah.
Like, Joe Firestone, you've been around so many decades now. You should probably get how it works. Like, I don't understand how these old people are still falling for this shit.
Because they made their fucking career on falling for that. And if they admit it now, then they admit that their whole entire fucking career has been fucking shit.
Facts on facts.
I mean, like, that's the only logical thing that I can think of as to why you would hold on to this same idea and think that it's going to suddenly change. It's like, because I guess you've invested that. He's invested in that being the answer. That's been the answer. That's been the only answer. And so now the next generation is being passed on that same answer, which isn't going to get us anywhere. Because it's the same fucking thing. It's like generational. It's like we want to know how things happen. It's generational. They just keep passing it on and passing it on.
Yep.
And the next generation thinks, oh yeah, well, we're smart enough. We're going to do it. Yeah. And it's just, I refuse to pass this on to another generation without fucking fighting for it. Tooth and nail. I don't care what happens to me. I will, like I think about, like, my daughter's 18 and she doesn't want to have children. Why would she want to have children? And I think to me, like, I'm like, God, that really fucking sucks. I would love to be, I want that for her if she wants that, you know what I mean? Like, because that is that would be so special. I would love to be, you know what I mean? I would love to help my daughter raise a child, like, her and I are very close. And it's like, I don't get that. That's me being like, greedy in it myself and being like, man, I'm missing out on that, and it's my own being selfish of what I'm, going to miss out on. But it's like, I totally support it. And I agree with why she feels that way. And it's so fucked up. It's like, I won't pass it on to another generation. I won't do that. I will not do that without a fight. I will not just stand by and pass it on. I can't. I fucking can't. It breaks my heart. Like, it's amazing because she's not even like, she overhears a lot of like, you know what I mean, like us on the show or like, when we're listening to different, shows or whatever. Like, she knows who everybody is in this sphere. Like, actually, Glory Jones and my daughter are going to do their own anime show together. They're going to do one on anime and like how the anime ties into like everything. I'm like, that is such a cool, like, that's how we're going to get the younger generation, is finding the way that they can take that knowledge, right? Like I was like you said, documentary or book, whatever way it is, whatever way people digest their information is the way that we need to bring it to them. And that's how we bring it to the younger generation, is by having the younger generation associate it so that we can do that. But we got to stop fucking allowing a network to fucking silence people trying to do what's right and try, you know what I mean? Like, had you guys not been loud enough, I probably would have been like, no, the state by state, what are they talking about? Of course that will work.
No. And it won't. And I don't understand what these groups are doing, man. Like, who?
It's incrementalism. It's like the same fucking thing. Like,
they got some money, right? KRTD, let's be honest. They have a little bit of money. Shane's got money. Someone's got money. Something's weird there. There's money involved, right? But
there's money involved.
Right.
I don't know exactly how that's all going down, though.
Right. There's money involved, but they put all their eggs now in the Red Beret basket, right? They have, I feel like all of the Red Beret people are all on all the shows now. I feel like it's Joe Firestone, it's Laura Fielding, it's Sakura.
It's basically his network, but then they have Glory and Misty, which I love them both dearly, and they both know how I feel about them being on that network.
I don't know why they're still there.
I don't know either. Everyone asks me that, and I just say I don't know. They know how I feel. They know how I feel about it. I think it's what would Assange want? What would Assange want?
Not that shit.
That's all I can say. That's all I'm going to say. And I love them and support them, but I will not watch that show on that network. I will not go over there. It's just, I can't support the censorship. Had they actually, like, if they were being truthful and if they like actually acknowledged, like, okay, yeah, we have a problem with this, you know what I mean? We need to figure out a different way to handle this like instead of censoring people or, no, it was double down, triple down. And, I've been talked about and come at about because of it, and told that I'm just I can make great content, but I'm a mean girl.
Really? Because there's not any of that on this channel. I don't like, this is the most open and free, very liberating experience here. That's a beautiful thing on a screen, and we're having such an open, flowing, free for all fun conversation. That's crazy. It's not about that. It's about controlling ideas. It's always about controlling ideas. And what's their end game though? Because they're a baby. Like, their narrative isn't like the big narrative that you see on the old CNN. So what's their little narrative that they're trying to control? Like, what are they? That's what I'm wondering. Yeah, are they trying to be that? Are they auditioning to be MSM Light? Like,
I think so.
That's kind of what, like, now I'm seeing, like,
that's the feeling that I get from it. If you look at it, and if you look at both of those networks visually, you can kind of see the similarities.
Yeah, they're doing like the soft, woke, like, in touch with your emotions type stuff. I've noticed it's like the other side of that. Like, TYT you know, kind of came from a TMZ type energy. That's where TYT started. Now they're a little more buttoned up, right?
And I don't have like, this doesn't make me feel good to say these things and to have this, like, I went and joined them. They weren't my enemy.
I
I
know.
had joined that network. I was super excited, like, you know, about it. That it doesn't make me happy that's the way it worked out. It really doesn't. It makes me really fucking sad that's happening and that it's continuing to happen. Like it brings me no fucking pleasure.
Yeah.
I really was like, oh my gosh, this is going to be so great. Like, and anybody that, you know, people knew behind the scenes, like that I would, you know, we had been approached to join them and everything else. Like, I was fucking excited. I was really fucking excited and to give it everything that I fucking had.
Yeah, well, I feel you. Like it's a bummer. It's a bummer that, like, you know, I started this group that does Medicare for all activism, and then you have people who leech on, you know, they latch on to you, and you think they're, you know, an ally who's just maybe a little like too into it. You're like, okay, that's what it feels like. Okay, they're just really into it, and they're like, they don't always make, you know, the best decisions. So you allow your, you know, one of your co-organizers to give said person, Laura Fielding, a speaking slot in Washington, D.C. She flies all the way across the country to speak. I'm like, that's a huge deal. If she's going to fly all the way across the country, who am I to even like question that? Like, I will definitely let someone speak. This is someone who's fighting. We might have, you know, I'm focused on this national thing. She's doing her own thing in the corner of the country, but we all are part of this thing. So she comes all the way across the country. I'm telling this story. I don't even give a fuck because she's pissed me off because she's been so nasty for so many months now. She comes all the way across the country, which is fine. This is all good. She's there. She's cordial enough. Okay. She gives her speech. It's good. Great. Awesome. Cori Bush shows up. She gives her a red beret. Okay. This is not the red beret event, but whatever. It's her thing. She's doing her thing. It's a gesture. It seems very nice. Everything feels pretty good. Right? There's a little drama leading up to this event because I think she gets into a squabble with the MMT crowd about national and state. We're a national group, but we let her speak at our event because we thought it was the right thing to do, and we thought like allies or something.
Being inclusive, yeah, like
that's the idea, right? That's the idea. Okay.
That was your intention on your side. Yes.
Absolutely. But she was like arguing about national. It's like, how the hell, like, and like national only as being the way to go. And she's like, well, state. And, you know, she's allowed to have that opinion. It's fine. But like to argue with people who are also involved, like you're like, that's the thing. Like she fights allies. She fights allies within a national movement. And then she wants the support. It's like, no, you're kind of breaking up the thing. Like if you come over to the national movement side of the thing, you have to just play national, right? You can't just come over and be like, oh, you have to support state and you have to support state, because then you're just breaking up the national movement. That's what you're doing for your own state thing across the country, because you're from Washington to Washington D.C. So like she kind of was fucking up the vibe. All these people that we got involved, she was fucking up the vibe. Sorry, but that's what it is. So that was a little bit what was happening.
It happens, you know. It happens.
No, it does, and it's like, okay, you think this it was a squabble, and it's like, okay, these things happen, and like she came to our event in DC. I had no problem with her. Fine, okay, she came. She latches onto one of the co-organizers a little bit more because I think she thinks he's moldable now. I didn't understand that then because I didn't think she was actually being this slimy, but she was. So she comes there and she shows up, does her speech, gives a thing to Cori Bush, da 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 da. And then Sharif disappears, and then I am like left there with blind savage joy to like figure out having to like close everything down. Yeah, whatever, it happened. He's not with us anymore. It's okay. But like the next morning I wake up and Sharif's out the door from our hotel room, and I was like, okay. And he's like, oh, I'm going to eat brunch with Laura Fielding and whatever sidekick, Lisa Theobald. And I'm like, well, that's weird. You just peace out. Okay, I guess. See ya. Glad we organized this event. Later.
Oh my god.
Like he just bounced like that, and I'm like, why is he meeting? And then like fast forward, like the net, like okay, so after that we have an internal vote at March for Medicare for All, because there's so much going back and forth on Twitter, and the drama is just ramping up, and we had to have a vote internally, being like, we're no longer going to align with state initiatives, because we're focused on national Medicare for All, and these people keep coming in here and either fighting about it, the state shit, or they're conflating the terms, and we're trying to educate and like engage people to fight for national Medicare for All, and they're coming in here conflating the state and the national.
And that's just gonna destroy the whole thing, because it's gonna get confusing. Wait, are you state or are you not? Like, it's like team sports within a team sport. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like
so they conflate everything, and they just confuse people. We're trying to make sure like people understand what's happening, and we're focused on a goal, and they're coming in here and disrupting everything, and it feels very like malicious, to be honest, at this point. Like in the beginning, I just thought it was like a misunderstanding, a squabble. These things happen, okay. But like fast forward, this shit's still going on. One woman who was running for office in DC, or Washington State, sorry, was in Savage Joy's chat. Steve Grumbine says no. If these economists disagree, unless they can show me something different than what I'm saying, because no one's actually bringing me any evidence. These are all experts that are on my side, and this is what we do. Unless you can bring me evidence to the contrary, they are murderers for supporting state initiatives. And that did not sit well with her, even though that woman also donated to us during that summit. She plays both sides. She's a politician. But she went over to Georgia Davenport over at Washington, and George Davenport decided to start shit on Twitter, because that's all them motherfuckers do. They didn't watch the summit. They didn't learn a damn thing. They think they just know. They think they just know. So, okay. She wanted to start some shit. Laura Fielding jumps in. They're doing it again. No one said shit to them except for one of them who supports Washington. She's kind of sits on the fence because she's a politician. Again, she has to support the thing to get elected, right? So, but she also supports the national because that's the right thing to support. She knows that, actually, because she also says she doesn't believe in incrementalism as a candidate. What's incrementalism? Oh, the state thing. Yeah, duh. So she's one of those people. So, but she had to go rat us out, I guess. At the same time, she donated to us, and then she went and ratted us out. Yeah, she literally went to the fucking Red Beret people who didn't even watch our shit and fucking said, "Oh, Steve's calling economists that support state initiatives murderers." And then of course Georgia demanded, March for Medicare for All and Steve Grumbine need to apologize. And she's like, do you believe that, March for Medicare for All, that economists who believe that are murder? Like, who gives a fuck? What do you want to what do you want us to do? Censor him? Because we're not. That's not what we do. No, if that's his opinion. That's his opinion. You can disagree. I disagree with many things that were said during that summit. I also thought a lot of it was really fucking good, right? So like, you see me bitching like, oh well, I think
I was in the chat. I was disagreeing. Remember, I was in there. I was in the indie one, and it was the one where Elizabeth was on there, and I was disagreeing in that chat, like wholeheartedly with some people,
right?
And it's crazy because they and I don't. And I had criticisms for, oh my gosh, I cannot remember her name, the doctor that was on, because she's talking and I'm just like, no.
Cheryl Kunis, yeah.
She was making me really mad. Like, I was like, oh my God.
She had some great things, and she had some, she was all over. She had some beautiful things to say, and she had some zany things to say.
And someone in that chat was not happy with the things that I was saying and this and that. But I didn't get censored.
You didn't,
and I was like, I didn't expect it either. I wouldn't expect that to happen, because how else are we going to figure out where we do and do not agree on things if we don't fucking talk about what we do and do not fucking agree on?
Right. Right. That's the thing. The Red Berets already have their answer. But when provided with all these economists all line up and say, well, this is what we think because this makes sense. Where's the evidence that makes sense? They're never going to provide that evidence. It's the fight on all fronts. It's the we have to do whatever we can. It's these slogans again. They get these slogans, they get these images like the hat, the imagery and the slogan, and you buy into this team sports cult like mentality, and that's what they're doing. And I don't know how many of them actually. I don't know what they actually think. These people. I honestly don't know what they're thinking in their head. But KRTD Media has become this hub for this cult. It is like a cult like thing. It is this woke, and by woke I mean they're not woke at all. Like the real woke is this kind of conversation. Actually, just having a conversation. That's very woke to me. Is just having a conversation, being honest, and very forward. This
I am. I don't like, I'm not here to fucking sugarcoat with people. Like,
I just don't care. Like,
yeah, like why? Like,
thank you.
It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, it's just like that's like incremental fucking filler fucking shit,
Right.
Like,
so
you can get that anywhere.
So that they have this woke channel, so they have to play by the woke game, because the woke game is all about canceling everything, right? So you have to be super careful that you don't offend anyone, and everyone has to be seen at all times. Like everyone's like, hold my hand. That's like the energy over at KRTD now. Like that's what they're doing. So they're literally. And so like TYT kind of came into politics from like TMZ, like let's look at Kim Kardashian's hoo-ha. Like they were like looking at like women's body parts, and somehow they shifted into progressive politics, like 100% of the time, like their version of it full time, even though they were doing like weird. I don't even know what original TYT was, and now this group is trying to like come at like head towards MSM light from the oh my god.
Well, Shane still watches like he still watches like TYT and Kyle Kalinske and stuff. Like he still watches them and digests them. So, I just thought, I mean, like, how do you come and watch my show and think that I'm going to be a fit over there, and that, that I'm going to be able to say what I fucking want. And I'm going to, I'm like, oh, okay. I didn't really know what I was walking into the day that I went into Joe Firestone's freaking thing and they did an open stream, because I've had people that don't agree with me that will come in and be like, like talking in the chat and totally do not agree with me 100%. And I will say, here's the StreamYard link. Let's talk about it. And I've had people come on and we fucking have the conversation. And like a lot of times we realize, oh, well, we were either a lot closer than we thought we were, or we were really saying the same thing. And it's like, it's hard to understand through, but I literally will. I've had I had a random person that we didn't know come in on when I had Shadowban on before, and he came in and he was asking questions when we were talking about Ukraine and and like the history of why we are in the conflict that we are over there and where all this has come from. Like 1,000 years of this. This is a normal. You know what I mean? Like and the guy just had a question. It was from Twitch, and came in and asked and then left. But like I open up the stream if people come in and like if I don't do it every time anymore. I was a lot in the beginning. I was just like I would drop it in there, but it's sometimes it's a little bit too chaotic. You know what I mean? To try to like have like an open stream like that. But a lot of times I'll just like like we'll do a stream. We don't have a particular topic, but if somebody like wants to like I'll throw the link in there and let people come in, and it's really awesome. It's really awesome because that's our solution, is to have more conversation and not fucking censorship. If their answer is fucking censorship to basic questions and they can't like defend what they're saying, then maybe that's their own way of realizing that what they're saying it's not factual, it's not true. Because if it was and they had an answer to why they're saying what they're saying, then they would have no reason to fucking censor us.
Yeah. Yeah, I think sort of this pre-censorship, like KRTD censored before there was even anything being said. Like they were such a fledgling, as far as I know, they were fledgling. I don't know the full history, maybe, but it's like they pre-censored to avoid any of the pitfalls because they want to get to that, you know, like that's the thing though. Like, do they actually believe the mainstream narratives? That's why you would that's one reason you'd pre-censor, because you actually think, oh, I don't want any of that misinformation coming into our thing. You actually really believe that, or you're just pre-censoring because you know like the narrative is money. I don't like it's one or the other. I feel it could be both at the same time in a weird way.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that right now it's kind of flying under the radar, and a lot of
Yeah.
people aren't paying attention. And if people are not aware of it, then they need to be.
Yeah.
And people need to be aware of that, and aware that if you are going there, that's what you are supporting, and you are supporting censorship. And is that what you want? Is that what you want to do? Because things start out small and they will grow. Do you think that TYT started out really small? I don't think so. I don't think that they started out as some huge thing suddenly, did they? I mean, they must have started somewhere. Everybody starts somewhere. And I'm not saying that they need to be like destroyed as a network, but what's happening needs to be fucking, they either need to come to account with it, or people need to realize it and make a choice as to whether that's what they want to support or not. Because I don't support censorship. I just don't. I don't support it. I fucking, there are laws in place. If somebody is, and I mod on some channels. Like I remember when Fee put me on as a mod on Convo Couch. Holy fuck, man. What a fucking lion's den it is when you see behind the scenes of chats, when there is, the YouTube censorship, and they will, emojis get flagged. If you go in, you use a freaking, you're putting eggplants in there, or sometimes like the stupidest things will get censored. And sometimes people say some really nasty shit. And I remember when I first, and Mr. Wilson, I'm a mod over there too. And some of the shit that people say behind the scenes that you don't see in the front of a show, it's like, holy fuck. The more controversial, I can't imagine what some of the fucking chats have, that we don't get to see behind the scenes because of the YouTube's natural censorship of what people are saying.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's bad. That's why we wrench people here. I want people to have the freedom to fucking say it.
Yeah.
I don't have anybody fucking blocked. I have nobody fucking blocked.
Yeah.
Even people I don't like. I mean, if it got to the point where it was like harassment, like, oh my God, then yeah, I guess. But we haven't blocked anybody. Like, we don't do that.
Yeah.
But I can also back up what I'm saying. I don't have a reason to censor people.
Yeah. I feel you.
Because when you're telling the truth, you don't really need to.
Right. No, when you tell the truth, they need to censor you. That's what it really is. Censorship is never about protecting you. It's always about hiding the truth.
They're flying under the radar, and I see it, and I see that, they do get they have some views over there for, certain shows, and that's about it. And I'm like, I can't do it. I can't go over there and watch it. I can't support it. Like, they did it to not just me, to you, to a lot of people. Of people. I just don't find that that's the, I don't think that's the answer.
Well, who's their viewership going to be? They better start really moving towards MSM Light real quick, because they're getting rid of their indie crowd here, right? They need to. Who's their audience going to be then?
I don't know. I don't know who's going to be the audience, but people still have some trust over there because there's people there.
We'll see. You never know. You
Oh,
never
God.
know. I don't know. I'm not about the cult thing, man. I'm not about it. It feels cultish. I know what they did. I know what they did to me, those cult people.
They
And
did
they're
it.
poor prisoners. They're poor prisoners. They're the prisoners of the Red Beret clan. They're prisoners, I feel, these people. I feel like there's so many, good people that they're well-meaning, and I feel like they're prisoners. I don't know what they do to them. It's so weird. It's like a spell or something. Oh man.
It's
Super
a tough
PACs.
fucking spot to be in. It's tough.
Yeah.
And it's tough because it's like I don't even want to fucking continue to have to like I don't bring it up very often, but I feel like people should know about it, and it's not a fucking gossip fucking bullshit thing. I'm not here for that.
Yeah.
It's a preventative thing because I see what's happened to, myself, Steve, and they're manipulative. They're manipulating things behind the scenes there. They played at about the same time that I had gone on the stream. Oh yeah, that's what it was. They had they did a thing where they just put the StreamYard link in there. They're like, we're just gonna open up the stream. So it was a Joe Firestone thing. They took this. I think they took the cue from me when they were scoping out the show. They seem to have adopted all these little things. A lot of them, right? Like, oh, it's a women-run media company that's a 501c, and then it wasn't. Like, it was for like a couple weeks, and then it wasn't, or something, and then now they're gonna I don't know. They don't know what they're doing over there because they're adopting everybody else's style of what they do. They don't have a clear and cut formulation as to what they're doing. It's a chaotic mess. And I went over there, wanted to join, and thought that would be great. I went to I did a couple meetings, and we got sick, and I never took any resources from them. I never made any contacts from them. You know what I mean? I basically streamed to their freaking channel for a few weeks, and Steve did, and we did all of our own artwork as usual. I didn't do anything different but that for a couple weeks. So thankfully we didn't really invest much into it. We got sick with the COVID. So it kind of picked us on our asses right after we had joined.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm glad I didn't invest a lot into that. I mean, it's awful. It's awful. I really, it could have been a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
But and I don't want to feel like we're punching we're punching left. It's I'm fucking. I want truth. I want the fucking truth. We don't have time for shady ass fucking bullshit.
Yeah, when you're censoring a fledgling channel, like a new network, and you're already censoring everyone, they're punching down. They're the ones punching down.
Yeah, they're the ones that were doing it. Yeah,
that's what that is, yo. Your criticism is valid. That's stop punching me. That's not an attack. That's self-defense, right? We have to defend these kind of spaces. If we're going to create networks of people, this is huge, this is powerful. Network can do great things. That's why people are making these moves. People are trying to create these networks, that's why Steve and Pasta are doing something in Vegas, right? They're trying to create these networks, and they're trying to be the anti-network of sorts, right? Because these networks all go to shit because they're always after the money. And money only. So if we can create actual honest people that are real truth seekers that really aren't trying to sell out, they're just really trying to build something from scratch and get people to back them, like individual donors. It's a huge undertaking, you know.
And I want to be able to tell people, like, I trust this. You know what I mean? Like that's a big thing for me. You know, I want to be able to be like, yeah, this network, they tell the truth. You know, you don't have to filter it that way. You know, I want to be I want that, like, for people. I want to be able to. I can't be like. I just don't have it in me to do it like a half-ass fucking anything. I can't. I don't have fucking half-ass. Been a request from ARAM that I show you. Have you seen Mr. Turtle?
No, I don't think so.
Oh my god.
Hey guys,
you're gonna be like, what is happening? Why did I not know about this? And why was this not in my life before? I'm telling you, I'm really pumping this up.
Mr. Toidle in the house. And I'm the New World Order. Today we're singing about Viagra. Not Viagra. Today we're singing about the Vaseline. Are you just going to keep naming random products starting with the letter V? Sorry, I'm contractually obligated to shout out my paid sponsors. Go ahead, Mr. Toidle. Tell us about today's topic. Today we're singing about the vagina? Fine. Today we're singing about the vagina. What about the vagina? Is it safe? Also long term? Well, I got the vagina yesterday and I've never felt better. Are you okay? Sounds to me like you're coming down with something. Well, now that you mention it, I had a funky smelling discharge this morning and I'm feeling somewhat queefy. You mean queasy? Nope, you heard right, but it can't possibly have anything to do with the vagina. No way, no how. Too many people have vouched for it. Hey, wait a sec. What about you, Toidle? When did you get your vagina? I didn't. What? And you're sitting here next to me this whole time unvaginated? How utterly irresponsible. My body, my choice. So you're saying you don't lick vagina? I totally lick vagina. I'm just not convinced of this particular vagina. You know, it's people like you that keep the cock lockdowns going, refusing to be experimented on, making silly references to the Nuremberg Code. So you're telling me your vagina doesn't work if I don't get it? You people make me sick. Or is it possible you got wrecked by the vagina? Oh, you mean Beatrice Beaver? Man, I actually believe she was an otter there for a minute. She's a huge fan of otter erotic asphyxiation. Before I break through onto the LGBT scene, cases are rising among Stockholm syndrome normies. Save your oxide from shifty magnetic graphene. You know I won't bow down to the crown vagine. It's time for booster number 17. Cling to me 4 times if that's totally your thing. Natural impunity, pig farmers lobbying. It's fun, guinea pigs love your vagine. So in the name of health, they're mandating coercion, perversion without liability. Apart from taking part in sheepish society, unless I submit to their long-term study. Please show at least some solidarity. Or more than satire and parody. Just 2 more weeks to fatten the elite. We're Pig Farmer and you are the sheep. Now it's plain to see. CDC. Come on, Mr. Toidle. Please get the vagina. I'll give you a Krispy Kreme pie. You mean donut? Nope. How about a special limited edition Avengers comic book? Damn it, Otter, I'm not getting the vagina. Okay, fine. But how about the vag, vajayjay or vagine, the twat, the penis flytrap, the muff, the beaver, the minge, the bits, the lady garden, the whispering eye, the doodah, the meat curtains? Nothing? None of the above? I've decided against it. I don't want to run the risk of becoming infoidal. Besides, someone needs to be part of a control group.
Oh. That button.
Was that just not adorable?
That's good. That was really good.
God. I
Control group.
Yes. I'm gonna grab their link, put it in there.
Mr.
Yeah, they have a
Toidle
bunch of them. You're gonna have to go back and watch Mr. Toidles because he's awesome.
That's cool.
Can I get it without? Oops.
So all I had to do was say vagina to not get flagged on YouTube? Is that what it is?
I know, right?
Is that all I was doing wrong this whole time? What?
Everett came to visit us.
Everett. Kitty. Hi, kitty.
He's purring so loud. I wish his purr would come across. He's such a loud purr. Such a sweet, sweet boy. Oh my gosh. Ricky, we've been going for 5.5 hours.
It's been a marathon, but it's been pretty quick, I feel like.
Right? I know. We oh.
It was fun.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. You gotta definitely go check out more of Mr. Toidle.
Tweedle.
Yes. And there's another guy we watch a lot too.
Oh.
He actually, oh my gosh. Oh, let me see. I gotta show you because he went. No wait, did you see it? I think I showed you before. Alex Trainer. He went to New York, and he was in this little car.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I seen him on your channel.
Yes.
That's great.
He lives in Connecticut.
Yeah.
And,
but he went to Times Square with his car.
Yeah.
Incredible. That's actually incredible.
Yeah, I know. I want to meet him too. Oh my gosh. So, I know what I can show you guys. I sent something to Pasta the person, and it was inspired by Alex Trainer. This one. Okay. You'll totally get this too because you might even know this thing. Because you have Stop and Shop there by you, right?
Not right by me, but yeah, in the area.
You know what Stop and Shop is, though, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, is that on the thing? Okay. So I saw this video and I thought, that I need to send Pasta that.
Out there, you gotta get down to the grocery store and get some of this collector's edition pasta. Store brand pasta enthusiasts have been waiting years for Stop and Shop and the Boston Bruins hockey team to collab. Pasta collectors are going to freak out when they see this limited edition penne. I have been checked. You could probably sell these on eBay for thousands. So get on down here ASAP so you can commemorate the exact moment the term collector's edition lost all meaning. Hot tip for all you collectors out there, you gotta get down to the grocery.
That's really well done. What? Pasta. Are you talking because you're muted?
Damn it! I did pretty good the whole time, not doing that to myself.
I know.
Well, wasn't that one? Where is the right one? There's a pasta one that is the reason why I bought that pasta, and I sent pasta from Combo, a fucking box of that pasta. Oh my god, where is it? I swear to God. Yeah, I actually like saw it.
The pasta's always appreciated on the couch.
So he actually has a box of that pasta.
It's hilarious.
And it got there the other day, and like he left me the freaking cutest voicemail. Oh my god. And he's like, I don't know about this pasta. Like, what? He goes on about the pasta. I'm gonna have to have Steve clip it for me. Oh my gosh, wait, where is it? There should be a thing. It's not the ragu one. There was a pasta one though. Was that the whole thing? That wasn't all of it. He actually came on Steve's show one time and we did a show with him, and it was so freaking funny. Oh my god. It was so great. It was like 2.5 hours, but it was like in November. So like I have no idea what we talked about because it was a while ago. I know we talked about the robot though at Stop and Shop, the weird one that follows me around, and I feel like it scans me. We had a whole conversation about it. With like, that was great. Oh, I don't know where the other video is now. I know there was, because it's like Kaepernick or whatever, and his nickname is Pasta.
Oh.
He's a Bruins guy. He's the hockey Bruins guy or whatever.
Yeah.
So somewhere there's an Alex Trainer video of him like doing a whole like thing with the pasta about the Alex Trainer like fucking this special pasta that they have at the store. And so I end up going and getting this pasta, and I sent it to our pasta because I'm like, it's pasta with pasta. It was a hockey fan, and I knew that pasta wouldn't like that pasta.
That's hilarious.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was in the box that I just sent them with some goodies. Yeah. Oh my gosh. But now I'm gonna have to get a hold of Alex and be like, dude, where's that video? I know there was a video.
Pasta.
Pasta.
Limited edition. So silly.
It was like less than $1 for the box of pasta.
Like,
I'm like thinking, like, I hope he doesn't eat this. Like, I don't want him to eat it.
It's hilarious. Like limited edition food. It's like, do you eat this shit? Do you like try to save it so it like becomes more valuable, or do you like save it until like the apocalypse and then you eat it when it's like really old? Like what is the purpose of these limited edition foods that they have? Like what the hell?
I don't know. It's such a weird thing. It is so
Capitalism is so fucked up. It's like, what dumb shit can we make up that people will think has value so they'll buy it? What?
Some random food, like, and then they do like limited edition, like really weird, gross food, and like around the holiday, like every holiday there is always some weird thing. Oh my gosh!
Oh,
All right,
limited time onlys.
Yes, and like, do you end up with like some like pumpkin flavored coffee creamer like powder or something at every grocery store?
I don't hate pumpkin though. And there's like the Shamrock Shake, which is back at McDonald's.
Oh gosh, is it back there?
Yeah,
I don't even know.
The green
I don't
shake.
even know the last time I went to McDonald's.
I know, I don't go to McDonald's. But that shake is kind of banging. It's pretty
Is
good.
it? The machines are really gross.
Yeah, I haven't had one in forever, but
You don't want to know about the machines.
I can imagine.
This video is an Alex one. This is the video. This is the origin story about how Steve and I found Alex. I was looking for something Connecticut, and I come across this guy, this comedian that's from Connecticut that did a whole review on Connecticut, and we were tripping balls. And so we're tripping balls, and we come across this guy, and this is how we fell in love with Alex Trainer. Here, I'm gonna.
When you think of someone from Connecticut, you get the image in your head of a guy named Brad that looks like this. But he's mostly contained to one small part of Connecticut. Here's an explanation. Geographically, Connecticut is a rectangle with a rectangle penis, and all the money flows through it. So when you think of Brad, Connecticut's penis. But I don't think a whole state should be defined by the things it does when it's horny. We need a new identity. But what can you do when your home state has an erection that's lasted for almost 400 years? How can we rub this one out and wipe off our desire to fuck America? Is there a way to finally come together? I think there is. I think all we need is a central figure to rally behind, an icon who can speak up and inspire the whole state, an idol for us to worship. I think Connecticut needs a Bruce Springsteen. Think about it. New Jersey's New Jersey, and those people love themselves, all because one man was delusional enough to like the awful place he's from. That delusion motivated millions to go completely insane and embrace the shithole they call home. Bruce dared to encourage those people to become so obnoxious it hurts. So in that spirit, I would like to announce that Connecticut fucking sucks, and therefore is the best state in America. Our abandoned mills are older and closer to the highway than any mill in New Jersey. Our beaches aren't just trashy, they're full of trash because the water just sits there. Long Island Sound, baby. This water is as stagnant as our economy. You want to earn $1? Get ready to get your hands dirty and work in insurance. There's no one dateable in this entire state, so the only clam you're getting is on the pizza. Now I'll admit, it takes some balls for Jersey to call itself the Garden State when it all looks like this, but it takes real nutmegs to nickname yourself the Nutmeg State, especially when you don't grow nutmegs here, and the only thing you ever did with them was counterfeit them in the 1700s. And now people just get to drive by and call you a nutmegger, which is insane considering the perfect term for someone from Connecticut is clearly Connecticutan. And don't get me started on how our license plates say Constitution State. It only takes one U.S. history class to know that's a stretch. Bitch, we're loco enough to forget what state Philadelphia's in. We're so sick in the head, our governor's named Ned. We took the Native American word for land on the Long Tidal River and changed the meaning to land on the do not touch that river, there are too many chemicals in it. We will connect, I cut you. Our state motto is, I'm trying to move soon. London, shh, we got New London. Portland, we got a Portland. It's not weird at all. And Brooklyn, Connecticut? Well, it's not that hard to forget about it. Come to our capital city, because Hartford has it. And by it, we mean the security guard who yelled at me because I stood on the grass near the Etna sign. Hartford not lame enough for you? Come to New Hartford. In Connecticut, new means worse. And water means a chemical imbalance. Uh-oh, looks like Waterbury stopped taking its antidepressants decades ago. How's Danbury doing? No idea. Wouldn't even go there for this video. Yikes. Yukon's drunk and in a town called Stores, so get ready for a lot of who's on first-esque confusion there. Haven't had enough? Go to the winner of Connecticut's What's the Worst Name You Can Come Up With contest. Bark Hampstead. We're the Midwest of the Northeast and the deep south of New England. We've got the racial divisions of Alabama with the personality of Iowa. Just come to Bridgeport, get shot, then cross the street and go bowling at a fishing store. We're a land of true nuance, a unique blend of past and present. Go check out Mark Twain's old house, then cross the street and buy heroin. We don't do eat, pray, love here. Just live, work, invest. We're the crime scene of states. There's nothing to see here, except this bridge with frogs on it and the beautiful March foliage. The abandoned cars are in full bloom. Our public art would be pretty cool if this wasn't the logo for Travelers Insurance. Somehow still a fan of the 1988 Julia Roberts movie Mystic Pizza? Come see where they shot the exteriors. Want to get Lyme disease? Come to where it all started. Want some thrills? Get trashed and jump off this cliff. Hit your rock bottom by eating our local delicacy, the steamed cheeseburger. Want to steam your own beef? Buy some at a supermarket that has animatronics. And then go do the only good thing in the entire state. Attend a taping of Maury.
Tries to come over, but he doesn't want to see her. He wants to come sleep with me.
The population of Connecticut fluctuates wildly, considering at any given point up to 50% of the people in the state are just driving through without even stopping. I'll let you in on a secret. Our cities aren't big enough to actually have traffic. That's just us trying to trap you. We purposely designed our roads in the hopes you would just give up driving and buy a house. We used to be much better at it, considering we once trapped a whole NHL team. They played in this arena, and in 1978, the real Bruce Springsteen was gonna play here. But then, the roof collapsed. We tried to trap Bruce! But that's not how you get a Bruce, Connecticut. You gotta grow it yourself. Put a little toxic water in it, let it simmer in resentment for around 18 years, then it's gonna leave. Don't worry, just trust that you broke it fundamentally. It's gonna come back. That time away is gonna really bring out the complexity of its feelings towards you. Keep in mind, this is a Bruce and not a Bon Jovi. It's not gonna be light and airy, gonna be a little bitter. That's what you want. When it seems defeated enough, to test if it's ready, you can ask it, do you like it here? And when it responds with, it's okay, that's when you know it's the voice of Connecticut. Sometimes the Bruce Springsteen you want isn't the one you get. Sometimes your Bruce Springsteen is me. I wish I was better too. But the fact that I'm disappointing is what makes me the perfect Connecticut mascot. We're the void between Boston and New York. And who better embodies that spirit than some guy you've never heard of? I represent all of the people who have ever said, I don't want to be here, I'm unhappy, and I'm trying to move soon. Which is all of the people. Look, I don't even really like this place, but I love it anyway, because I'm from here. I'm a Connecticutan through and through, and this rectangle will always be home to me. It might be a dump, but it's my dump. And if anyone gets to take a dump on it, it's me, because I'm the boss now, and I'm as Connecticut as it fucking gets, baby. You might just think of us as a state with the highest per capita income, but all that income gets funneled to our tiny rectangle penis. The rest of the state is like any other place, because all places are the same now because of rampant capitalism. Okay, maybe we need to start liking this state. It's not that bad. We're not all named Brad, and we can't change where we're from. So let's just accept that we're from Connecticut.
Yo. Like the locations in that video are incredible. Like that's so much work. That's work.
He said it took like 2 weeks to do that, like to go all
Probably.
around, because like he comes to our area too, you know, like the Frog Bridge and everything that's like north of us, you know, and so it's pretty cool.
That's actually really impressive.
He does really awesome work. Yeah, really awesome work. I showed Rick Overton his work. Like, Rick likes his. I showed him his Connecticut one. Yeah, Rick is a sweetheart, and I really want to get them like on, like, you know, show together. But Rick's internet's like wonky.
Oh shit, man! He's always in and out. That's a bummer.
Yeah, he tried. We tried twice, and like we're gonna have to figure it out. Because Rick is an absolute sweetheart. I absolutely adore him.
Yeah, he's cool. He's mad cool.
Yeah. So, like, I want to get Alex back on. He deals with a lot of depression. He's very open about the fact that he deals with a lot of depression, and he expresses that in his videos, and he's just so authentic, and like everybody in the community has just absolutely loved his videos in the Mr. Turtle. I always share
Bueno.
those guys because like I love they're talented as fuck, man. Like they should be known like everywhere.
They should be. Yeah, they're smaller channels still,
Yeah.
but they'll get traction because those are really good.
Yeah, we've been sharing them out for a little bit, so it's really awesome. I know I've only been doing this for a few months, but you know, we're definitely growing. I mean, like I have I know that, you know, it fucking sucks because Rockfin will not let us go on there yet. They gave me denial, and but Kit Cabello and Pasta are working on that to help get me over there. So
Good.
I think we can get enough pressure on them. Like I can't do what I want to do and talk about everything I want to talk about here because of what, you know what I mean? Like I need somewhere where they're not going to censor me because I really want to get into some stuff, you know, like where, you know, you're like, I want to come on and blah, blah, blah. And we can go into whatever rabbit hole and to whatever rabbit holes that brings us into, you know what I mean?
That's where it's at. That's what I love.
You know, I want to really be able to do that. And I love being able to like bring people on and together that don't normally get to meet each other or see each other. And we involve the chat, you know, the chat fam a lot. Like it's a really, really amazing community that we've started to build here. I feel like we just kind of fill in the cracks to some of the other, you know,
Yeah.
the other spots.
Yep. I like it. I like what's happening. There's stuff happening. I see it.
It is. It's happening.
We gotta stay the course.
Oh man, we have to. Yeah, we have to keep pushing each other.
Yeah. Oh, this has been fun. We talked about everything. I feel like we covered so much.
I know, like the whole like everything and nothing at the same time.
Right? Like literally everything and nothing.
Yeah. It's like we've had like the longest last couple of years and the shortest time at the same time. It's like the whole time space continuum thing is like totally folded on itself.
This
like,
takes us full circle. We were talking about time in the very beginning of the stream. How it's not what we think it is. It seems so consistent, and it seems like it lines up with space. Space and time seem to be so consistent, but it's so much more multidimensional than we can understand. I think I don't even know if we can comprehend what time actually is. Time is one of those weird things.
We try to fit it into being something that is like a quarterly thing or this, like we really have 13 moons. Why do we, you know what I mean? Like we are so disconnected from the fact that the tides, you know, the tides are the time and they shift everything. Like how do we not like realize the magic of what we have?
We're not in touch with that magic. Most people aren't in touch at all. Some people are in touch a little bit with whatever that is. That whatever the people of the forest used to get into, right? You know, the people with the fairies and the the flutes and the fairies and the whatever they used to do. I don't know. That culture is.
I think they were eating the mushrooms, man.
They're probably eating the mushrooms. Yeah. Or something, or multiple things. You know?
I don't even know the last time I had shrooms. Like, it's been a little while. That's pretty sad. That's pretty sad. I need to change that.
You shall. And you shall.
It will. I will manifest it. It will all happen. I like manifest everything. Like it's gonna happen. I don't know how. I don't know how everything's gonna happen, but it will. It's gonna fucking happen.
You just have to say it.
We're gonna have an intentional community. We are. We're gonna have that place. It's gonna happen some way. I'm manifesting it, putting it out there. You know, it's like one big mutual aid. Can you imagine?
I can imagine. I can
Like-
imagine. That would be rad.
If we can get this many people to believe in war, we can get this many people to believe in something that is a positive. That, not saying it's going to be fucking easy at all, or that it's even necessarily 100% possible, you know. But man, I will fucking die trying. I will die fucking trying.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh my gosh. All right. Yeah, we should we should wrap it up. Steve was like ditched us like 3 hours ago.
Yeah, like literally.
Oh.
But this is great. Thank you so much for having me on.
It was so good to hang out, and you're welcome on anytime. And you want to come on and do a thing, you just let me know. Like,
yeah, I'm
please.
usually blocked on my channel. Every time I do a video, I just go in on the old plots of the world, and they hate me. I got flagged so early in this whole YouTube game.
I didn't even have 50 subscribers yet, and they were already going after me.
It's like crazy.
I've been on their list a long time. I'm not afraid of their list. What the fuck do I have to lose? I mean, really.
That's what I say. Yeah, I'm not making any money.
Fuck, man.
Okay.
All right. We love you, chat fam. We will see you guys all soon, I'm sure. Oh my gosh. I feel like I'm high on like a buzz of like energy. Like I feel like, we planted some seeds, and hopefully we can make them grow.
Little by little.
Yeah. All right. I think I have an outro thing here to play. And everybody, don't forget, we have a thing. We are petitioning Rockbin. We are going to get them to let us over there. Like, they're just not going to have a choice. We're just going to annoy them into it. So, too bad. Because we need to be able to have these deep conversations and not feel like we're just going to get caught off out of, somewhere.
Yeah. You'll make it. You'll be on there soon, I think.
I think we're just going to bug them until we are.
Yeah, it's Rockfin. Like, who do you think you are?
Like,
you're
come
Rockfin.
on. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, most of the people that come on the show are the content creators that are content creators over there.
On Rockfin, I know. You had
Come
Steve.
on.
You had Steve in the chat tonight.
Yeah, we have had Sabi on, Franco's been on, Steve Pokemon's been on, like everybody, Glory comes on, like everybody comes on. You kidding me? Pasta was on the other day, Kit Cabello, like, yeah, like really? You're gonna tell me that we're not good enough? Your audience is my audience isn't good enough. My audience is your content creators.
Yeah, they have to appear to be exclusive. I think that's their thing. Like, it has to feel like a curated thing.
Well, either that or I'm going to come back at them like Julia Roberts at the end and be like, guess what, bitches? You should have.
No, your show's fun. It's got funky artwork. It's a different format, I think, than most of those shows. And you consistently do it. That's also something Rockfin's looking for. People who consistently make content, not someone who's gonna like go on there and like make one video every 2 months. Like,
I have consistent and the viewership is going up and the views are going up.
Right.
It's like they're gonna grow with me or they're not. I'll put my effort otherwise if I need to.
Yeah, you'll get it with the referrals that you have. No reason you won't be on there soon.
Yeah, so we're just gonna make everybody get us over there, because that also means that we get to have, and because it is an exclusive thing over there. But if we need to have, that be the place where we can all come on, like, you're like, I need to go and do a rant. come on, Lucky, come, like host me over here. That's what it's about. Like, we're not about, it's not just like us just wanting to dominate some kind of space or something. It's like, we want everybody to have that voice and have that place.
I love that. Yes. The truth.
We need the fucking truth, bitches.
That's it.
All right, I'm going to play this as we go out. Love y'all. Good night.
Hydrofield cuts through my neighborhood. Somehow that always just made me feel good. And I can put a spare bulb in my hand, light up my yard. Late at night when the wires in the walls sing in tune with the din of the falls. I'm conducting it all while I sleep to light this whole town.